There we go. All right. We're live. Should be live. I can see myself on Twitch. I can hear myself on Twitch. All right. Pop something over in the Discord here. Trying to think of what to type on Discord. How about just we're live? Sounds good to me. All right. Message is out on Discord. ESLint is running. I don't really want that running. Okay. I don't need it running. There we go. Maybe that was the bug. Maybe that was that bug from yesterday. ESLint. Oh, my terminal's exploded now. Start HTTP node start server. There we go. All right. That's looking good. Okay. So stuff should be running now. Guess I'll get into a little introduction here. Perhaps we'll wait a little bit. See if anyone else pops in. Whoops.
Introduce some new flags or some new fields in there.
Don't need that running. All right. Well, guess I'll dive right in here. Welcome, everyone, to terrible, crappy JavaScript game development. I'm your host, Jared. We're working on my game Populus today. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. You can go there at this current moment. Throw it down in the chat there. And it's a game from scratch in JavaScript. I say from scratch kind of in quotes because I don't know. There's doing programming in the web browser. There's a lot of things you're not really doing from scratch, you know, in the programming sense of the word. But it's from scratch in the sense that I'm not using any libraries other than for the server. I'm using a package for using WebSockets. So for using WebSockets in Node.js. So, yeah, so what we're doing today, what we're working on today is I'd like to kind of get my analytics dialed in a little bit. Pretty soon I'd like to be able to kind of go through and do a bunch of analysis kind of what it's like playing the game. Just logging mouse movements and bubble pops and everything in the game. So I'd like to kind of just do a pass on that and kind of see what else what kind of extra data we can collect. And I'd like to make it so that it's in one convenient place so that I can turn kind of the analytics on. Kind of the logic in order to do some analytics, if that makes sense. So we can kind of toggle that on or off. Like here, I have, this is the server code here. So I'm writing to disk here with the FS library in Node.js, and I'm writing a CSV file. So just CSV is easy to dump some data into really easy to dump data. You just dump the data you want and separate it with commas. And then you can open it in the spreadsheet of your choice and it just works, right? So I like doing CSVs for that kind of stuff. For just dumping a bunch of data that I might want to manipulate in a spreadsheet at some point later. And I'm actually quite the spreadsheet wizard, if I do say so myself. I've got quite a bit of experience with Excel and even doing a lot of Visual Basic automation of things in spreadsheets. So yeah, not going to get into that with this sort of thing, but we will be getting into some things here. Some spreadsheet things. Don't know if we'll actually pop any data into a spreadsheet during the stream, but I'd like to at least start getting the CSV writing code down. Because I'll probably do a little bit of testing at some point later. Probably do some kind of off-stream testing where I kind of test different refresh rates of the monitor and different playing the game with different refresh rates and different mouse things, whether or not the browser console is open or closed, because that changes kind of how the amount of mouse updates you're getting, the browser uses. So I'll be testing some different things like that. So yeah. Yeah, so I guess we can kind of dive right in here. Basically, I've just had this code commented out here where we are. What are we doing? We're doing like this would be like a header. So this is at the end of the match. So we're on the server code here. So this end match function fires anytime a match ends, whether a player quits or whether the time runs out in the typical fashion. So this FS append file sync, I kind of don't know if I want to actually use append file sync. Do we want to just do, it's fine. So this will append a file that already exists. If it doesn't already exist, then it will create it. And we've been saving that output into this debug output folder. So if we play a quick, we've already got it set to 10-second match. I did a commit with that. Whoops. All right. So if we play, and this is only working for the online play. If we just do the single player practice by clicking the play button right now, it won't do anything. Our logging won't work. So if I just play a quick little 10-second game, let's pop a bubble here too. There we go. Now we should have bubblepops.csv. Little CSV file there for us. So if we open that up, might be a little easier if we separate this out a bit. Let's find all the commas. And we'll separate it with, let's do space, comma, space, I guess. That's what I did yesterday, kind of just for example, just to give us some separation here. So as we see here, we got our CSV file. And again, I'm probably not going to open, I don't have Excel on my computer, and I could use Google Sheets, but I don't really care at this point. Because we don't really care about actually analyzing data yet. I just want to actually focus on actually writing the program to dump the data out to a CSV file first. So basically, we got 3 columns here, and they're obviously misaligned, but we've got player in this first column here. That's what all the 0 is going down. So, you know, this is a table now. A table, basically, we've got that has a player, a bubble, and a popped time. So that's the number of milliseconds that the browser had been running when the user popped the bubble, when the player popped the bubble. So we've got player, which is player 1 would be 0, index 0, and then player 2 would be index 1, so player 1. So we've got all of player 0's data and then all player 1's data, just kind of all right in a row. And then we have the bubble ID, so that starts at 0, and then each bubble has an index of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. We happen to generate up to 23 bubbles in this case. Bubbles are generated on demand as the game goes, as the game plays. And then this is the time. If the bubble was popped, otherwise it would show null. If the bubble was popped, then we see that number of milliseconds. That it was popped at. So this one was almost 10 seconds in before we popped it. And this is from, actually, now I'm a little confused about, how could we have, if the match was only 10 seconds, how could I pop a bubble at almost 11 seconds? All right, that's what we're here to do today. We're here to check that out. Hang on a second here. I'm going to be right back in 1 sec. All right, we are back. And yes, Big Kitty's got the toilet emote in there now. We do have the new emote, and it went live. I uploaded it yesterday, and it went live some point last night. So there it is, the Jurana BRB emote. So I take a lot of bathroom breaks, so I figured, hey, that kind of makes sense as the emote to have, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, that emote's there. It's a thing. Okay. So, again, we're looking at our... We are looking at our Whoa, there's retro MMO. With the, yeah, with those fem emotes there. Codico, it's Lotvol. I changed name. Yes, I remember Codico. How's it going? Retro MMO, good to see you. You probably just finished streaming, Retro. An 8-hour stream from whatever. Wait, I told you already? IDK, it's a blur. Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday. You hopped into the chat for a second there. Beck Kitty, where's the 3-to-1 USB adapter? Hang on a sec, guys. I know where it is. Don't worry, Beck Kitty. All right, I'll be back in a sec. Gotta drop this off to Beck Kitty. All right. Friendship ended with Lotvol. Now Codico is my best friend. Nice. Yeah, the toilet emote is live. Durana BRB. And then I realized I was going to try to do another emote. And I realized I only have one tier 1 slot. Tier 1 subscription emote slot. I thought there were more, but I only have I have the tier 1 and then the tier 2 and tier 3, just one slot each for emotes. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll see. But toilet's good enough for now, I guess. All right. So, so today, as I was saying before, now we got a couple of people hanging out. I want to work on I'm not going to do any actual analysis today, but I'd like to work on the analytics code a little bit. And what that means is basically I'm just dumping. I'd like to kind of track like a single game. So track mouse movements and bubble pops and all of that stuff and mistakes. Track all of that stuff and dump it into a CSV file for analysis later. Because what I'm probably going to end up doing is kind of looking at that analysis to kind of analyze like what it looks like for a human to play the game. You know, kind of analyze like, okay, they usually have this amount of mouse inputs between a pop, bubble pops, or they have this amount of mouse movement distance. And obviously that's kind of that could change greatly depending on somebody's, you know, sensitivity settings. You know, and other things too that would be more like, I might want to do like a little bit of client side stuff even as well. Like have the client kind of measure the screen size and then kind of have the more pixel measurement, because the server doesn't know about pixels. Server just kind of keeps track of everything in this generic unit space thing. So two players who have vastly different screen sizes could have, you know, the server wouldn't know. The server doesn't care. So yeah, basically I'd like to kind of just set up some logging so I can kind of collect a bunch of data, and then for later use, I'm saving it in a CSV file so I can easily open it up in Excel, Google Sheets, whatever, and do a little more analysis on it. Just kind of look at yeah, some basic stats so I can kind of understand the parameters of what it looks like when a human plays a game. Other things might include like lowest time between bubble pops, you know, the max time between bubble pops. Not that that's really, you know, because somebody could stop playing, whatever. But all of this is to kind of go a little bit more into if I can collect a bunch of data just from myself playing the game at, maybe some different mouse settings, different screen refresh rates and everything, we can kind of start to look at what it looks like for a human to play the game. And then I can start thinking about, kind of anti-cheat bot kind of stuff. So I can say, oh, if somebody's doing something like this, that looks suspicious. And then, we can disconnect, whatever. But also, collecting this data would help me write good bots, because that might be another thing we do. That might be something we do at some point as well. Actually having a good bot to play the game. So when people are, at least up front, not a lot of people would be playing this game, if ever, or a bunch of people going to be playing this game. But it'd be nice to have some kind of AI players that if you want to play competitively, you can. And you can play against an AI that's not going to be, obviously nobody really wants to do that. But better do that than just have somebody sit there for an hour waiting for another player to connect. Maybe we won't end up really needing that. But writing a little bot to actually play the game would be very simple. But I'd like to kind of base it upon some real data. So I could kind of have some parameters like, well, okay, me who can pop bubbles pretty fast, I could have like an average pops per second. So you could base the bot upon that. So there's going to be the bot skill might be around kind of that many pops per second, give or take a few, and that might be kind of there might be a little padding to say, okay, they might make this many, or they might usually pop this many per second. So that would be kind of the baseline skill. And then kind of have pops be some sort of number that, actually it could get pretty complicated. It could get pretty granular, but also allowing bots to kind of make mistakes too, based upon percentage of some sort of skill level, like, oh, this kind of player makes a lot of mistakes or doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Or you might have a bot that's kind of a little more inaccurate, maybe more ambitious, tries to play a little too fast, so they make more mistakes. There could be all sorts of different things like that. And that's not something I'll get into before we release the first version of multiplayer, but I would at least like to kind of have this analytics stuff set up and going for now. So we've got our CSV file here. I was just explaining this a little bit before, that I already set this up, and basically this just logs like bubble pops for each player. So player 0 is all here, and then each bubble, and then the time that they popped that bubble. And if it's null, that means they didn't pop that bubble yet. And the number of bubbles, depends upon whichever player's in the lead. There's always going to be 8 more bubbles than what that player in the lead has popped. So like this guy was, we popped 4 and then that was it. And there were a bunch of nulls. Because this player should have 8 nulls right here, potentially 9, I guess. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Because the player might have made a mistake or something at the very end. So that's kind of the deal there. And then basically we've just got our millisecond value of when that bubble was popped. But what I just realized is a little weird is I set the time to 10 seconds. So the latest I popped a few bubbles on this player 1 here. These are all player 1s. And then the player 1 and then player 0 up here, I started, the first bubble pop was at 9.8 seconds. But that's weird that we have some bubble pops that are over 10 seconds now, because the time of the match should have only been 10 seconds, 10,000 milliseconds. So I'm curious, that's the first thing I want to look at, is why is there a bubble pop here that's almost 11 seconds? I think I know why, but we're going to look on the server to exactly see. So, oh, actually, we're just getting bubble popped time, so we don't want to look at There's nothing here in our, basically the code that actually writes the CSV file does a thing and writes some headers, the column headers, so player, comma, bubble, comma, pop time, and then does a carriage return, new line feed, and then we loop over each player, and then for each player's bubble state, which keeps track of the popped time, then we write the I there, which is the player ID, the J, which is the bubble ID, and then the pop time for that given bubble. So that's all there is to it. Nothing simple. That's why I like CSV files, you know, just being able to, super simple, just separate your data by commas. That's all you got to do. And then you can throw it into a spreadsheet and start looking at it further. So I'd like to add another column, actually. I'd like to look at the difference. I'd like to kind of build this out a little bit further, kind of automate some things that just make it kind of, as much as I was saying before, I'm a bit of a spreadsheet wizard, guru. I know more than I probably should. I've done a lot of spreadsheet building programs and automating spreadsheets and stuff like that, and Visual Basic on Excel and all that stuff. And I know my way around formulas a little bit, but I'd like to kind of do as much of the programming of the data in here, the manipulation of the data in the JavaScript, and then I can maybe just leave, kind of get some sort of format that I really like in terms of just the output of the columns, and then maybe make it so I can just have some charts or something that I want to dump out to, you know, when I actually open it up in spreadsheet software. I don't even know if I want charts. The charts thing is kind of like, I thought maybe it'd be cool to see like a chart of all the, you know, the mouse input time, you know, the times that we've received mouse inputs or something like that. Maybe something like, I don't know. We'll see. But hang on a sec here. Not even 30 minutes in, I got to take a bathroom break already. Drop the Jorana BRB. Can I just type the name of the emote to use it? Codyco's dropping them. There we go. All right. And let's open up a notepad here and be right back. There we go. All right. Beautiful. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Can I just type? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Typing the emote name, but it doesn't like give me a suggested things or something. It doesn't like give me my emote menu or something to automatically autocomplete. You know what I mean? So I typed Jorana BRB out. And now it's there. All right. Okay. So I'm not a huge fan of the toilet of the look. That little 28 by 28, it's too small. The bigger one looked better. Yeah, like it kind of looks cool, like zoomed in. Like that looks kind of cool, but like down in the emote, it just doesn't look as cool. I don't know. Maybe we'll refactor that emote at some point. All right. Anyway, yeah. So we're looking at how we could possibly have popped times that are greater than. Actually, let's try this. Let's delete this. Our server's been running for a while. Let's play another game. I didn't need to refresh the browsers, but I did it out of habit. Okay. Great. And we got another CSV. No, that is the match time. Okay. And then we got one all the way up at 11. Huh. Okay. I think I have a suspicion why now. All right, so the match, do we have a start time? Yes, we've got a start time. Yes, this is the problem. Okay, so the start time of our match is set in the constructor. So we do date.now. So when as soon as we construct a match, that's when the match gets its date. That's wrong because there's basically the match countdown, right? So when you start a game, if we quit, when you start a game, there is the little countdown timer. So as soon as this player starts, we got the 3, 2, 1, then the match starts, right? So that 3, 2, 1 is being counted in the time of the match. So that's bad. That would also explain why we're seeing, like when I first do a bubble pop, it's not until like 2 seconds in. Because that countdown timer is a second and a half. So that is a 1500 milliseconds. And here my first pop isn't until, 2500 milliseconds. And yeah, there's no way I'm sitting there for 2500 milliseconds waiting before I start playing the game. So we found our bug. Love bugs like that. So our start time, we can just initialize this to null. And then we're going to do, so here's what happens. I just do JavaScript set timeouts for these delays on the server. We don't do set timeout and stuff on the client because I have kind of my own little timer built to make sure everything kind of happens nicely in the frame, in the game loop. As far as kind of just making sure the rendering and all that stuff is kind of happening nicely. But we use it on the server because the server's not doing any sort of tick rate kind of thing. So I don't think we need to have something like that on the server. So I got to sip some coffee here. So this is where our match actually starts. Because here's where we're sending. Yes, here's where we actually send the match started data, the data to the clients. So at this point in time, we want to set up our start time at somewhere inside of this method. I guess we'll do it right here. Or maybe we'll do it after we send the data to the clients. So we'll do, again, I don't know how I want to handle like latency stuff as far as clients go yet. I really don't know. And all my testing's been on LAN, so obviously I'm dealing with, sub-millisecond ping times. So I really don't know how we're going to handle everything. with latency. That's going to be something I want to handle with testing. Kind of, or the analytics and testing stuff. Okay, so then here's where we want to do this dot start time equals date dot now. And date dot now is not high precision. It's just the number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970 or whatever, Unix time. It's not high precision, but we don't really care about super high precision at this point because we're already dealing with network latency and everything, stuff happening over the network. So, I don't need some super ridiculous high precision timestamp right now. Although I do actually have that imported up here. Oh no, maybe that's up here in application. Yeah, I imported performance and it looks like it's being used. What did I actually use it for? Oh, we used it for measuring mouse movements, or measuring mouse movements on the server. So we could kind of get the super precise time that a mouse movement happened from the client. So that's also something I want to look at a bit. So one thing I want to do is just kind of add these, now that we've got and I guess we want this on both the client and the server. Actually, let's test this out now. So let's do I'm going to close our CSV. I'm going to delete it. And we are going to play a new game. Cool. What? I seriously had 3 pops per second in that 10 seconds? That's crazy. That's crazy. Am I really getting that much faster at the game? Okay, so let's look at okay, so I just played in this one player. There we go. So now we've got that first bubble pop at 796 milliseconds. Sounds much more accurate, although that's quite a bit of delay. I should get better. I should get better at getting that first bubble pop. Because preceding bubble pops are within like 200 milliseconds. That's 255 milliseconds. That one's more like 400. That one's like 200 something there. 208 there, right? Am I doing the math right? That one's more like closer to 300. These are pretty good popping speeds here, times between pops. So I was on fire just then. That's crazy. Okay, and then we go right up until 9. Yeah, so that's exactly what we should be seeing now. That last pop is right up to 10. Right up to that 10 second marker there. So that, I think we were looking pretty good. Gonna stretch the arm out a bit there. Okay. So let's do, what I want to do now is actually, we're going to delete this. I'm going to do, in our config file here, I'd like to have a value up at the top here. We're going to call this dot analytics. Something like that, maybe. Analytics, logs. Let's call it logs. Log. Or logging. How about that? Logging. That's better. Want to become famous. What in the world? VQJJ. There we go. Okay. So we've got logging. And now we should be able to, if I go to our match, what I should do is just wrap this thing here. And we do if config.logging. Oops. So now I can at least throw this into just a variable, because there might be some other parts in the code where we do some stuff. This is all going to be, I wish JavaScript had like macros like C does, because then this would be no big deal. I just do this, and then when we, because obviously I don't want this stuff at all when we have, well, maybe we will have some sort of logging, because I don't have a database, so we might have some sort of logging to a file, a local file for game stuff, just so I can get an idea of what's going on. Yeah, I have no database, and I don't really care to set up one or do anything with that, so don't need to make things more complicated. Okay, so we should be good now with our config.logging. Let's look at, I just want to make sure, if we look at our config file now on, yeah, so we've got a variable logging true. This is our compiled configuration config log that got automatically built by our build config.js with the timestamp. And we can look in the client too, and obviously I know it's going to be on the client as well. Same thing, logging true. Okay, because we might want to do, I might want to do something with the client potentially keeping track of some stuff and then sending everything up to the server. Codico, what's the plan for persisting ELO without a DB, or will it be something temporary? It'll be temporary. Yeah, I'm not gonna have like user accounts or anything. Like, it's kind of like once you, it'll be kind of like a daily kind of leaderboard thing, I think. Like, there'll just be, or maybe not even that. Maybe there'll just be like, I don't know. I haven't got it like in the session or something. Yeah, it'll just be like it'll just be very temporary, just like, you know, that way you don't have like some sort of inflating the leaderboard inflating kind of thing. Like, you know, obviously the top player in the world is always going to be at #1 spot kind of thing. Like, that way I can avoid that. It'll be more fun if there's just like a kind of a temporary leaderboard and you can see your name tick up there, something like that, or, you know, like, oh, I was the top person for the day or something, you know. Again, if anybody plays the game, I don't know. Maybe by me saying that, I've already doomed it to failure. But yeah, I want to keep things as simple as possible without, you know, yeah, so I don't have to have user accounts or databases. Nobody's going to want to sign in and play the game, you know, like, no, that's not going to happen. It's got to be a game where you just click, you go to the website, there's one button to play, and that's it. You know, like, I'd even like to get rid of the button, but there's, you know, there's single player and multiplayer, so there kind of has to be a button. And there's a tutorial, you know, whatever. But I want it to be like, go to the website, one button, I can play. You know, just super quick. No, I don't have to sign in, do anything dumb. And I'm kind of thinking about like, obviously there has to be some kind of username, because otherwise, how do you know? You know, I mean, unless we'd keep it real anonymous, like, oh, you're in 5th place, and you can see the person who's in 1st place. You can see their elo or their rank or whatever the thing is. You can see that. Games with signing in suck. Yeah, exactly. Who would make a game where you have to sign in? That's atrocious. Whoever thought that was a good idea? No, I just think my game sucks so bad that if I had a sign in, nobody would play it at all, ever. You know, like nobody plays it as it is. I mean, but people who come watch the stream, you know, try it out and everything, and but yeah, I just sign-ins and stuff. That's obviously a whole system and everything that I would have to build, and I don't want to do that. Plus, I don't think it's necessary. Like, I think we can make it kind of cool. This is like very like volatile kind of thing where, you know, you have a chance to just go in and hit the leaderboard. Like Retro, I know you've got a leaderboard for gold and everything. That makes more sense in your game. Everything's very persistent. You know, I mean, everything's very, I mean, yeah, it's a real game where you have saved data that saves and persists and whatever. This is not, you know, it's just like a simple little game. You don't really have whatever. So yeah. I don't know if I was going to say anything else about that. People ask me why they have to give an email to sign up. LOL. Wow. What do they want to have to sign up? Do they never want to recover their password somehow? Phone number? You could do a phone number, I guess. You could text them or call them. Retro MMO is calling about. I have no clue. They want it to be magic, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess I understand that a little bit, because in the case where you're developing it, right? You know, people kind of want to just check it out, probably play it. But I think there's probably that a little initial hesitation of like, wait, I actually have to sign up for something that's in development, kind of. I could see people kind of having that. I mean, you know, like maybe they're like, well, I'll sign in later if whatever. I don't know. I'll sign in later when it's done. I don't know. You know, I'd like. Yeah, I get the mentality of like, I don't want to, you know, because you don't want to just, I don't like signing up for things willy-nilly all the time, but willy-nilly. But anyway, yeah, all of that was to say, like, I'm not going to go with some sort of user account thing. This is just going to be some sort of very volatile kind of game where, you know, maybe I wipe the leaderboards at the end of the day, you know, 12 a.m. UTC 0. I don't know. Maybe everything just refreshes, or maybe there's some sort of like, if a player hasn't played in 5 hours, we wipe them from the leaderboard. I don't know, something like that. Don't leak my email, Retro. Yeah, don't be pulling up the database, the tables on stream, I guess. All right. All right. So 37381. Too late. Random number. Copying from that calculator. Codico. Sorry if I missed something. I was in the Burger King drive-thru. Nice. Nice. No. I don't know. I don't know what I said. Being able to sign in with Twitch would be a nice feature. Yeah, that would be. That'd be pretty cool. Because then you just have like a one button kind of thing, like, or something. I don't know. I don't know how you would. Something where you could just like. Be cool if you could like. Well, yeah, I guess. I was gonna say some kind of like single sign-on thing, but I guess that's what would happen if you. You'd have to go to the website, then you'd say sign in with Twitch, and then just it kind of works or something. Yeah, and then your username's just your Twitch username. Like they don't even have to do anything or something. Just pops in there. Question for you, Retro, because I mean maybe you. Preston, hey, what are we doing today? What's going on, Preston? I am working on kind of logging some stuff, some match details, some bubble pops, some mouse movements. I'd like to kind of have everything dump into a CSV file, a bunch of stuff, and then I can kind of do a little analysis on it. I'm not going to do any of that on stream, but I'd like to at least have maybe try to automate kind of logging stuff as much as possible so that I can later go back and kind of look at just to gather some metrics of like what it looks like for a human to play the game kind of thing. That way I can kind of do a little more anti-cheat kind of stuff, just a little more simpler bot detection. And also for writing good bots, because I probably am going to end up writing like some good bots to play the game too, for anyone who wants to play one-on-one, but if nobody's online or nobody's playing the game, whatever, then maybe we have some bot that comes in and plays. Retro, if you're still there, I had a question about have you had to do any like database like refactors or wipes or anything? Kind of where you changed a schema or something and you needed to blow everything away, or you needed to like maybe do kind of you maybe thought, oh, the table design, because I think you're using MySQL, right? Something like that. So, oh, maybe my table design was bad, so I need to do something else. Have you had anything like that? Just curious. All right, so basically I've got a little Boolean here in my config file called logging. So we got config.logging, and if it's true, then we can do this little write to the file system, write our CSV file to the file system, and this current CSV file doesn't exist because I deleted it. I have an upgrades folder with node scripts labeled by version number. Wow, it's the retro MMO guy. Yep. Oh, Preston, have you never been in, or are you just, I don't know if you're cracking a joke or if you're saying, I feel like you, Preston, and retro MMO have probably been in my chat simultaneously. Or is Preston, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Do you... Wow, it's the Preston. So, like, I to clarify, Retro, with node scripts labeled by version number, are you... Well, that I don't know if that was exactly my question. My question was more like, have you had to change like your database schema because of like you had a new idea for the game, or you're like, oh, it should be better if it was this way. Does that make more sense? Or is like your database schema kind of been locked in and not really had to change because it's kind of just like, well, you have a user or a player account and they have gold and they have this and that and they have a world position and it's kind of flexible. Like you can just add all their inventory stuff or whatever. I've had to change the structure. Yeah. Okay. And you kind of just do some sort of like export the data and then reconfigure it or something, or do something funky, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious about that. I had to write scripts to upgrade the old save files because, okay, I gotcha. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so, all right. One thing I would like to do right off the bat. So we've got our CSV file. No, we don't, because I deleted it. Resetting players' locations is something I have to do often. Gotcha. Because what's the reason for that? Did they get like whack, like somehow? Because if I change the map size and the coordinates on your save file now correlate to it. Oh, gotcha. When can we go to that little island? Like when you leave the town, there's like that little island with the wizard's tower or something. When can we go there? I don't know if it's a wizard's tower. It's like a little rocky kind of tower or something with a little, there's like, it looks like a little door. Never. I gotta explore. You have to like build a boat first. All right, so let's try playing a 10-second match here quick, and let's see what data we get in the CSV file. So I'm just playing as one player here. Boom, 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 boom. Whoa, I'm on fire. 2.8. 28 pops and 10. I changed the time to 10 seconds just so I don't have to play for a full 30 seconds. But I don't know if I got better at the game or if I like. I don't know. I'm not bragging here, but I'm popping faster than normal. Maybe it's the coffee. IDK, maybe someday. It's mainly there just to make you want to explore. Haha, to taunt you, pretty much. Gotcha. Well, it looks like you can go in there out of my recollection of it, right? I'm gonna go there right now. It's loading. All right, leave the town. Yeah, it's a little tower with a doorway. Sorry, we're in a battle. Sorry, that's Retro MMO's copyrighted music. I can't play that on stream. Yeah, it's got a little doorway on the tower. You have to be able to get there at some point. All right, anyway. Okay, so now we got a CSV file and it looks good. Why is null highlighted? Why? Oh, because the cursor's there. Oh. VS Code thinks it's being smart. All right, so we've got all of player 0 here. That's this first column is the player 0, and then the second column here is the bubbles. Let's do our little, find all the commas and then just put some space. There we go. Just so we can look at this better. I don't have Excel on this computer, and I don't feel like opening it in Google Sheets, so just bear with me. We're going to look at the raw CSV file here. Yeah, so we got player, that's this first column. We got bubble, that's this column here, and then the popped time, it's null if that player didn't pop the bubble. So with player 0 here, I didn't play as player 0, so I didn't pop any of the bubbles. So we go all the way down here, and then we got our timestamps of our bubble pops in milliseconds. So I popped the first bubble at 1225 milliseconds into the match after the match had been started. And then we should always have like 8 or 9 potentially nulls at the end because we're always generating 8 bubbles ahead currently. At least according to our config file, which I have this number 8 right here, initial bubble count. That's it. It's like our little buffer of bubbles. So the client will always have 8 bubbles ahead of what they pop, just in case the server, the connection, blah, blah, blah. It takes a while. Not my copyright music. Yes. So now I want to do another column here that maybe just prints the difference. So like maybe we do like maybe this first bubble wouldn't show anything in this next column, but maybe this bubble would show 1608 minus 1225. So we'd see like the difference, like the time between the bubble pops, basically. We might as well just throw that in the column right there. So let's go to back to here, and then we've got each. Okay, so each bubble pop time. We'll take J. We'll do this. We'll do prev bubble popped time. Const prev bubble pop time equals prev bubble popped time equals bubble you know what, we probably shouldn't do null. We should probably just do like nothing instead of null. All right, so prev bubble pop time is going to equal we're going to do player dot match state dot bubble states. Oh, bubble states, and then we're going to pass in J minus 1. Yes, J minus 1. So that's the bubble, the previous bubble, right? The bubble previous to this one. And then if we're on bubble 0, so J would equal 0. J minus 1 is negative 1, and negative 1 isn't going to be anything. Negative 1 isn't going to be anything. So we're just going to do, we're going to do an if prev bubble pop time. So if we actually pulled something out of the array, otherwise we pull undefined. If you pull like negative 1 out of an array, index negative 1, or negative anything, or an index that doesn't exist on the other side. No, it is my, oh, not my copyright music. No, it is my copyright music. I mean, like, you were putting me out of business stealing it. How dare you? Yeah, DM, am I going to get flagged now? My stream going to get taken down? Everyone should go play Retro MMO, by the way, and listen to the music themselves. Retro MMO in the chat. He's making a Retro MMO. Or like some sort of Texas Hold'em variant. Kind of Battle Royale, Texas Hold'em. All right, that I use that joke too much. I do it because it's usually a new crowd. You know, every time. So I feel like they get it. All right, nobody knows what I'm talking about. I don't even know. So if our previous bubble popped time, bubble popped time. Well, let me just say the one thing I really enjoy about doing this kind of analytics-y code is it doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be fast. Who cares? It's going to be fast no matter what. I mean, I'm not parsing through 100 million bubbles. Even if it was 100 million, it would still run in really quick time, really fast. So I'm doing this code here, and it's just fun. It's just fun to like kind of screw around, type some stuff, do some stuff. You don't have to worry about it being insanely fast. You don't have to worry about it whatever. It's just fun. I'm just trying to collect some data and parse it and analyze it or kind of manipulate it. That's what programming is. I'm just going to stop talking now. I was going to say that's what programming's about. You got some data, some input, you got some data, input data, whatever, data, some sort of data. You do something with it, and you output it somewhere. You do something with it, right? That's programming. Just having fun with that. Just you're trying to be efficient, you're trying to be fast, you're trying to be robust, verbose. Some synonym for those words. Anyway, pre-bubble pop time. If we have something, we're going to do something with it. Actually, we don't need to do an if. We're going to do some fancy ternary stuff. I think. Okay. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to do a let. Whoa, never use let. Never use let. Because your data will change. Pre-bubble pop time. We're going to do a little ternary thing here. We're going to do if pre-bubble. Whoops, that's not what I want. We're going to do equals pre-bubble pop time. If it's something, it's going to be pre-bubble pop time. Otherwise, it's going to be just a blank string. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to do the same thing for... I'm going to do the same thing for bubble popped time as well. We're going to do... This is kind of... Is there a shorthand for this? Because like I want to do something if it's something, otherwise nothing. I know I could do like the logical and or whatever, but that just that wouldn't. No, because that would return null if it's not something. So yeah, we can't have that. No nulls here. Yeah, I don't want to show like our CSV file here is printing null. I don't want to print null. I just want to print a blank string. Might as well just do that. I feel like that kind of makes more sense. Okay, so this is looking good. We want to do, I guess, one up here that's going to be, we'll do bubble, we'll do const. Here we can actually do a const. We can do pop time, and then we're going to do bubble state dot popped time. If that's not null, then bubble state dot pop time. Else blank string. Empty string, I should say. Not really blank string. So we'll do popped time. That way we can just use this variable here now without, whoops. Just like that. We can do another comma. We got another column now. And we will do pre-bubble pop time. Oh, we don't want the previous bubble popped time. We don't. All right, I didn't think about this. We're not just trying to log the previous bubble's pop time. We're trying to log the difference between our pop time and the previous bubble's pop time. So we want to do, well, I guess we could actually leave this, and then we just do pop time. I don't want to do something that would spit out not a number. Okay. If we don't have a popped time, We kind of have a little hierarchical if here now. If we don't have a pop, if our bubble doesn't have a pop time, then we don't want to have we can't do the difference of that bubble's pop time minus the previous bubble's pop time. So basically, if this pop time is not something, then okay, so we need to actually do a real if statement here. We're gonna have let pop time. We're gonna do this. We're gonna set it up as a blank string up front, and we're gonna do let pop difference equal blank string. Yeah, pop time, pop diff. That sounds good enough here. Again, we're just doing some analytics stuff that doesn't really matter. It doesn't. I don't need to be super. I don't really care about how things are. Most of the time, I don't really care about how things are anyway. But nonetheless. Okay, so if we have a bubble state.pop time, so if it's not null, first off, then pop time we'll just set that right away to equals bubble state.pop time. And then where I'll popped diff, I guess we'll do another if. So we say if prev oh, I guess okay, we can move this up. We can maybe move that up, and we can do let, or we can do, I guess we can do const here. Const pre-bubble pop time. Or we'll just say, I'll just shorten this down to prev time. And then we can do if prev time. Then we'll do pop time minus prev time. And that'll be popped diff. So popped diff will equal prev time, or wait a minute, sorry. Popped time minus prev time. And then we can get rid of these. And then it's just a matter of writing pop time and popped diff. Okay, that should be it. So let's actually play a game. Let's delete this CSV file. You know what? Instead of me deleting it by hand every time, let's do fs. Okay, so how do we fs dot if fs dot exists sync returns a true, a boolean. If it exists, we delete it. If, how about that? How about we actually write real valid code here? If that file exists, we're going to delete it. fs.delete remove file, remove, rename, delete. I can't think of it. fs.file delete, delete file, copy file, write file, pen file. How do I delete a file with fs? Read file, promises, read files, rm. No, it's rmdir sync. I don't want. File rm file, rm, make dir rm, file, delete. Exists, create, close. Can't think of any other synonyms. Access, append, chmod, chown, close. Close! No, that's close. That's not delete. What am I, an idiot? All right, chown, stat, sync, truncate, foo times, chmod, chown link stat make dir open dir read file dir read vsync v real path rename rm dir sync stat sync symlink. It's got to be rm dir write file what? It's got to be rm dir, I guess. Wow, they got to be all Linux like. rm dir path like if a path to a file. Delete a directory. I don't want to delete a directory. Actually, maybe I don't care if I delete a directory. All right, Google. Node.js delete file. Come on, it's so simple. Unlink. Is it really unlink? Why? Unlink? Okay, unlink. Somebody in this Stack Overflow thing says, I believe it comes from POSIX standard. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, unlink, sync. Unlink, sync. We need not the async version here. And then the path. Maybe I should put that path into a... See, that's the other thing. We're just screwing around, having fun. I don't really care about... You know what? I probably could just not do append file. I could probably just do write file, Node.js write file, fs.write file sync. What in the world here? Write file sync. Synchronously writes data to a file. Replacing the file if it already exists. That was all I wanted to do. None of this append file sync junk. We do append file sync down here, but here I can just do write file sync. And we get rid of, we don't have to check if it exists. We don't blah, 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 blah. Wow. Retro MMO threw that in the chat. Unlink. Thank you, Retro MMO. I wish I would have been checking the chat more. You would have saved me. All right. Okay. All right. So let's play a game. Let's pop some bubbles. We're going to see if our new time thing works. Oh, you know what? You know what? I just thought of something. Okay, so let's open our CSV. We got our CSV file here. Great. Player 0 didn't do anything, so we just got some empty commas. Oh, we got a bunch of nans. Gotta go inside the post office. Be safe. Don't miss any bubbles. Hey, good luck at the post office. Those are scary places. USPS. Whew. Man, sometimes you're in there for like 2 hours just waiting in line to mail a package or something. And everybody's grumpy. Whew. Not as bad as the DMV, but Department of Motor Vehicles, for those of you who aren't from the U.S. of A., the great country of the U.S. of A. Yeah, the DMV. It's where you got to go to get your license and your registration and your car license plates and your driver's blah, 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 blah. And it takes like 10 years. And yeah. So anyway, we got a bunch of nans. Well, at least we didn't get any nans here, nons. I think I know why, because we probably pop time We do prev time. All right, actually, I don't know why. All right, we're going to CLG what's going on here. Pop time, prev time. We're going to see what's going on. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. I can't stop you. All right. We are here. We're back. Okay, so I just set this console log up, so let's actually play a game and try. You know what I'm going to do first? We're going to change this to 5 seconds just so it's quicker to test here. So we'll play a multiplayer game. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we popped a few bubbles. And, oh, that's the problem. Okay, so we printed, I forgot about this thing. So we printed a player bubble state. That's the problem. Bubble state. Oh, wait. We logged pop time and prev time. Oh, yes. Okay, so we're doing bubble state dot popped time. We have to do the same pop time property because this is the current bubble. This was the previous bubble. Okay. All right, so let's go back here. 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh, we crash. Okay, that's why. That's fine. If the server crashes, I don't care if the client does a bunch of crazy stuff. Dot pop time. Cannot read pop time of undefined. What is it? How do you do that? How do you do that thing? Retro MMO when in the bathroom or when in the post office. How do you do the JavaScript question mark thing? Not the ternary, but the assume. What is this thing called? It's like this, right? Or this? No, it's this. Yes, it's got to be that. All right, so let's play another 5-second match. I guess we're gonna need to yeah, we always need to refresh clients when we make a change to the code because the server restarts. There we go, and no crash this time. No crash this time. I think it worked. Okay. I think this little thing worked. It seems like there's not actually valid syntax highlighting because it's just white. I feel like VS Code is kind of like, I don't know what to do with this. Am I right? Or is that really how it should look? I guess all dots are just... Yeah, I don't know. All right. So let's open the bubblepops.csv. I don't know what would happen if I would have... Okay, cool. Yeah, so our write file thing is working beautifully. There we go. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, that looks about right. 288. So we're taking 1305 minus 1017, coming up with 288. Is that really right? How do you add 7 to 5 and get an 8? Oh, it's the subtraction. That's right. 5 minus 7. What? That seems a little funky to me. 1017 plus 288. 1305. Wow, I guess I just can't do math in my head anymore. Lost that skill. 1305. How does that work? 288. What's 5 minus 17? Negative 12. Man, I guess I feel like I can do addition in my head, but why? That just doesn't seem like that makes sense. Whoa, we have two 288s in a row? Okay, that's a bug. Bust out the calculator again. 1305 plus 288. 1305 plus 288. 1593. It is not a bug. Look at that. This plus 288 equals this. This plus 288 equals this. This plus 337. I'm going to trust is equals 1930. Okay. Yeah, so now we've got, for any pops we do have, we'll have the difference between this pop and the previous pop. And actually, what I want for this first one, we should just do 0. I think. Let's do that. We should do it against the start time, so you could really see, like, from the start of the match. Well, no, actually, that's kind of dumb. We don't need that. We don't need that because that number would be this number. The difference between this and 0 is this. Okay, I'm an idiot. Nobody should watch this stream. Okay. My mom always told me math was my worst subject. She always did. Okay. So next, what do we want? What do we want to do? We should. I'm trying to think of how to do this without like. Maybe, yeah. I guess actually, let's do maybe like 2 tables. Like some, or maybe. I don't want to do like some side-by-side tables like this way because we'd have to just do a bunch of commas. And then just looking at the data in the CSV is going to be all screwed up. In the raw text file itself, the raw CSV file itself, it's going to look all screwed up. So what I think we'll do, we'll maybe do like a 2 CRLFs here, 2 CRLFs, and then we'll have like, we'll start like a new table or something right here. And then we could put some other little data. So we could do like player 1, time something, or player, we could do like another like player, comma, min pop pop difference, min pop diff or something, you know, max pop diff. So like the minimum time between bubble pops, the maximum time between bubble pops, basically just sorting these. And then maybe the average, you know, we just do a bunch of cool little pieces of, do a bunch of little one-off things here. We would do min pop diff, max pop diff, average pop diff, something like that. Maybe we could do the pops per second. We could just throw that in here. Yeah, we could just throw player pops per second, kind of like we have on slash is fine in CSV, right? It's only commas that I care about. Player pops per second, min pop diff, max pop diff, average pop diff. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So it'll be like another little table down here that we can have. And then we'll do it for each, we'll do it for each player. So there'll be player 0's stats there, player 1's stats. All right, so let's do, you know, and the other thing I'm thinking too is like I could probably just throw this stuff in like Excel and it would like just tell me all right away, but whatever. We'll do this for fun, just so we can kind of have it. Yeah, so I want this actually, this exact thing right here. So I'm gonna copy what I just typed, and we're gonna use that in the match. Yeah, so after we do this loop for each player, then we're basically, you know, kind of just writing each line of the CSV. And then we're going to do down here, we'll do another fs append files. We'll do another fs append file sync. And then we will do, we'll do that, and then we'll do this and that. And that we'll do 2. Is that what we want? We'll have one new line there. Then we'll do another new line. One new line, another new line, and then a third new line. We do want a third new line, I guess. We'll do this. You know what? Wouldn't it be just better if I just did? Yeah, we're just going to do a classic string here, not the template. So we'll do, right? Is that what I want? We got one new line. We're here, one new line. That's built in. Another new line, and then another new line. So the built-in one's there, and we want 2 more in addition to the built-in one. That one's already there, so we just want 2. Whoops. Nothing's working anymore. So that's good. And then we want basically this. Player pops per second, min diff pop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes, I think that's what we want. Unexpected token. Yeah, we gotta copy this file name in. There we go. Oh. That's right. I forgot. For some reason I forgot. When the server crashes. When did I add that? I did something where the server crashes, then it'll restart when you make a change. That's pretty cool. All right, so we're here. Let's refresh. Okay, click. Let's play. All right, we popped a few. We really pop 11. Okay. Oh, no, let's delete that. Okay, it should have worked. Yes, player pops per second, min diff, max pop diff, average pop diff. I guess it should be pop time diff, min pop time diff, max pop time diff, average pop time diff. All right, so we need to do another loop over the players. Ooh, actually. Actually, I'm not saving the differences, so I need to actually save those somewhere here. How do I want to do this? Let's see. Player, pops per second, min pop time diff, max pop time diff, average pop time diff. So for all of these, well, pops and pops per second, we could kind of calculate on the fly. I guess we could just do it all again from scratch, maybe. Okay, so we'd write that new line. We would do, oof, my stomach's making noise. Let's see. Oh, we want to throw a new line at the end here. Okay. Let's just do it all from this dot players dot for each player I. So we want to do, basically we're just going to have one line. So we're going to do fs dot append file sync file name. And then I guess we'll do template string here. Oh yeah, and I guess we can just do on the end. All right, so let's see. Player fs append file sync. Guess all I had was a smoothie for breakfast, so that's why I'm kind of hungry. Should have had something with a little more substance. Okay. So we need to loop. All right, so this line here is going to be the very bottom, right? Or we'll do dollar, that's not a dollar sign. $I, comma. And then we're going to calculate number of pops, I guess. So we'll do let pops equals 0, and then we will do player dot match state dot bubble states. Why do I do that? States dot for each, and we're gonna have a bubble state object and a j. Are we gonna need the j? I don't think so. So for each bubble state, if we're going to do the if bubble state dot pop time, then pops plus equals 1. So that will get us our number of pops for sure. So we're doing I. What are we doing again? We're doing I and then number of pops. Okay, so we can do $this pops. That should get us the number of pops. We want the number of pops per second, so we can just do $. We'll do the raw value. So we'll do pops divided by config dot match time dot time length. That's kind of a weird name, but I used it. So pops divided by config. Yeah, so we'll just do the whole raw long number, that long precise number. Because like for our stats in the client, we're rounding those out to the nearest thousandth, but just for kind of just so it looks nice and tidy. But yeah. Okay, so that's good. What is our next thing? So our next thing is the minimum pop time, right? Min pop time diff, max pop time diff, average pop time diff, min, max, average. So we've got pops per second. We need min pop time diff, max pop time diff, average pop time diff. So basically, let's do this. So I'm going to create a new object up here. We're going to call this const pop ranges, pop stats. Let's call it pop stats. And then we're going to do, it's going to be an array. It's going to be an array of objects. So we're going to have basically player 1, player 0. I'll say 0 to be clear. Player 1, and then this will be player 1. Player 0, player 1. So the pop stats will be a min pop diff. Wait a minute. What are we calling it here? Min pop time diff. Let's just call it min pop. Let's get rid of the time. We'll call it min pop diff, like we called it in the. I don't know why I'm editing that CSV file. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, we already have it here. Min pop diff, max pop diff, average pop diff. So we got min pop diff is going to be 0, or I guess we'll do null maybe. No, we'll do number. We'll just do number dot max value. What is number dot max value? CLG number dot max value. Okay. Yeah, so we'll use that. Min. So if, we'll just do a check every time. If so for the minimum, we're doing the smallest one. So if a time is less than the minimum, then that will be the new minimum. Yeah, so if we do the max integer, well, it's not an integer. That's I guess it's a floating. I don't know. Maybe that is. I don't know what that is. Min. Okay, so max pop diff is going to equal min pop diff number dot max value max pop diff let's do this. We're gonna do num pop diffs. Num pop diffs is going to equal 0. Min pop diff is max number. Max pop diff is going to be min number. Number dot min value. I guess that's good enough. And then we'll do average pop diff. So we do one of these objects for each player. I guess we'll just do an average of 0. I don't know for right now. So the same thing for both players. Or actually, let's do it this way. I guess we'll do pop. We'll do pop stats dot whoops dot push this. All right, so that'll be like our whatever, our initial thing. And then this way we can just do a pop stats array declaration up here. I don't know what just happened there. It's not what I wanted. There we go. So we just have a blank array for pop stats, and we push on our first pop stats there. And then we do our normal loop about our business there. Bubble states.for each. So I guess we need to just do a check if, okay, so if we're actually setting a pop time, then oh, actually, let's do this. Pop stat equals this. We'll do this. And then at the end, we'll do pop stats.push. Or I guess we could do it. We could do it right here. And then that way we have the reference to that player's pop stat. So we'll do pop stat dot num pop diffs plus equals 1. So if we've got a valid pop diff, then we'll increment the pop num pop diffs. So then that's all good. And I guess we do if, so also when we have a valid pop diff, pop stat dot num pop diffs plus goes up 1, and then we do pop stat dot min, or I guess we just do if popped diff is less than min pop diff, then min pop, pop stat dot min pop diff. If pop diff is less than pop stat dot min pop diff, then pop stat dot min pop diff equals the new pop diff. Okay, then same thing, but just with the max, and it would be greater. If pop diff is greater than the already maximum, then that one's the new maximum, basically, is what we're saying. And that's just so we get our min and max, and then we can calculate the average actually down here. Well, actually, no, let's do it. Let's do it up here because we're gonna lose, just so I don't have to figure out some dumb way to get the, well, that's actually not. Nah, we'll oops. Pop stat object stuff. Okay. We'll do the average down here. So here we're getting pops. Or wait a minute, what are we doing here? Oh, here we're calculating the number of pops. And then here we're doing, okay. So then we'd also do, we're doing player for each. Okay, so we're inside of our player for each. So now we can also calculate the average. So we'll do average pop, let average. Oh no, wait a minute. We already have an average object. Oh, we don't need an average as part of this thing. We don't need that. Because we're going to take, how do you calculate average again? You add everything up, then divide by the number of elements. Okay, so we're going to add, wait. You would add everything up, then divide by the number of elements. Oh, right. Sum, okay, so we need a sum pops diff equals 0. Okay. Then, so if we've got a pop diff, oh no, then here we just do sum pops pop stat dot sum pops diff plus equals pop diff. I know this is all ridiculous. All these pop stat, pop diff, pops, num pops diffs, min pop diff, max pop diff, blah, 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 blah. I know that's all crazy, but don't worry about it. Because I will have to worry about it later when I try to go back and change something. So now we should be able to get our average because the sums pop diff, sum pops diff should be the total sum of all of our pop time differences, right? All of the differences in time between each bubble pop that we had. So once we just divide that sum by the number of pops, and that gives us our average time. So in that case, I don't need to actually have a variable at all then, because we just do that one calculation in line here. So now we need to do a comma, and we're going to do pop stats I. Yeah, pop stats I dot min pop diff. Then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to do pop stats I dot max pop diff, and then the average $, which is going to be pop stats I dot, what did we say? Sum pops diff, the sum divided by the number. So sum divided by pop stats I know this is all just awful. Divided by num pops diff. And again, we're just doing kind of some analytics that we're just kind of throwing numbers around. We're not doing anything that's going to impact performance, or there's not really any reason to do this really nicely, because I'm going to be using this for a little bit to actually look at some data of playing the game, and then this code will probably go away. It's not meant to be some sort of fancy system or anything. Just logging some data to a file is basically all we are going for here. So let's close the CSV. Let's actually see if we can play. Let's actually load up the game here. Load up a match. All right, so we're here. Refresh our clients. Let's queue for a multiplayer match. I'm going to pop a few bubbles in this 5-second. Okay, something broke. Pop stat is not defined. Match.js 81. Okay. I guess. What do we? Oh, pop stats should be in scope, right? Yes, yes, yes. Did I spell it wrong? What are we at? Line 81. Oh, okay, that's up here. Oh, we have to do. I wanted to do that. Const pop stat. That's all we needed to do there. Okay. And let's queue back up for another game. Okay, we crashed again. What are we at? Player for each. This dot player dot for each. That's not a thing. It's this dot players dot for each. Okay, that was stupid. We got to do it all over again. Another 5-second match. Aren't you glad I changed the time to 5 seconds instead of 30 seconds? I would have wasted a bunch of time. Let's actually pop something here. Whoa. This is, that was awful. I'm redoing it. We didn't error this time, so that means our CSV should have written correctly. But I need to actually pop some bubbles, not just have these. Okay, there we go. We popped 12. I like it. How many pops per second was that? 2.4? Okay. All right, so let's open up our CSV file. Oh, we do have not a number in there. Okay. So average pop diff did not. Oh. All right, we need to do. Yeah, because this player didn't. This is player 0 who didn't pop anything because I only played with this player, the bottom player. So we've got player 0. Again, this is kind of annoying to look at. Let's actually do the separation like this. How about that? We're looking at a CSV file again, so it's like spreadsheet data, but just in plain text. So there, we got that. We got this. We've got what did I do here? All right, that's none of this is right. So this would be the max pop diff. This would be the average pop diff. Okay, so we actually got some data here. That looks good, I guess. Let's just move these all off a little bit there. Okay. Why did I do this? This is just annoying to look at here. Okay, at this point, there we go. We got some actual like column looking data now. So player 0 and 1, we've got there's some column row data, right? Okay, so obviously this player didn't play. Player 0 didn't play at all, so we have the min and max these ridiculous numbers because they're still set to we use the max number and the min number to start. The max JavaScript, the max value of a JavaScript number and the min value of a JavaScript number here. So that's why we've got these weird scientific notation numbers. And then we got nan for our average because we did some math against some numbers that weren't valid. Or I guess we did a divide by 0 because we divided 0 by 0 or something like that. So player 1, this is the player I played. We popped 12 bubbles, right? We got pops per second. That's pops per millisecond, actually. So I should divide that by whatever to get there. Badger, what's going on? Badger's finally got some emotes to throw to spend some cash on, I guess, right? You shelling out all your channel points for the toilets now, Badger? The toilet is live. Yes, as you've already seen. All right, so yeah, let's quickly do this times the pops per second times 1,000, just so we convert out of milliseconds. So we'll just throw a quick little times 1,000 on there. Then it's good for next time. All right, so this is milliseconds again. Everything here is milliseconds. Min pop diff, I had 207 milliseconds minimum pop difference. We had a maximum of 449 milliseconds. That sounds pretty good. And then we had an average pop diff of 346 milliseconds. 0.18181818181882. So that's pretty good. It'd be nice if all these just showed 0 instead or something. I don't know. Let's try again. Let's try like a full 30-second match. Let's do that. Let's go back to 30 seconds and try that. So we'll close this CSV file. Config. We're going to go back to our full-blown 30-second game. And I'm just going to only play with one player. And I'm just going to try to play pretty well here. That was my longest time between pops there for sure. Mistake. We're not measuring any mistakes in the stats yet. In our new logging stats. So that's... Oh, no. Okay. All right, 74. That's not bad. Let's look at our CSV. So we got a bunch of bubbles now, right? We've got 74 bubbles. 73 ID, because we started 0. So that's looking pretty good. Let's kind of spread these out a little bit. And then let's do... Now I should really just be opening these in Excel, shouldn't I? All right, so that's our first player there. And we've got... Ooh, we've got a ridiculous long pop per second there. There we go. Data is all formatted. Look at that. You know, who needs Excel? All right, so player 0, we didn't do anything, right? So we got player 0, and then we've got the absolute max minimum number because we set that in the stats, so ignore basically all of this data here. This is the only data that really matters. We got player 0, 0 pops per second, right? So player 1, we did 74 pops. We had 2.4663 pops per second. And that matches up with our stat in-game here, right? We've got 2.467. We're rounding, you know, at the nearest thousandth. And we had a min pop diff of 176 milliseconds. So that's pretty fast. And a max pop diff of 2,704. So this would be, let's see where that was. The max pop diff is in this column here. So we got 2,704 right there. So that was probably where I made a mistake, and then I think there was a time where I made a mistake, then made another mistake, and kind of had to go back. So we went all the way back, and that took us 2,704 milliseconds. And then we had the average of about 400 there, 400 milliseconds, 397 point something. So that's pretty cool. I like it. It'd be nice to kind of play like maybe 10 games and then just kind of look at these stats over like the 10 game period, you know, something like that. But that I think we could save maybe to actually do like some spreadsheet kind of manipulation stuff, something like that. Or save it for actually like doing some stuff in Excel or Google Sheets, whatever. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about the way these stats are looking right now. Again, these stats are just for this is just going to be for my own analysis, so I can kind of get an idea of what it looks like for a human to play the game and what it looks like for, you know, that way I can kind of have some more like stuff to kind of detect bots or cheating kind of thing. Like look at some data that's, you know, if we got somebody whose average pop difference is, you know, 2 milliseconds or something, obviously something is wrong. because we're only sending, there's no way you'd have 2 milliseconds, because if you're playing, even if you're playing on a 120 hertz screen like I am, you've got 8.3 millisecond frame times, so there's no way you could do 2 actions in one frame. And there might be some things to do with like network latency too that might affect these numbers, because these numbers we're seeing here are the numbers that are on the server. So if it takes like twice as long for whatever, maybe not twice as long, but we're sending 60 mouse updates a second, and if for whatever reason that one mouse update took a little longer than the other one, maybe that time, then that delta between those two, our min pop diff, might look really tight on the server, but on the client might not be so tight. So that's one of the things potentially want to do too, is like maybe have the client generate the same data and then send it to the server at the end of the match when we enable our logging, like we added in our config file here. We added this.logging. So now the client could maybe do the same thing, kind of dump all of its times, the times that it saw for everything, spit that over, and maybe the server can kind of chunk through and like or at least maybe we could just dump all of those in a CSV file. So we could have like this, basically like this same player bubble pop time, but it would be player, bubble, pop time would be like pop time client, pop time server. So we could just look at those numbers side by side and kind of see what the differences are. That would be interesting, I think. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. Yes, Badger already threw enough Durana BRB emotes in there, so we'll call that good. So we'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry, took advantage to grab a little snack because I'm getting kind of hungry. It is lunchtime where I am, so. We're back today again with some specialty crackers. As I was saying yesterday, these are always in the specialty cracker aisle of the grocery store. These are Milton's multigrain, I'm pretty sure. They're Milton's for sure. I'm pretty sure it's a multigrain. It's a purple box of Milton's crackers. For anyone interested. I'm doing some deep thinking while I crunch. And you guys get to hear me crunch. Okay, so I'm trying to think about like what other kinds of stats we might want. One of them, actually, I would like to do the mouse movement stats as well. So, because right now we're logging just the bubble pops. So it would be cool to maybe log like the mouse movements as well. In fact, maybe it would be better to like do I don't know, somehow trace like through the path of the mouse input event all the way to the pop and then like put that in the spreadsheet. Because we could have like just pretend these are all mouse movements. This is all mouse movement data instead. And then it would be like mouse move, 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 click, and a pop. And like maybe you could say whether then this would be like a click rather than a pop, or rather than a mouse move. It'd be just kind of like the events in order that they happen. So we'd have mouse move, mouse move, mouse move, mouse click. And then was that mouse click a pop, or was that mouse click a mistake? Like, did they click outside the bubble or whatever in dead space, or pop the wrong bubble? So that would be kind of cool to have that data. So let's take a look at. All right, it was the last cracker. Then I'm done. Okay. Sorry, I got crumbs now. Crumbs on me. Just brush them off onto the floor. Right, I'm going to turn my space heater on real quick. I'm going to plug it in. There we go. Gets chilly down in my basement here. Okay. Actually, let me grab some more water just really quick. All right, we're back. So, yeah, because I'm logging the bubble pops, but I don't really want, actually, I don't really care about logging the bubble pop times. I'd rather have, because the current CSV does not factor in mistakes. Like, I obviously made a mistake here, and it took me a while to correct. It took me a really long time to correct that mistake. So, like, I popped bubble 44. Because all we're doing is storing the latest timestamp. So I tried maybe popping bubble 45 a bunch of times before I actually, or I had to go back and repop another one and go back. Actually, I guess that's what this 45 would be. So I popped, bubble 45 was, I popped it once, then tried to pop here, made a mistake, had to go back, pop it again, went here, make a mistake, had to go back, pop it again, and then that latest timestamp is on there. So I don't want that. I don't want just this. I don't want it to go 44, 45, 46. I'd like to see all those failed attempts. So that's why I think logging the mouse movement data is actually probably the better thing. And I mean, maybe we can keep like this here, but yeah, anyway. Maybe what we do, maybe what we could do is like create like an analysis object or something on the match, and then maybe we could actually just save each line that we want, each record of our CSV file like that. So like on the player cursor down, we're kind of doing that right now with like if I play a game, a one-on-one here, we queue up. Basically, it's already kind of doing that here. It's also printing the amount of bytes that the server's received, but ignore that. That's what the solid integer number there is. But it's going to always say mistake, target bubble is now this, blah, 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 blah. So as I play on one thing, whoops, it's just going to be like listing all the events. So it's going to be saying, popped 15, target is now 16, target bubble R was 197, blah, 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 blah. Bubble generating 23, pop 16, target is now 17, like just all these events happening. And we might actually want maybe all those additional events at some point for something else. I kind of had that going for, like, I was printing the radius of the bubble. That was the target. When you popped a bubble, it would log, you popped bubble 18, the target is now 19, right? And then the target bubble that you just popped, 18's radius was 198, and then it shows your cursor the cursor distance that the player had when they popped the bubble. So that way you can see. So anytime you pop a bubble, that distance here will be less than the radius, because that's how you know that the cursor's inside the bubble. So I'm thinking it'd be nice to like log all of this in addition to all the mouse movements. We might as well just log every mouse movement, and we can kind of get an idea of, it'll be a lot of data, up to, 1,800 in a 30-second match. That's 1,800 mouse movements, I think. Did I do that math right? I did the math before. I didn't just whip that out of my head. But we got 60 mouse updates a second times 30 seconds. Yeah, 1,800. 6 times 3 is 18. Remember that. Log that away for future reference. So that's 1,800 rows times 2 players. If in this case I'm playing a one-on-one match, but I'm only the one player playing, so we're not going to see all this. We're not going to see any data for the other player, basically. Yeah, so I kind of like that idea, and kind of getting rid of the CSV file, what we're doing now with the CSV file, where we're just saving the bubble pop time, or attaching that to the player's popped bubble state, which we don't really need. What I should do, I guess, is just do a match. In our match object, we just do an analytics or logs. We just do like, we could just do an if config.logging. We create a property, this.logs equals an array. And then we're just going to log all these events, all these things. And I guess we'll just do maybe like strings. Maybe. Yeah, actually, this is going to be pretty cool. This is going to be actually pretty cool to do. So we'll do logs, and then we'll do like the titles, like movement type or event. These are our column headers. This is the first row of our CSV, kind of like we have with the current CSV here. Like we dump the first row. We have player, bubble, pop time, whatever. Oh, so actually we'd want to do player. Ooh, actually. I don't really know how we're going to do that. Oh, we could use the index of thing, right? Let's do something here. Let's do const a equals name Jared. And we'll do a const b equals name Doug. It's a cool name. Ah, what happened? Ah, I saved it. Oh, come on. Where did that save to? No. Delete. Move to recycle. All right, we got to start over. New JavaScript file. Okay, we have to do const a equals name Jared. We're going to do Doug again. Const b equals name Doug. Look at that. All right, so then if we have an array, const r equals this, and we'll do a and b. And then we can do clg index r dot index of, and then we can pass a, right? 0, b, 1. Sweet. Okay, so we can do the index of thing. So actually that will be fantastic. So that way we can do player. player. So these are our column headers. So we'll do just like we have with the PCSV. I think we do player. We're not going to do, let's do them lowercase. Player, event. I don't know what else we're going to have. Well, these are going to be all, I guess we could do mouse, or we'll say mouse event. Mouse event. And then it'll be like pose X, pose Y, and then it'll be, what else would we have? This is probably good enough for now. We can just see how this works. So then we'll do, okay, so if config.logging, we have our array of logs. Oh, wait a minute. No, this needs to be an array of arrays. We should do an array of arrays. Should we? Should we do an array of arrays? Yeah, I guess we should. Maybe do it like this. So that represents, this represents each record. This is a row. I guess we can just do that. So Actually, I guess we could do objects. Objects might be a little, it kind of doesn't matter. So we could do, let's do an object. Let's just do that. So, whoops. We'll do an object, and it will be player. These are the, mouse event. Because this is the columns. Pose X, pose X, pose Y, pose Y. There we go. Okay, so that will set this up in that case. And this is the header. So if we have logging enabled, we set up this with the header. And then when the match ends, then we just loop over all the logs and write them out to our CSV file. Yeah, I think that'll work. So, and then every mouse event, we're just going to push on an object, a new object here. So let's go to what do I want to do now? I guess we'll go to on mouse move first. This is player cursor down, so that's a click. Cursor down is a click, basically. Player cursor moved. We got player and position. Yeah, let's just do it really basic. So we'll just right at the top, we'll just do this dot logs dot push. We're just going to push a new, we're going to do player equals this dot players dot index of, and then we just do this player object right here. And then we have, what did we have? Player. I need to actually like write this down. We have player event, mouse event. What was it called? Mouse event, and we already know, we're in player cursor moved, so I can just put move here. Move. And then we know we are in, or then we have the position right here, pass in as a parameter, so we can do pose X equals pose.x, and we have pose Y equals pose.y. Brilliant. So that should log every single movement. And let's do the same thing with the clicks. So we're going to move this, basically copy paste this up to the click. And I don't care. Let's just move it up to the very top of player cursor down. So we're going to do this.logs.push player, index of player. And then this will be down or click. Well, we'll call it down. Mouse event down. Actually, yeah, we'll keep it at down. And then pose X, pose.X, pose Y, pose.Y. Yes, that should be the same. And now at the end of our match, so we're going to go to our end match function. Instead of all this, I'm just going to comment out everything we've done so far, I guess. This will be like a separate little thing. So we're going to do, I'm going to copy this fs write sync thing here. Whoops. So we can at least write the file and it'll delete it. It'll overwrite it if, yeah, delete it, recreate it, or whatever it does. Player. Okay, so then we've already got our header. Oh. Can we just, what do we do? Can I just do this? Let's just do that, I guess, to create the file. And then this.logs.for each log. Then we will just simply do fs.append file sync. And we are going to do template string. And we're going to do a carriage return new line at the end there. I guess I could, with my template string, just do that. But it's all right. We'll do it. We'll do it that way. So then it's just going to be a string with a bunch of variables. So we do log dot, what was the one? Player. Then we do a comma because it's a CSV. We need commas in between everything. And let me just pre-fill these here. We've got 4 things we're going to put. The player. That'll just be the player index. So 0 for player 1. 1 for player 2. I know that's confusing. So we got log.player and we got log.mouse event was the name of it. We got log.poseX and log.pose. Can't type. Pose Y. There we go. All right, so that should do everything we want. So let's see how that works. Let's play a game and see. So all the stuff we already did with the CSV is going to be gone now. Oh boy, we're playing a full 30-second match. I didn't really want to do that, but it's all right. We'll keep it. I guess I could actually quit. Quitting would also work, but let's just play the whole thing. Who cares? Ah. Whoops. Just want to get some. Oh, something crashed. All right, that was a waste of time. What happened? Error invalid arg type. The data argument must be of type string, instance buffer, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I guess I can't write a blank string. Is the problem. What's going on here? Match 119. Oh. Now, wait a minute here. Oh. That's frustrating. All right, we're going to do... Didn't actually pass the file path. That would help, huh? It would help if we knew what file we were writing to. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it now? All right. So... So, now that we fixed that, let's actually go in and change... I'll close out of that. Let's change... back to like 10-second matches or whatever, just to give us some data here. 3, 2, 1. Sweet. I don't think I made a mistake there. Yeah, 0 mistakes. Sweet. 3.3 pops a second. That is crazy. Yeah, I guess with the 10 seconds, I can get those higher numbers, but as like a full 30-second game goes on, I start to taper off. Okay, so let's see what we got. So we should pretty much what? We'll have 10 times 60, 600 mouse movements here. So this should be quite a bit. In theory, we should have about 600. We could have less than 600. Yeah, so 584, because there were some times where if the mouse doesn't move, the client doesn't send any data to the server. Again, we're doing all this logging on the server side. So if your mouse is still for any given amount of time, as long as it's still within 1 60-second interval, just 1/60th of a second interval, then it won't. The client won't actually send any data to the server. So in this case, we should be seeing player 1 and player 2 data intermingled. We should see all that data intermingled, but we're not, because I'm only playing as player 1. So player 0 is not sending any data to the server, if that makes sense. So yeah, now we can kind of see here, we've got all of our, ooh, this isn't actually gonna, yeah, I can't, there's no way I can format this by hand. You know, so we'd have player, move down. So here we had, 33 moves before we had a down. All the down, yeah, okay, VS Code. VS Code is coming in handy there, because I can just highlight the downs and we see all the downs. So we've got, from 35 to 56, down. Then we've got a bunch more moves, then a down, then a few less moves, then a down, then a few less moves, down. Probably have some pretty quick ones at some point. And I'm playing, well, no, wait a minute, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, okay. So it'd be cool, another stat that would be cool to see is like the number of movements between 2 clicks, right? So between 2 downs, that's what a down is, a click. So I could call it click, I guess, whatever. So we could look at like the average number of moves between a down, right? So that's like going from one click to another. Because that could be something we do for kind of bot detection kind of stuff, right? Like we want to see like, okay, let's just look at how many movements there are and see if that kind of matches up with what we would think. And now since we're logging mouse inputs now, we can do like all the distances. We can do distances and stuff like that too. We could do the distance between whatever, the cursor, that mouse movement and the previous mouse movement, all that kind of stuff. We could do all of that. But so the so it'd be nice for on the downs, it'd be nice to log the additional data. Like, did you make a mistake? Was it an error, or was it a mistake, or was it a click, a valid bubble pop? We could look at all of that stuff. And a movement could result in an error as well. Finite singularity. Came to the stream after lunch today, so y'all wouldn't be able to make me hungry. Nice. What's going on, Finite? Yeah, I actually just had my specialty crackers. Just had a few of them a little bit ago. So yeah, you made it just in time to not be hungry. Nice. Yep. Excuse me. Doing well today. More code fixes getting knocked off the list. Nice. That feels good, doesn't it? Yes, I'm right now working on some logging stuff, trying to log all the stuff that happens, all the stuff that the server sees. as far as mouse movements and the player popping bubbles and whatnot. So I just actually got that set up. So we're creating a CSV file, and we are throwing all the mouse movements into that file. So we've got the type of mouse event. I put in some spaces here, which we don't really need, but we're doing, you know, we got the player, we got what type of mouse event it was, a movement or a down, and then the position of the cursor. And this is not pixels. This is not pixel position. This is the game's unit position. The server doesn't know about pixels at all, because two players could have totally different. Wait, what happened there? Why did this? Oh, we ran out of. I was at the. Yeah, I see. All right. Anyway, implementing anti-cheat. Kind of. Yeah, I'd like to at least just have a few things to kind of just, if there's some funky things, just like kind of disconnect the player, something like that. I'm not getting into that yet, but I'm just kind of doing the kind of collecting the analytics right now. And I'd like to at least just, the reason why I want to collect all the data is so I can kind of have a baseline of like, oh, this is what it looks like for a human to play, right? A human to actually play the game. So like the times between bubble pops and like the time, you know, the amount of mouse movements between, you know, all that sort of stuff. Basically, it would be nice to kind of have all that data and then be able to kind of make some assumptions based upon that data. Like, okay, well, basically anybody with any sort of computer, whatever, that's normal is going to have this kind of looking, this, their stats are going to look kind of like this, or their, you know, their times for this or that or whatever is going to look like whatever. So, so at some point in time, I'm actually going to try to, well, for right now, I just want to have some, just be able to dump enough data into a CSV that I think would be necessary. And then from there, I can kind of take it into some sort of, you know, spreadsheet, whatever, spreadsheet software. Oh, the timestamps. That's something we didn't do. Yeah, I guess we might as well do high-res timestamps for that, because that will be something. So mouse event. What do we want? Mouse event. Timestamp. 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 Okay, so let's look at. Well, another thing I'm doing this for is I think I'm going to end up writing my own good bots to play. So there might be some, you know, because, you know, there's not going to be a ton of people playing this game, at least, you know, if I can, you know, once we get it multiplayer online and kind of work out any of the initial quirks, you know, I might start pushing this around a little bit and kind of, I mean, not really marketing, but kind of something like that, just kind of telling people about it, telling more people about it. Because right now I'm not really actively telling anybody about it. I'm just kind of here working on it, and people can find it on Twitch and find me here. But other than that, You know, I'm not actively going out and telling people about the game. Speaking of which, you can play the game right now, populus.gg, in case you're interested. I know you were already trying at Finite Singularity, but anyone else out there, you can play the single player, the practice mode, I'm calling it. I mean, if you go to populus.gg, there's no, it doesn't say practice or anything, but that's probably what it'll say once we go live with the multiplayer. But yeah, so I kind of want to have, I was kind of on the fence about the analytics side of it right now, because it's like, I don't know if it's worth it to do right now. Should I just kind of try to go live with an initial version and then maybe get to some analytics later? But I'm kind of thinking, let's just try to get some analytics going, and I can kind of, if I can get something decent going today, then I can probably do some testing later, like actually running some games and then parsing through the data myself and just kind of looking at some obvious things. And then maybe just enabling some very basic kind of anti-cheat kind of stuff. All right, so yeah, we want to throw that timestamp in there. Where did we say we were going to throw that? Oh, we don't need to delete the CSV now. I started using some timestamps for the mouse movements, I believe. No, maybe we were doing that at the application level here. Yeah, on cursor move. Yeah, event time. Are we using last input event time for anything? No, I believe that was just this thing. That was just for printing stuff to the console. Let's just look. Last input event time. There, there, and in the player match state itself. Yeah, let's get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of all of this. Input event count. Are we doing anything with that? Okay, so let's see. Last input event time 0. That's still in the player match state. Cursor pose. Wait a minute. That's not. Is that for debug only? Let's just look at server. We got. Yeah, we're using that for figuring out. I'm going to leave this stuff for right now. Input event count. Do we actually use that? Input event count. Just for logging that. Okay. Yeah, we don't really care about that anymore. I'm going to get rid of it. Because we're now with our logging, with our new logging stuff, we're kind of going to get rid of the need for that stuff. Okay, so yeah, we can get rid of that from player match state. right, I'm going to keep this cursor pose thing here under debug for right now. All right, so if we go to well, we've got the logs, this new this.logs thing. Ah, itchy nose. If config.logging, we got our logs. We've got now Amafish Bro. Amafish Bro, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Hey, how often do you stream? I stream, that's a good question. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I usually stream for 6, 7, or 8 hours on those Mondays and Tuesdays. So, and then I'm trying to do Thursday night streams. That's not officially on my stream schedule, but trying to do that more often. Maybe for like a Thursday night, meaning maybe like starting at 7 or 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Try to go for maybe 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours. I haven't done a Thursday night stream the last couple weeks. It was kind of crazy with holidays and everything here. But I would like to be online this Thursday night, but we'll see. But yeah, Mondays, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Pretty much here. I don't think I've missed a Monday or Tuesday since I started streaming. We'll see if something crazy happens coming up with Christmas time and everything, but since August, since the end of August, I have not missed a single Monday or Tuesday stream, so. All right, so trying to figure out here what we want to because I don't want to just, well, I guess maybe what we could do I should write this down. Or at least let's do a notepad. How about that? We'll do a, did I shift click there? There we go. So we'll do a notepad with our little logging schema. So we're going to have, at the top, we're going to have player, or I guess let's do it this way. We're going to do player, mouse event, timestamp, so the timestamp of the mouse event, right? We're going to do pose X, pose Y, and then we need to say like, maybe we could do something like mistake. Yeah, maybe the mistake, we could have it be like, we could have the mistake be like a string, like, because there's the 3 cases you could make a mistake on. You could say, you know, we could say it could be something like moved out of bounds. So in that case, that's a movement. That's a direct result of a mouse movement, right? Or it could be like popped dead space. Dead Space. Great video game, by the way. Popped wrong bubble. Could be. So those are the 3 cases where you can make a mistake. So maybe we just have a mistake, and otherwise it would be blank, right? So it'd be blank if there was no mistake made. And then we could say popped bubble or something like that. So again, these are columns for our data. I'm just doing the columns in a line, you know. So that's our player, mouse event, timestamp, pose X, pose Y, and then we're doing mistake, popped bubble. And then what we can do is, you know, so in the mouse movement handler method here, we could at least start with this.logs.push, or maybe we could create like if the cursor goes down, we're going to be creating a log no matter what. So maybe we could just, but then depending on what happens in these if statements, are we actually going to set some data or not, right? Because if it was a mistake, you know, then we want to log that. Anyway, I got to take a quick tinkle break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. All right, I am back. Amafish Bro, thanks for answering. So do you develop on Pure.js? Because I can't see any libs in the directories tree. Great question. I guess maybe I say good question for anyone who asks a question. But to answer that question, yes, I do develop in just pure vanilla JS. I'm not using anything other than one npm package. So my server is in Node.js, right? So the server is JavaScript, client's JavaScript for whatever. My server code is here, and my client code is here. I've been doing this kind of left. Server code's in the left pane, client code's in the right pane. So yeah, just pure vanilla JS. I am using one npm package for Node. That's for WebSockets on for the server, because there's no native WebSockets library at all in Node. I shouldn't say native, but there's no WebSockets library in Node. Standard library, whatever. Obviously, I'm using standard library, you know, standard libs, no third-party libs. And I'm using all, in fact, I'm doing all the, I have my own kind of game engine and everything. And I'm actually doing all the, I'm not even using HTML for like these buttons and everything. These are all just, all drawn on HTML5 canvas with JavaScript, you know, so all the interactions. There's no CSS or anything happening here. So most of the stuff you see on screen is always going to be actually something of my own. These links down here are typical real HTML, but otherwise the real HTML for the page is, you know, like 10 lines long or something. Maybe it's like 12 lines, but like half of it is like Google Analytics HTML stuff, so which is not even my own. Thanks for taking an interest, Amafish bro. Appreciate it. But I threw the game down in the chat there. It's called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. You can play the just kind of the single player version. I'm working on multiplayer right now. Guess I'll give you a little demo since you're here. Yeah, it's a game where you pop bubbles. Basically it. Very simple. Click play and you'll see some bubbles here on inside of this big bubble, this big circle. And your goal is to pop the bubbles as they appear in order on the top bar here. So you're actually always trying to pop the bubble that's in this position. So that would be this green one. So to pop the bubble, you press spacebar or click, and then it goes to the, you know, then that slides up. So you just keep going after the bubbles that are in those positions. And I play a lot, obviously, so I'm pretty fast. But why did my volume change there on its own? That's weird. Did I bump this? So anyway, that's pretty much the game. There's a tutorial. You can check that out. Kind of explains basically those basic movements there. Pop the red bubble, and pop these bubbles that match that position there. Do this, that, this. Then it takes you into a 30-second practice right away. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is. Very simple, not very exciting, kind of boring, kind of dumb. A game for little kids. I don't know. Whatever derogatory thing you can think of. Yes. So I'm currently working on something very not super exciting. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I'm working right now just on basically kind of logging all of the data on the server side in a competitive game. So if I play a match, basically I'm sending all the mouse updates. So the server is running its own copy of the game, kind of checking everything and making sure everything's valid. And basically as you pop, you move the mouse, so basically all the mouse movements and clicks get sent up to the server so that the server can kind of run its own copy of the game and check, make sure everything's good, whatever. So what just happened there now is I've got a little CSV file that I'm generating, and here we are. And basically, did it recreate? Should have. This should be the latest file. And basically right now I'm just kind of logging all of the, you know, this should be player, mouse event, position X, position Y. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. But basically logging what player did, what the player did. They moved the mouse, they moved it to this position. And these are negative numbers. These are unit. I have a unit space position where the origin is the center of this circle. So all of our mouse movements are happening inside of this circle, and you know, that's how we can have negative numbers. These are not pixels. These are not pixel values. They'd be all whole numbers if they were pixels. So we are logging all of those mouse positions, and yes, basically I want to do some little analytics here. I want to look at, I want to also get timestamps for all the mouse movements, the input data. So that's what I'm kind of trying to grab at the moment. Because we can see here we got like down. So the down is a mouse click. And we got a down, and then we've got a bunch of movements before the next down. So I'm kind of trying to analyze some of that data and try to get a handle on what it looks like for a human to play the game. I don't really want to actually dive into the analysis stuff yet, but I want to kind of just collect the data first, and then make sure I've got something that looks pretty good to kind of move forward with, to kind of analyze the data. And that analyzing the data will kind of help me kind of build little anti-cheat, anti-bot stuff. I mean, this game's not going to be super crazy sophisticated as far as anti-cheat things, but if there's some obvious somebody's trying to screw around with some stuff, you know, I could just do some basic things that I can kick them out, whatever. I can disconnect them, that sort of thing. So we want to get timestamps for all these mouse input events. Oh yeah, here's a good example here. Like I send a mouse move and a click individually. So we can see here, like, so obviously a mouse click is not a movement, but the click event has a position. So like for the most part, we should see that like our latest movement, for the most part, and it depends because I send mouse input from the client in a specific way. So we have here we can see the movement. We moved to this position, and then we clicked at this position. So we got a down, and it's these are identical positions. So we should see that for the most part. If we look at another down, we might see something. Yeah, we see the same thing there. There might be a case where we see one that's a little different. No, we see the same there. We see the same. There's another down. Yeah, okay. Actually, that's all looking pretty good. We get the move first to that position, then the down. According to Bo, sweet mother of popcorn, them is a lot of JavaScript files, Batman. It's quite a few JavaScript files, yes, but not too much. It's not too bad, right? I mean, it's not that bad, is it? According to Bo, what's going on? According to Bo, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess it is a lot of JavaScript files. It could be worse. It's a simple game. If I was making a way more complicated game, there'd be probably a lot more files. Amafish Bro is now following. Thank you, Amafish Bro, for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. I hope I answered your question before about not using libraries. It's the short answer. I always do. I have this problem, you see, where somebody asks me a question and I just give this ridiculously long response that doesn't actually answer the question. LJ Sam 17 is now following. Thank you, LJ Sam. I really appreciate it. According to Bo, you don't use libraries. Yeah, no. Actually, I don't have any libraries other than I use one library on the server side. I use Node.js for the server. And I use one library to do WebSockets because that's how I do the client and server communication of the game. So that's how they can talk back and forth to one another. And so Node.js doesn't have its own native WebSockets library. So I use a WebSocket library. It's called WS. I'll open up, if you're familiar with Node.js, then I'll open up the package JSON here, and you can see. So I have WS. The version's probably pretty old. Actually, I think I updated it not that long ago. And I also have this package here, RANtoken, that I was using a while back, but I don't use it anymore, and I can probably just uninstall it. But I'll leave it there for now. Because maybe I will use something with a token generator. Actually, I might go in and steal their code from the actual package and just get rid of bloat that they would have in that package. Anyway, Am a Fish Bro. I missed a couple comments here. Am a Fish Bro. I've tested it already. It looks very smooth and optimized. I think after adding some graphics and best records table or multiplayer, it will be quite good time killer. Oh, thanks, Am a Fish Bro. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not too sure. As far as the graphics thing there, I'm not actually too sure how much fancier I will make it. I would like to make it a little cleaner, but otherwise I kind of like the simple, basic design of it, of the graphics. I might add some more animation-y kind of stuff to kind of just make it feel a little better, I guess. But you commented it was very smooth. I appreciate that. I would like to try to, well, yeah, I think animation and smoothness I think is very important for this game. I think for any game, really. Like aesthetics well, the way a game responds and feel, you know, animation-wise and how it feels, that's very important. And especially for a game like this, I think if nothing animated and everything just like instantly snapped to a different state or something, or position or size or whatever, it'd feel like garbage, pretty much. According to Bo, I'm very self-indulgent in that way as well. I prefer as few external dependencies as possible. Awesome. Awesome. We share same philosophies, according to Bo. We share same philosophies, comma, according to Bo. That's what I'm trying to say. Not because your name, according to Bo, kind of sounded like that was part of my sentence. But anyway, I think you get what I'm saying. Even if it means I have to write a bit more code. Yes. I agree with that. I mean, I like having control over everything. I don't like, having to either fit to. I mean, the problem with, well, LJ Sam there has a comment about React there next that I will answer the question to. But I was going to say, like React is, a library like React. I do use React to some degree. I'm not much of a I don't consider myself actually much of a web developer, as ironic as that sounds. But I use React at work and whatnot. But like the one thing about React is like it really forces you to kind of do their style, like their own style. So I like not using libraries or engines or frameworks or whatever. It just kind of lets you do your own thing. Like, you've got your application. You need to have some data and transform it and put it out on the screen or do something with it. Like, you should be able to just go write your code to get that data from that point A to point B as fast or as, as verbose or whatever you need, just. And a lot of times, like, a lot of libraries and stuff just kind of get in the way and kind of get, yeah. LJ Sam. So you said, can we integrate with WS with front end like React? WS is just a node package. There are, I believe, so there's a couple guys that are not here right now that like to hang out in the chat from time to time. Retro MMO and Weemy to go. They both also stream games, stream web game development, and I believe both of them, they're doing obviously like multiplayer games, and they use sockets.io or socket.io. I forget exactly what it's called, but I believe that has a whole client browser side connection thing to it. And I believe you would use that. So that is also a Node.js side thing and a front end thing, to the best of my knowledge. All I use on the front end is the native browser, the native ES6 WebSocket object. Yeah, okay, so here's my client codes right here. And right here. So this is browser code we're looking at on the right side. I keep my server code over here. Actually, this is not server code. This is a CSV file. But I usually keep my server code in this pane. All these files up here are my server code. And here's all my client code. Not all of it, but whatever. I think you get what I'm trying to say. So I'm using the WebSocket object here to do the WebSocket communication. And the WS package, so this is just from the client side. The WS package on Node is actually operates just very similar. Like the method names and everything are just kind of, the way it works is just kind of the same. So it's kind of like the client and the server kind of just do the same kinds of things back and forth. That's how it feels to me. I honestly don't know a ton about WebSockets either myself to be able to make much more of a educated statement on that. I just know how to kind of use it and get it working with some stuff, whatever. But yeah, I'm using just a native, the built-in WebSocket object, which I think is pretty simple. So I don't know what advantage program or like a library like Socket.io has to offer, or Sockets.io, whatever, however you say that. Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly. I wish one of them was around so we could ask. But RetroMMO was here, but then he had to go to the post office. Factual Weirdo, what's up with it? Not much, Factual Weirdo. What is going on? Good to see you here. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Actually, I miss when I saw I didn't think Factual Weirdo at first because it's the same color as your name and you have the Prime Gaming thing, just like Finite Singularity, and your names are like the very similar length and they're the same color and you have the Prime icon there. So when I saw Factual Weirdo, I was like, why is Finite Singularity saying what's up with it? He was just here a second ago. But Factual Weirdo, I use Socket.io. Thanks for the clarification, Factual Weirdo, for a chat game once. Nice, nice. Yeah, so I don't know anything about it, honestly. I just know that people use it and it sounds good. But what I'm using, I feel like is good enough and simple enough for me. So I don't know what else would come with Socket.io. I'm learning WebRTC. I've heard of WebRTC. I've heard of it. Not sure what it is. Sockets.io. There are a lot of Udemy courses which talk about them, but when coming to integrate with front end like React, there are very less resources to look up on. Because why not? WebRTC, a real-time something, real-time connection, real-time. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with WebRTC. Definitely seen it come up, but yeah, LJ Sam. I mean, when you're using, so I guess with something like React, I would say your kind of back-end communication is kind of whatever you want, you know? Like if you're using, I don't know, I've never used Express, but I know a lot of people use Express.js. And to the best of my knowledge, that's kind of like a full stack web app thing. And to the best of my knowledge, something like that might even use WebSockets. I don't know. Might just use the normal HTTP request, whatever. I don't know. But a lot of times, like that kind of back end, some sort of like back end framework, JavaScript application framework thing will kind of have its way for you to talk to that server, that back end. So, and as far as I know, you there something like Express, there'd probably be a bunch of React and Express combo things. I've used Meteor.js before, which I believe would kind of be like a competitor to Express. And then yeah, and basically you just have like, and Meteor I know uses WebSockets for a lot of communication. But basically you have like you have like your component or something that does something, and then you might get some data when you load that component. So you would do a call through, you do a Meteor call. You'd have a Meteor, and you'd have a method that you call that goes out to the server and gets some data. And you can just do that, there's nothing really fancy to do with it other than, if you're using like React hooks or something, you might have a use effect that runs when you're, you have it run once or whatever when when your component loads or renders. You go out and grab some data from your database asynchronously, and then when your callback runs for when you grab that data, then you change some state in your React component, and then you show it on the screen. So that's kind of stuff's very, I would say, probably very similar for a lot of the different kinds of, I don't know what I'm trying to say. If you're trying to use, so I'm doing something that's very custom, so I just kind of want something that is very bare bones, fast, and what I need. So that's why I'm using just plain WebSockets. But it might be, LJ Sam, that you're maybe looking for something a little more like, maybe you're looking for something a little more like a full stack JavaScript application kind of thing. I don't know. Something like Express or Meteor, where you're just trying to, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you were saying, but yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, because I would say you probably wouldn't go with just using WebSockets yourself unless you really were trying to dial in something specifically. That's what web developers do. You never write something yourself. You always use someone else's library or framework. Right? Don't never reinvent the wheel. You just borrow someone else's code. Use someone else's framework. And then spend most of your time just Googling and trying to find out how you're actually supposed to do something in that framework. That dry concept. Yeah, there you go. You can't repeat yourself if you never said it in the first place. So borrow someone else's framework. There you go. But that's not what I'm doing here. Doing my own stuff, my own thing. How are you supposed to assess if someone has made a good wheel for you to use if you know experience with the wheels yourself? That is a very good point, according to Bo. YUOG. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. That's I probably most web devs can't. Have never made a good wheel. I think that's maybe a problem with web development today. Sometimes it pays to consider the learning outcome as well as the product. IMO. The learning outcome, meaning like kind of what you would grow, what you would learn. Maybe I don't know if I'm tracking you fully there. I could npm install whatever packages and not learn a thing. Okay. Oh, you're saying, okay, so you're saying the learning outcome based upon you doing something yourself, right? Like you might say, why don't I just try to write my own like little date library or something like that, rather than using Moment.js or something. Perudo Tau 123 is now following. Thank you, Peru. I'll just say Peru. How's that sound? Thank you, Peru. I really appreciate it. I always do. I appreciate all the follows. You guys are the best. Seriously. Whoops. Gotcha, according to Bo. Yeah, I'm tracking with you now. I'm on board with you 100%. Yeah, you can npm install a million things, write like 5 lines of your own code, and really you just connected like, but really like 10,000 lines of code is running in the background that you have no idea what's going on. There's a balance somewhere, but I think currently in web it's skewed heavily towards just teaching people barely enough to npm install their way into a job. Wow. According to Bo, I could not 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. 100%. Yeah. Could not agree with you more. Yes. Definitely. Definitely. And there's always, I mean, I think, yeah, and I think like the whole, I was actually just watching a really good Jonathan Blow, if you're familiar with Jonathan Blow, the developer of Braid, the game. Like he was like the first indie gamer, first indie game developer, like the start of the boom, not the first, but the first one to really like, I don't know. He was the guy that like unlocked indie game development. LJ Sam, I might be one of the example. No, LJ Sam, you're all good. It's it's well, I mean, in the web development, any web developer is going to be, you know, trying to do some sort of grabbing some packages and, you know, you scoff. Well, okay, so according to Bo, that I see a lot of like scoffing at doing something yourself or doing something from scratch in the web development world. Yeah, that was a good wording there, according to Bo. Don't feel put out. Learning something fast to get working is not a bad thing. The problem is when those people stop learning to hold false confidence. Right. I agree. Yeah, like kind of how good of a programmer can you be without a bunch of libraries? You know, like that's kind of an important question. Like what could you do without a bunch of libraries, I guess. You know? I feel like that's an important question people should probably be asking themselves a lot. Or I was saying I was watching a talk, actually it was from the other day. It's on Jonathan Blow's YouTube channel, for those of you familiar. I mean, if you're in the indie game development world at all, you've probably heard of Jonathan Blow. But on his YouTube channel, there was I was watching this today, just a video from a couple days ago. It was posted a couple days ago, I think. So from one of his streams, from one of his Twitch streams. And he was saying he thinks the web development as we know it now is like going to collapse probably within like 10 years. Within some sort of 10-year time frame. Like something will happen that will cause web development tech as it is being done today to kind of be irrelevant or something like that. WASM is happening. Well, the thing is, I think WASM is isn't WASM also kind of now just like another kind of like frameworky kind of compiled thing? Like it's not really ASM on the web. I mean, I don't know enough to be able to comment on WASM, but on exactly what it is, what it's doing. But I mean, we could get I think major difference is it allows any language to potentially target web. Oh. That's interesting. That I didn't know about. I thought it was more of like something that you hooked in as of JavaScript to kind of like do some extra low level stuff from like a JavaScript level. Like you kind of have your WASM strings, your WASM, your WebAssembly code that you compile that gets compiled down or something. No, it's something that allows you to write something like C++ or Rust and compile directly to web. Interesting. I did not actually know that. Learned something new. Nice. Well, and something here, like, according to Bo, this is something I've kind of noticed. Like, it's really not that hard. Like, let's take Node.js, for example. Like, people use, like, frameworks and stuff all the time. Like, I was talking about Express before, and it seems like people, I've, like, looked at posts before about, like, oh, you can write a REST API with Express on Node really quickly. Do this. And I'm like, I mean, and they do some stuff, but it's kind of like, well, if you just, why did you use Express? It's not that hard to just write your own little REST API using the HTTP library in Node.js, which in and of itself, I guess, is a big library, big whatever. But it's kind of like, even within some of these, I see people kind of using libraries for all sorts of just little things that maybe you wouldn't need to otherwise use. Like, if you just wanted to write some like little REST API or something, like, it's not that hard to just spin that up in Node.js and do stuff. Hey, yo, I see you got the toilet up. Rainy Dash. Yes, it went live at some point last night, I think. So the toilet is there. My new emote. My first emote ever. Jorana, BRB. Because I go to the bathroom a lot because I drink a lot of water usually. So that's... So I just threw a little toilet in there. Now as I look at it, it doesn't look that good. It doesn't look that good small. I don't know. Can you guys tell it was a toilet? Rainy Dash just subscribed. No, Rainy Dash. Thank you, Rainy. I really appreciate that sub. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. Honestly, you didn't, Rainy. I'm very humbled. I am. You guys are awesome. Seriously. Rainy Dash can now drop the toilet whenever he wants. Can now drop a deuce whenever he wants. Gotta hop on the toilet train. Yeah, thanks again, Rainy, for the sub. I really appreciate that. I really do. All right. Yeah, well, I think we were having a pretty good discussion there on web development. My next game is going to be in C, actually. Definitely is. Dropping more toilets. There we go. I like it. The more the better. The more the merrier. Yes, because I don't. My next game is going to be in C because I've been trying to learn C, and I feel like that's I don't know. That's a language that a lot of web developers, at least, are maybe scared of. I don't know. Man, I don't know. I also don't want to discourage anyone just because I feel their fundamentals are too shallow due to how they've been taught. Maybe this way is better, and all they need is time to deepen that foundation. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like, if you can learn to, if you learn a programming language, and you can use it, I mean, that's already a great skill. Whether or not you know how to, like, create your own date library is just not necessarily, like, that big of a deal. Right. I mean, I wouldn't want to discourage anyone. I'd always want to encourage people to kind of dig a little deeper, right? And just kind of say, all right, try this thing or whatever. Try doing this thing yourself or try doing whatever. It's easy to forget how much learning you had to do yourself when you've been doing this for years. Right. That's always a good. Yeah, you don't just go from, like, take games, for example. You don't just go from, like, not making a game, not knowing how to make games to, I mean, I guess you could do, I never did, like, any real, like, explicit full-length tutorial of, like, here's how I make a game from scratch or something. Because usually tutorials on games from scratch are really long But yeah, it's definitely like you're kind of iterating on your own. I mean, myself, I do a lot of self-taughtedness and kind of, I like to solve problems myself, right? Like I don't want to just hop on to trying to figure out, I don't want to just watch a tutorial on how to make a game and then just use that as like my baseline for everything. So a lot of it is kind of, games from scratch tutorials are very long. Handmade Hero, exactly. I was just thinking of Handmade Hero. Started that series like 6 years ago, exactly. And that's one of my big inspirations for doing my next game in C, actually. Because I love watching, I was saying before, Jonathan Blow, Casey, Muratori, those guys are awesome. And I try to, and they love to bash on JavaScript all the time too, but and web development as it stands today, the industry. Super wonderful of that guy to put his videos up for free. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's amazing. All the video, and I don't find, like, I've done other C, I've looked at other things on the C programming language, right? And you just don't find a lot of things that explain, well, okay, I guess from like a game architecture side of thing, it's a little side of things, it's obviously different than maybe other applications, but yeah, it's just it gets hard to, coming from my perspective where I'm used to JavaScript a lot of times and I'm used to going to a language like C that has no like functional things. You know, I'm used to being able to do things like my const, my func, and do some sort of equals this sort of lambda thing that does something, and then passing that around and do something, and then pass my func here, and I don't know, I'm just used to like very much a JavaScript way of doing things. But then you get to C and it's more like, everybody tells you not to modify, or pass things by reference. But then in C, everything's like, oh yeah, pass the pointer to the function that you're trying to call, or write your function and then pass the pointer to that, and then modify your struct, whatever, your actual data via the pointer. Don't pass the data, all that stuff. It's just very different. Pointers are just references by another name, really. Yeah, pretty much. There are references, though, too. There are pointers and references. Although references are just... right, but it's different in the way that it's like... Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, so in Java, if you had a function or whatever, function, modify, it was like modify object. Obviously that's just generic, and I pass an object in, right? So it'd be kind of, I guess, kind of more like that, because the object is a pointer in JavaScript for the most part, right? And you do something to object dot name equals something else, right, or whatever. And then that's all you do. You don't return anything as a void function, right? Something like that. But that's kind of, I know I've realized how little I do of stuff like this with JavaScript. I don't like pass an object into a function and then modify that object usually. In fact, most linters like to scream at you when you touch an input parameter, I don't use any linters, but anyway, I'm just kind of ranting on and rambling. A lot of that stuff doesn't really make sense, but no, I think we had a little good discussion going there for sure, according to Bo. Do you do game development according to Bo? Web development, and it's something like that? Game web development? Oh, all right. I want to look a little more here at what we are doing with... I'm learning game development. Gotcha. Cool. Sweet. Are you doing web stuff, or are you kind of in a web development place? And sorry, I don't mean to ask so many questions. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. So anyway, what we've been working on is logging all of our mouse, our input data from over our game, right? So if we play a game, we play a multiplayer game, I want to we're sending the browsers are sending all the mouse inputs to the server, and then the server's kind of parsing its own copy of the game, making sure everything looks good. Actually, it doesn't do anything if something doesn't look good, because right now there isn't anything that doesn't look good. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if what I said makes sense. So we're going to look at, we generate this CSV file now. So if we look at this, we've got, basically we're logging, this is supposed to be like a little CSV file. You know, it's a nice little format for kind of a spreadsheet-like format. Oops. Oh yeah, this would be. So what we are doing is, CSV file is kind of like a little spreadsheet-like format where you just write data and you separate your each line is a row, and then each column is separated by a comma, right? So we're not looking at this in spreadsheet software, but we could at some point, and I will be at some point, but I'm not really diving into that right now. So right now we've got basically 4 columns. We've got player, we've got mouse event, position X, position Y. So the mouse event is this move. So it's telling us what type of mouse event we had. The player here is the index of that player. So I only played as one player, so we only have mouse data from one player. So we've got either movements or down. So down is a click. So a bunch of movements here before we finally had a down, a bunch of movements here before we had another down, a bunch of movements here before we had another down. So what I want to do, I want to append this down. I want to have some more data in our little table here. So whenever we have a down, I would like to have whether or not you pop the bubble, and if you pop the right bubble, or if you made a mistake. Well, I want to have. Well, I started creating a little text file here with this data. So let's pretend our columns go, instead of from left to right, I'm going top down here. So player, that's our player 1, player 0, player 1. Mouse event, that's a move or a click, move or a down. Timestamp, that's what we want to add in right now. So that would be the time, as far as the server is concerned, about when that mouse event happened. The pose X, that's the position of the mouse cursor whenever that thing happened. And pose Y, the position of the cursor in Y axis, right? And then here would be like a cell for a mistake, and then we could probably put in the type of mistake that happened, whether or not the cursor moved out of bounds, whether or not you popped dead space, just blank space, like you missed a bubble altogether, or if you had you actually popped the bubble, but you just popped the wrong bubble. All right, I'm doing a little wee dance here. I need to take a break. But according to Bo, I'm using TypeScript for the client and Rust for the server. Nice. Oh, wait, I missed some of those comments there. I want to make an HTML5 Realm of the Mad God style game. Realm of the Mad God. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that. But nice. I'm using TypeScript for the client and Rust for the server. Nice. So I assume you're using, by HTML5, you mean like Canvas specifically. So like, that's a 2D, it'd be a 2D style thing then. But that's pretty cool. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom before I pee my pants. So we'll be right back. Rainy Dash, thanks for saving me there with the toilet. With the Durana BRB. Yeah, I seriously had to sprint. Actually, my bathroom's just like right. I got a bathroom down in my basement here, so it's just right over there. So I had to just sprint over there real quick. I didn't even have time to type in to drop the Durana BRB toilet in there before I went, but yes. Oh. Okay, so but yeah, according to Bo, that's sounding pretty cool. Realm of the Mad God, though. Let me do a quick Google search on that. Realm of the Mad God is a massively multiplayer online shooter video game created by nice. Okay. It's a shooter. It looks kind of medievally. Or am I guess I need... Oh. Nice. That's pretty cool, though. I like it. It's a very simple bullet hell style 2D game. Sorry, I don't know if I know what bullet hell is either. Is that a game? Sorry. For somebody who tries to make games, I sure as heck don't know about a lot of games. My speaker went to sleep there. Nice. That looks like a fun project to do, though. For sure. I've wanted to do kind of a top-down shooter at some point like that, like a 2D top-down shooter. I've at least thought about it, but I don't think I will do too much. Or I might do something like that at some point, but we'll see. It's a genre of game where the gameplay is essentially shoot a lot and dodge projectiles. Gotcha. Oh, maybe like Miami Hotline. Geometry Wars, I've heard of it. Never actually really played it. Miami Hotline, does that count as a bullet hell game? That one you get hit once and you're like dead, I think. Yeah. Maybe that doesn't count, but obviously dodging is important in that game. I guess actually I don't play a lot of 2D games anyway, in reality, so I guess I probably really don't know too much, let alone web games. So quick bit of gameplay at timestamp 540 there. I see. Check it out real quick here. Whoops.
With MailChimp's customer journey smarts,
Just mute it here, just in case.
Plan for the.
Would you stop? Come here. These guys look like little tiny links. Alright, so I killed those guys. Do I get any good loot? More HP pods?
Nice.
And what is this? Oh, more HP pods and mana pods. Running out of space. This is not used by me. And can I use this? So that's 3 defense, 1 wisdom. Same thing. Doesn't look like they actually have any kind of durability issues, so you don't have to worry about your items breaking. Although I will say that it wouldn't really matter anyway, since that upon death it is permadeath, you know, and you don't actually get your character back, which is kind of cool to actually see a game with.
That is actually kind of cool. It's just kind of crazy, just shooting around all the time at everything.
And most times they just had heavy
that's pretty cool. So that's all it is, a little multiplayer game where you walk and shoot. Yeah, no, that actually does look pretty cool. I never really thought about that, like having a game where it's just kind of like that simple, where you're just trying to kind of stay alive shooting. I mean, obviously there's a lot of games where you shoot and stay alive, but kind of in that simple of a sense, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. All right, so let's focus on the timestamp thing we're trying to do here. We want to grab the mouse input. We just want to grab a timestamp at the current time that we get that mouse event. So I think we could actually, all we need to do for that's pretty simple. We just need to do we go to match. Let's just look at this. Do I have these names right? Actually, let me record the actual object names here. So we'll do player, we got mouse event, we got timestamp, posex. Let's just make these it's just for my quick reference here. But posex, posey, we got mistake, and popped bubble. Yeah, we'll see what we want to do for that. Okay, so we want to have a timestamp. We got that mouse event timestamp. Okay. So I guess where we have our, let's see. So we're in our match object on the server. Again, we're on the server. This is just the server that's logging all this data. So we've got a method for player cursor move. Let's handle that one first. We've got player cursor moved right off the bat. Oh, this should be wrapped in if config.logging. I forgot to do that. We need to do that. Because if I turn off logging, then this is going to break. It seems to be if config.logging. There we go. Brilliant. All right, so let's go down to the movement again. So basically all we need to do is just do a performance.now to grab the current time. It's basically all we need to do. And then we subtract it. It's local to the match time, so we just want to subtract it from the match time. The match start time, that is. So our match start time is up here. It starts out as null, but then it gets set once our match actually starts. And so we can do, what did I do here? Okay, so let's put these on their own lines here. How about that? Mouse event, then we've got pose X, pose Y. And I think we had mouse event, timestamp. Actually, the order doesn't matter because we're doing an object. But that's okay. So we've got our timestamp here, which needs to be, how do we do that? Oh, did I delete the code for that? Dang it. Darn. Okay, it was like performance. It was, yeah, we have to import this from, whoa. We have to import this. That's not what I want. We import performance from perf hooks. And then I guess we have now we have performance.now. So that gets us the time from right there, right then and there, that the server's been running. So basically, we do performance.now. So that gives us the time since the server started, but we want to orient that to the time that the match started. So by the time we hit this performance.now, the match will have already started. So we just do performance.now minus this dot start time. This should be the number of milliseconds, and this is also the number of milliseconds at that current time. High precision though. Ooh, actually, well, yeah, let's keep that the way it is. Timestamp, okay, and then where's the part where we actually write the stuff? Here. So log.player, log.mouseEvent, log.poseX, log.posey. Okay, so we want to do timestamp where? Right here. Log.player, log.mouseEvent, yeah, $. So this is where we're actually writing the data to disk. Timestamp, brilliant, okay. So let's try it. Let's see if we get our timestamps now. So we are going to fire up a competitive match. Oh, we're going to play. 2 mistakes right off the bat there. Okay. Nice. Wow, we got 25. That's not bad. 25 in 10 seconds. All right. But that's not the point. We want to look at, we can close that. We want to look at this. There we go. Oh. Did I do the math right? How are we getting a negative, ridiculously long number? Yeah, something flipped around the wrong way. We like flipped back around and ended up with like some... Okay. All right, we did something wrong there. Let's review what that is. So... Yeah, I did minus this dot start time. Let's look. Okay, here. Okay. Performance.now is in milliseconds, right? Isn't it? Is it? Target is now. Wait. No, that's player made mistake. Here we go. Performance.now. This dot's minus this dot start time. All right, we're gonna print. We're gonna CLG performance.now and this dot start time. All right, so we're gonna log that on the server. I am going to, whoops, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. So here is our performance.now. 13. And then here is our match start time. Did I do something wrong? Oh, we do date.now. Okay, that's the problem. Because date.now is the number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970. That's what this is. That's what we're seeing here. But performance.now is the number, is the time that we started our game. So this is the amount of milliseconds that our server has been running. This is the amount of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970. Big difference there. I would say. So yeah, we don't want that. We don't want this number here. So actually, let's try to use the performance. So we're here where we set start time. We've been doing date.now. So let's actually just let's go full on high precision here and let's do performance.now. How about that? There we go. So now we should have some nice timestamps that actually make sense. Whoa. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. I forgot that I was still printing those to the console. Where are we printing those? Down in this, yeah, down right here. Okay. All right, so let's close this. Oh, it was already open. Okay, there we go. So now these are the timestamps of since the match started. So that's looking a lot better. So we had a mouse movement within the first 25 milliseconds there. We had one within 41 milliseconds, 58 milliseconds, 73 milliseconds. And actually what we should be seeing is about 16.7-ish milliseconds between each one of these. Because our clients are sending 60 mouse updates per second. So that would mean 1/60th of a second in between each mouse update for the most part, right? So that would be 16.7-ish milliseconds. So, like if we do 41, 41 minus 25, 16. 58 minus 41, 58 minus 41, it's like 17, right? 17. 73 minus 58, 73 minus 58, 15. Yeah. From what I saw the other times that when I was first testing the 1/60th of a second, the 60 mouse updates per second, we were getting about, 50. Some of them were as low as like 13 milliseconds from what the server is registering as the time. So there's a little bit of a little bit of whatever. A little bit of discrepancy there. Okay, so obviously looking at all this data is really annoying in just plain text CSV, but that's okay. It's fine for right now. So actually, yeah, I really do want the high precision timestamp for these. I really do. So we want to do maybe something like time since last mouse move, maybe. Ooh, wait a minute here. Where was our first down? Here it is. Oh, undefined. Okay. Yeah, we didn't attach that to the object there. Yeah, actually, I want to look at that. I want to see the timestamp of the down event. I really do. I really do. Okay, so let's add this now to the mouse down event. Whoa! My speakers went. What happened there? Oh, I'm muted. There we go. I didn't hear that. El Diablo 03 has followed. Thank you very much, El Diablo 03. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I had Windows sound muted there for a minute. I'm glad I caught the graphic though on my other monitor here. Because I've had that before where my speakers actually mute themselves after like 30 minutes or something of no audio signal. So they like kind of shut off, and you have to, in order to wake them back up, you have to send like a higher level audio signal through them, and then they'll kind of turn back on. So a lot of times my speakers will shut off because I'm not playing anything out of my speakers. And then if somebody follows or whatever, I'm not looking at the screen, or like my eyes kind of not there. Sometimes I miss people following. So I'm glad I caught El Diablo. El Diabolo. There's an extra O in there, I think. Unless I don't know how to spell Diablo. All right. So this is all looking good now. I want to add the timestamp now to the cursor down event, which goes up here, right here. So we're going to split this out into... Well, I'm starting to think maybe I want to actually put these logs... Starting to think if maybe I want to put the logs... wait. We'll do it up here. Timestamp. Okay. Um, wow, we've been going 4 hours already. Well, for anyone, El Diablo, I don't know how long he had been hanging out there. For anyone maybe new, hanging out, working on my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now at populus.gg. It's a stupid little game where you pop bubbles. That's basically it. And I'm working on multiplayer right now, so there's no multiplayer live on populus.gg right now, but you can do kind of the single player practice mode, basically. But it's a game where you, these bubbles pop up and you kind of match the colors. You're kind of keeping track of the color of the bubble. So if I do play here, we see I'm trying to pop the bubble that's in this position right here. And then I can kind of see the bubbles that are going to be next. So like pink is there, then brown. I have to pop brown, then yellow, then green. And to pop the bubble, you just hover your mouse over it and you click or you press the space bar. I like the space bar because feels more satisfying, I guess. So yeah, that's basically it. It's just kind of a simple little speed game. It's really all there is to it. And yeah, like I was saying, I'm working on the multiplayer for it because it's kind of gonna kind of be a one-on-one kind of game. You kind of race head-to-head against someone else, like popping. You'd be popping the same sets of bubbles, basically the same colors and positions and sizes. So it's kind of fair in that sense. But right now I'm just working on kind of logging all of the data from a player. So like any mouse movements, any time the player moves a mouse or any time they click, all that stuff, I'm trying to log all of that. So I can put it into a spreadsheet and then I can do some analysis on it and try to kind of get some ideas about what it looks like for kind of a human to play the game, if that makes sense. So that way I can kind of work on a little bit of anti-cheat kind of stuff. I could say like, oh, if there's, based upon the human playing data, I can kind of look at that and go, okay, well, I could build some rules around kind of if we see something that just doesn't seem realistic, like a human's playing it, then maybe we can, disconnect the player, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. Okay, so actually, I have this now, so this should be good. We just added the timestamp thing. So let's do another multiplayer game here, one-on-one. And there's a bunch of weird graphics and junk on the screen in my development version here, so you can kind of just ignore that. A lot of that will change. Well, obviously this stuff here is like some debug kind of stuff that's printing on the screen. Okay, so we should be good there. Let's open our CSV file. Whoa. Oh, that just happened to round down to 875 there. Okay, so I want to look at the mouse down events there. So here's all of our, basically I've dumped all of the data for each player, all the mouse input data from each player. In this case, since I didn't move the mouse for the other player at all, we only see data for the player one. Because the browsers don't even send any data to the server if you don't move the mouse. So we're just seeing all of these. These are all movement events. So it's either going to be a movement or a click, which is also what I call down. So here we can just see our downs. So we can see there's a bunch of movement events before we finally hit a down event. So our first down was at 789 milliseconds of the match of the game running. And we can see the cursor position, the X and the Y position of the mouse cursor at that point in time. So I want to look, what I want to do is I want to look at the timestamps here for these. I want to make sure that the positions, I just wanted to, there's not a reason I need to do this right now, but I just wanted to kind of look at this for kicks. I wanted to look at the I wanted to look at the mouse down and the previous mouse move event. I'm going to look at these as a pair. So this is the mouse down and this is the mouse move. We can see that they're very close in time, right? They're within what is this? This is what is this? These are milliseconds. This is 10,000th of a second, 100,000th of a second, 100,000th of a second. So they're within 100,000th of a second there. The movement event and then the down event. And then, actually, that's actually really weird. Well, no, that's not weird. That's not weird. These get sent. Actually, this is maybe more weird. 788, 789. That's 1 millisecond difference there. Roy-Koo should be good. What's going on, Roy-Koo? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Somebody from Finland was hanging out yesterday, Roy-Koo, and I was like, oh, there's this guy from Finland that usually hangs out. Likes to hang out in the chat, but finished a mini multiplayer shooter game, and now I'm making a mini RPG for 4-player split screen. Sick. It's pretty sweet. You make... Yeah, let's check out your screenshot. You make so many games so quickly. You were doing the couch co-op. Is that what that mini multiplayer shooter was? Or was that a different game? All right, let's check it out. Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah, this is what you were working on the other day still. Awesome. With your MS Paint graphics, right? Yeah, couch co-op, and I play them via Parsec service. Now, this is a new game. I'm reusing sprites. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Nice, nice. That's pretty cool. So essentially, I'm playing it online as 4-player. Gotcha. Parsec service. I'm not familiar with that at all. I've done a couple of early tests, and people online have liked it. Nice, nice. That's pretty sweet. Parsec is remote play on Steam. Gotcha. Okay. Nice. Can play any offline game mode, but of course needs couch co-op for other players to have their own playable character. Okay. Can play any offline game online, but of course needs couch co-op for other players to have their own playable character. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's just a co-op couch. It's just a couch co-op game. But yeah, it's like screen share, but with gamepad support. Right. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I've never heard of Parsec, but now I know. So only the host needs to run the game. Right. That is cool. Yeah, I'll look it up here. Parsec. Nice. Yeah, that's really cool. I might have to take advantage of that at some point. You don't even need to download anything. It works straight from the browser, but you do need to sign up for free. Gotcha. Oh, before you said Parsec is like Remote Play on Steam. Gotcha. Yeah, so the data I'm seeing here is pretty interesting because we've got actually this is fine. Oh no, wait a minute. This is fine. The fact that we have a mouse movement and click really quickly because the computer will send both of these at once. The client, the browser will send both of these at once. It'll send them individually, but it will send both of them at once. So like it'll only send mouse updates once a second, but if there's a movement and a down in that same like frame, it will send them both off, if that makes sense. So we can see that these have the same exact X and Y positions because this is the movement to that position, to 83.2, and this was the click at that position, right? Because a mouse click is only, you're clicking, but your mouse cursor is at a position when you do the click. They have an arcade category where other people's public servers show up, even though there's like 20 servers up. Even now, there's like 20 servers up, and I could join them without owning the games or installing them. It's really cool. I'll only make games for Parsec use nowadays. Nice. That's a cool idea for making games, I guess, for playing your own games. That's pretty cool. So it makes sense that these two would be super close in time stamped, right? These are within 1/100,000th of a second of each other. That makes sense. But these two are a little weirder. So like here we move just along, like this looks like we moved just along the y-axis. So we moved from 276 units to 272 units. But for some reason, the server showed this as 78, 788, and 789. Like this is milliseconds difference between these two. So that's a little crazy, I guess. It's good for instant feedback and advertisement. You don't need to release your game anywhere. The people can come and play test your alpha version whenever. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Right. You don't. I mean, I guess people just randos would join up to public servers or something, right? So that's kind of a nice way to do that. So in theory here, this mouse movement should have occurred at 1/160th of a second. So this one should have arrived 16.7 milliseconds later, right? Like the difference between these two, is 16 milliseconds, right? 724 to 740. The difference between these two is 48 milliseconds. That might explain the thing. That might explain the issue. Okay, so this one might have just arrived late, if that makes sense. So if the mouse movement was moving continuously, like perfectly continuously, we would see a mouse update every 16.7 milliseconds from the client, sending that off to the server. Go, on this fixed interval, right? But the fact that we see a 740 and then 48 milliseconds later, we see the next mouse movement. That would imply that there was like a little bit of a delay because we go from here, we go from like this perfect 16 milliseconds, 16 milliseconds, 16 or 17, whatever. No, it's not exact. Then here we go 48 milliseconds. Then We have one that's just, now they're just 1 millisecond apart. This is why it would also be interesting to log all this data on the client and maybe like ID these mouse movements. Not ID them, but maybe just increment, you know, just the first mouse movement of the game is a 0. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, just log, have an ID of all the mouse movements. And then I can match them up. I can match them up, the client and the server, like side by side, and just look at them. So we can see like the intervals from which they were sent, you know, because I could say, okay, this mouse movement happened at this point on the client, was sent to the server at this point in the client. The next mouse movement was sent from this point on the client, which should be, those should all be pretty stinking close to 16.7 milliseconds. But, you know, we might have a case here where we've got this, you know, I mean, what is that? They should be 16 milliseconds apart, but we've got, what, 88 minus 40 is 48 minus 16. So, yeah, that one took, like, 2 extra frames, not frames, but it, like, took 2 extra cycles before it was finally sent. So it'd be interesting to see if, like, that one really was supposed to occur, like, later. Anyway, part of all of this, this is one reason why I was saying we should log all this data per player, because if both players are playing, these movements would be interleaved, right? Like, so player 1's mouse movement would fire, then maybe an input from player 2, then player 1, then player 2, then player 1, player 2. You know, they would be all commingled. So it'd be nice maybe to separate them out into well, actually, let's do this. Let's go back to our player match state. We're gonna do this debug thing again. We're gonna do if, this time we're gonna do if config.logging. So that tells us if we've enabled logging in our config, which is what we are doing right now. So if we've got config.logging, we're gonna add another property to our player match state. So that would be this dot latest input event timestamp, or we'll just say latest input time, and we'll say, I guess we'll say 0 up front. We'll just make that 0. Whoops. 0. We'll say 0 right off the bat, and I'm gonna disable our little byte measurement there, because we really don't need that right now. So all I have to do is just comment out this set interval. There we go. I'm not too concerned about that right now. So, all right, so we've now set that on the player bubble state. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to, on the match, we are going to say whenever we do config.logging, we are going to, or whenever we do the logs.push, let's do a find this.logs.push. We are going to do, we're going to save that. Wait a minute, what's going on here? This should be like this. There we go. Okay, so this is the timestamp, and then what we want to do is time since last. First of all, let's add this up at the top here. So player mouse event timestamp pose x pose y. We're gonna do timestamp, and then we'll do delta since last time. Delta since mouse event delta, I guess. Delta time, and then we'll say mouse event Something like that. All right. And then something broke now. What broke? PoseX was PoseX. Okay. Let's put these all on their own lines. How about? Oh boy. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Not that. Not that. Oh, that's down here. Okay, so where we have our logs.push. Not this one. Or this one. This one. Okay. What did we call that? What did we call it? Mouse event delta time. That's what we're calling it. So we're going to have timestamp, and then we're going to have mouse event delta time. Okay. This one. So that's the time between this mouse event and the last one. Whether it was a click, whether it was a movement, we don't care. It's just going to be, it's always going to be that. So we will do, we're going to set, we're going to do player dot match state, yeah, dot latest input time. I guess we'll say time. I guess we'll say const timestamp, and we're gonna do equals performance dot now, and that way we're ensure we're using the latest one. So we're gonna do timestamp minus dot start time, or maybe we just make this cur time, and then cur time minus that, and we do cur time there. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. That's not what we want. We want const time stamp, and then we want performance.now minus this dot start time, and then we're going to use timestamp here, so we can do, look at that. Look at that. That's all we need to do. And then we're going to do timestamp here. We're going to be saving that in the player match state. And that way we can calculate the delta. So timestamp should always, or wait a minute. Okay, so we got timestamp, and then we've got mouse event delta time. Stupid name. And then we're going to say timestamp minus player dot match state dot latest input. Whoa. Latest input time. Whoops. With not a semicolon, with a comma. There we go. There we go. Okay. So now we're taking this current timestamp minus the timestamp of the last mouse event, movement, whatever, movement, click, whatever. And then that will calculate just that little millisecond number that we were doing in our head before. So let's try that. Actually, no, we're not done yet. We did that just for the player cursor down. We should probably move it to we need to basically move this same exact thing to the other. I'm not doing any functions. Again, I'm not trying to get all fancy with this. I'm just trying to do something fast and whatever. This isn't supposed to be super elegant because we're going to be doing this logging like once, and then I'm probably going to get rid of all the code that I did all the logging with or whatever. We'll figure out somewhere to put it. Okay, so that we need to change. Yes, we need to put this here, basically. Okay, but this is going to be moved. Maybe we should make this a click. We should call this click. That'll be easier to see. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Close that CSV file. And then let's actually fire up a game here. I already refreshed the browsers, didn't I? Okay, there we go. All right, so let's look at the CSV file, see what we got. Nope, didn't work because at least we can see the difference between move and click there. Didn't work though because I didn't add that column to the thing that actually writes that stuff. Isn't that lovely? Okay. So we need to go back to match. We need to go to F Society. Hey, yeah, what's going on, F Society? What is going on? How are things? You're in India, right? It's got to be late. It's got to be in the middle of the morning, middle of the night, morning. Did I get that right, India? Sorry if I did. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're from India. Yes, it's 2 a.m. What are you doing up still? Come on. 2 a.m. Get out of here. I'm just kidding. I was up till 2 a.m. a couple days ago, so no worries. All right. Working on some documentation for the college project. Nice, nice. Or maybe not nice. Oh, let me move this over. The chat is getting kind of blocked. How about that? This here is my HTTP server console stuff. We don't even need to look at this. I don't care. Because I am using, so I lied before, anyone who's there who was in the conversation before with According to Bo. I am using a phony HTTP server for this project to serve the static files. But on the real server, we're using Nginx, so, you know, that doesn't really count. It doesn't really count. That's not part of the application. It's just serving the files, right? No, got to submit tomorrow. No option, got to submit tomorrow. Gotcha, gotcha. The old college crunch time. I gotcha. What are you studying, F Society? Programming? Computer science? Something like that? Sorry if you told me before. And I hear that like India is very competitive as far as like college goes. Am I correct in what I've heard about that? Like it's hard. I don't know if it's I think that it was like hard to get into college or hard to get into a good college or something like that. As far as just there's so many people in India. It's crazy. I've looked at those population charts. Like India's population curve just like in like the 70s or something. I don't know if that date's correct, but it like, yeah, too crowded, man. Bachelor of Science in Information Technology. Nice. I like it. I like it. Cool. I like it. So is it hard to get? Is like college very competitive in India then, or is it like is there just like there's just more, because even though there are a lot of people, it's kind of there's a lot of colleges too. So what's your profession? Actually, I kind of do have an IT background. I never went to school for it, but I actually kind of got started at a company doing IT security, kind of as an intern. So I actually do have quite a bit of systems administration experience, you know, that sort of thing. Windows network stuff. Yeah, it's hard to get in a nice reputed college. Gotcha. That's great. Yeah, so we got some similar stuff going on there. Yeah, I've done. In fact, with my current job, I am a developer and the IT guy. It's a small company. It's very hard to find such internships here. Yeah, I gotcha. I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, getting into that field. It was more like I liked computers. I was not into didn't know anything about programming at the time. So actually my start in programming was kind of like command line stuff, which, you know, probably most programmers probably don't know anything about for a while when they start. What does the IT guy mean? What does an IT guy do versus developer? Well, yeah, maybe the terminology is different. Oh, that's from Codico there. Sorry, I almost missed that. I wasn't reading fast enough. I feel like I should know, but I never really worked at a company with a specific IT guy. I gotcha. IT kind of goes with like tech support, let's just say. Well, you know, most people say the word IT guy and they just know it's the guy who like fixes computers or fixes my computer, or my computer's broken at the office, and then the IT guy just shows up with something, does something, and plugs something in, and then it works, and then he's gone. That's kind of the IT guy, you know. Turn on and off the computer. Exactly. The IT crowd, the British show, that's hilarious. And that's like, yeah, that's the joke. Have you tried turning it off and on again? That's a great show, though, by the way. The IT crowd. From fixing Wi-Fi connections to codes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that was kind of my start into programming, was like I got into, you know, writing batch file, you know, doing some command line stuff, and I was kind of like, man, this is kind of cool, you know, like whatever, automating stuff, and I got into like some scripting kind of stuff, and you know, that's always fun, and you know, it's nice when you can just write a little script to go out and ping all your computers on the network and grab a bunch of data. I want to see whatever, blah blah blah. So. Oh, I'm going to do my master's in cybersecurity. Nice. That'll be cool. Codico. We don't have an IT guy, so the developers have to do that, LOL. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Basically that. I'm the dev and the IT guy. Oh, your mouse stopped working? All right, well. Yeah. Well, but IT, so like IT at a very large company is going to have many, like the company I got where I had like it wasn't really an internship. I was actually like a contractor, but I kind of started there when I really didn't know much of anything. But that was a big company where there were probably, you know, I don't know, 200 IT people. So obviously some of them are you know, business solutions, you know, programmers. Some of them are, you know, building applications and software for the business itself, you know, versus, you know, there's staff that does just internal tech support, answers the phones, but just for the internal tech support for the employees of the company, because they call the internal tech support, you know, because there's thousands of employees at the company, you know, and even hundreds of IT staff that include people doing tech support, include people doing security, include people doing building applications, managing servers, managing whatever. F Society, where are you from? I am in Wisconsin, USA. I'm not going to get much more specific than that, but yes. Beautiful state of Wisconsin. It's cold, though, right now. Yes. So, no, that's cool, F Society. Masters in cybersecurity. That'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure. For sure. Yeah, I mean, I worked in cybersecurity for a few years, and it was fun. It was fun. I mean, at that point I was starting to get more into development stuff, so that's where I kind of parted ways with that company. But need to reach your level of JS. Hey, it's not that hard. I'm kind of an idiot, so yeah. Yeah, that was one of the cool things that I did at the company, I remember, because when I was kind of a noob at JS at the time when I was at this other company doing cybersecurity stuff. I was in the IT security team, and we were looking at we were looking at something funky on one of our computers. So we had some I won't go into any specifics, but we had some stuff that basically found like vulnerabilities, did scans of our endpoint computers, our users and everything, and we found like one. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like somebody's computer. We found that they had, I don't remember, it flagged something on the browser with JavaScript, like some sort of malicious code in JavaScript, whatever. I don't remember exactly how we got to that point. But then I remember I knew like enough JS at the time where I was like, oh, let me take a look at this just to see if I can figure out what it was doing. And it was like, oh, this obfuscated code. But then all the way at the bottom, it was like all these functions, and it was just random letters, whatever, right? Like a normal, what you'd expect with an obfuscated JavaScript, with obfuscated JS code, right? I mean, it's all valid JS, but all the variable names and function names are all just weird, don't make any human sense, right? Just random letters. And then down at the bottom, minified and stuff, right. But then down at the bottom, there was like an eval, like all that it did, it was all these functions and everything, but it all generated out to one string. And then there was an eval, and then the string at the end. So it was all these functions that generated a valid JavaScript code in a string, and then just did an eval at the end. So I was like, oh, well, then to actually just look at that, we just take the eval. It was kind of stupid. I don't know. It was some malicious thing, but so I knew enough at the time where I was like, it's just doing an eval on a string. So I just have to take that string and not do the eval and just print the string, and I could see what all the JavaScript they were trying to do, So then it just printed this string, and it was like trying to get an iframe and draw that. But I remember doing that, and like all the people on the team, they weren't really programmers. They were IT, they're very smart IT security people, but they weren't really developers, that sort of thing. So I remember like busting that out and being like, oh, I see what it's doing. It's doing an iframe, blah, blah, blah. And they were all like, whoa, cool. So that was I just remember that. That was that perfect blend of like, oh, I was learning JavaScript at the time, kind of on the side, and then I pulled it into work to make something actually happen. But great story, man. Thanks, Codico. Thanks for that validation. That feels good. I appreciate it. Everyone else probably got bored and left, but you stuck around, Codico. Thanks. All right. So, what did we do? What have we done here? We've now done. Wait, did we add? Okay, so we've got the line where we've got our little chunk of code here where we actually do. Okay, here's where we're actually doing our fs append file sync. So we're actually writing our CSV file like this, and we're logging each line. Right? We got the player, the mouse event, the timestamp, the pose X, the pose Y, but we didn't add the new thing we were trying to add. We have this new thing here that is mouse event delta time. So we're logging the timestamp of the mouse events, whether it was a movement or a click, but we want to log that new delta so we can see how much time has passed since the previous mouse event. So now we do log.this. Log.that. There we go. And now we try to play the game, and we will see if it works. Let's close this. Rainy Dash, lurkers enjoyed it too. Hey, thanks, Rainy. Yeah, I'm usually the kind of Twitch user that lurks, actually. I'm trying to be better about, supporting other, especially people that have supported me who stream as well. I'm trying to be better about that, but I'm here too, but gotta go now. F Society, hey, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and good luck with the documentation you're doing. Hope that goes well. Hope you get that done. And get some sleep, man. 2 a.m. It's not, now it's almost 3 a.m. Isn't it? Yeah, it's got to be almost 3 a.m. now. Anytime, bro. Thank you. No, thank you, F Society. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out. It's 2:26 a.m. Oh, India's in one of those crazy half time zones. Those crazy 30-minute time zones. That's nuts. 2:26. See, I'm registering 2:56 p.m. So we've got that. It's like that minute. It's like that hour and a half, or that half hour time zone. That's crazy. The world is too complicated for half time zones. Okay, so in theory, I did everything correctly here, and we should. Yes, look at that. Okay. So we have our mouse movement timestamps here, and we have the delta here. So this very first one is always going to be equal. This first delta is going to be equal to this one, because this is 150 minus 0, basically. So obviously 150, there you go. But then all of these should mostly be around 16. Should be close to 16.7 milliseconds. Here we got one that's 239. So maybe I took like a little too long to move the mouse or something. Because again, if we don't move the mouse or click, the browser doesn't send anything. It's only going to send data when you actually move or do something. That way I kind of can minimize, maybe minimize the amount of data we're sending to the server. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I really got to go. So, a little restroom stop. Quick dropping a Durana BRB emote in there. Got to go. Sorry, guys. Be right back. All right, we are back. Thanks, guys, for catching me with the toilets there. I appreciate it. You guys got my back. Whoops. Okay. All right, so there we go. Okay. Wow, almost 5 hours. Whew. Crazy. Feel like we didn't even get anything done today. We had some good discussions, though. Some good talks. Yeah, so let's look at some mouse click events here. Here we go. Okay, so we got a click. And again, we should see like, Yeah, we should see these really close timestamps here. Because again, and these positions should be the same. So this movement that happened right before the click is the movement into this position. This is the X and Y position. So it's kind of, I know it's kind of annoying here. We've got, maybe I should let's put spaces in between the commas just for clarity for right now, just for looking at this right now. So I can try to understand some things. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. All right, so let's try again. Three, two, one. There we go. All right, so let's open that CSV file. Okay, we are good. All right. Yeah, okay, so that's why we see this really tiny delta. Because, so for these two things here, yeah, it's much easier to look at now with the spaces. Much better. So this is fine. This makes a lot of sense that we see a very tiny delta because basically the client is doing a movement. It's doing the movement into this position. We have now moved our mouse into this position here. And then the click happened from this position. You know, like maybe probably in the same frame that the movement happened, maybe, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, actually, I would say it's probably pretty obvious that those happened within the same frame. Otherwise, there would be like a 16 millisecond delay between these. So that's where we're getting, you know, this delta of really tiny. So again, these numbers here for these two values are milliseconds. So this is 808 milliseconds into the game running that we've hit this mouse movement and then this click. And this is, well, this is weird. This is kind of what we saw before. Yeah, look at that. We got another one like that, 48. That's weird. All right. We'll have to investigate a little bit. So it makes sense that we would see these really tight times. Like, so again, this is 0.01. This is 0.01 milliseconds. What is that? This would be 10 I don't know how to say anything below that. Basically, this is the 10th of a millisecond, 100th of a millisecond, and this would be microsecond here. So we're at the order of magnitude of 10 microseconds right now that we're looking at right there. That's what that is. Want to become famous. Wow. X Kowalski. Yes, please, X Kowalski. Oh, Kawasaki. Oh, my goodness. Kawasaki. It's got to be Kawasaki. We're going to ban him either way. Get out of here. All right. He gone. All right. So. Wow. Okay. So this is an interesting thing. We're seeing a little trend here. Look at the move and then the click. And I'm not even supposed to be analyzing the data right now. I'm just supposed to be making sure I'm logging it. But I kind of wanted to just look at it. So just bear with me here. So look at this. This is interesting. Same exact thing. 48 milliseconds from the previous delta there. 808 minus 760. That's weird. And then here, same thing. The move right before the click, 48 milliseconds. Let's look at the next click. Here's the next click. This one is really weird. 78. So before the last one, okay, so this one like took a long time to send. You know what? The only way we're really gonna make this work is if we actually send the client data and really look at what's going on at the client data. Rainy Dash, I think I just changed my Twitch auto mod to block a bunch of different variants of big follows. Saved me a bunch of banning. Nice. Nice. I guess that's, yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'll have to look into that, Rainy. Thanks. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, I usually get 1 or 2 of those a day now. Or one or two of those a stream. That's not too bad considering I stream for 7-8 hours. I'll say 6 to 8 hours. You should be able to do the same if you want. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I will. I will. Thanks for the tip. Speaking of which, I gotta give you, yeah, you stream, right? So I gotta give you a follow here. For sure. I'm gonna do it right now before I forget. There's a few other people I really need to follow that I haven't done yet. People that have, whoops. There we go. I hope it's the right Rainy Dash. Well, thanks. You don't have to, but thank you. I just stream for fun. Hey. No, I'm going to chase you down and follow you. There you go. I just need to actually use Twitch, maybe, for once, other than actually streaming on it. Actually visit Twitch. Now, that's got to be my next step. All right, so what's your you have a normal schedule, Rainy? I think I asked you this yesterday. And I think maybe you said you don't really have a schedule. Maybe I didn't ask you this. All right. So yeah, this pattern is just too weird. There's something going on here that the mouse movement right before our click comes 48 milliseconds after. Yeah, it's got a 48 millisecond delta between the second to, I don't know how to say, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. That's just very bizarre. And again, like I was saying, I just need to really look at the client code, analyze the client code and send that. Kind of do basically what I'm doing here, but just on the client, and then pipe all that at the end of the match up to the server. Just kind of have a little debug thing to really figure out why this is exactly going on. Or maybe I don't really care. Maybe it's not really that big of a deal that it's happening. That's also a possibility. And the one thing is, I think... That's really interesting. Yeah, here's one that it ended up being 128 milliseconds in between. That's really weird. I do stream usually on Wednesdays and Fridays and Saturdays, and usually it's 1 hour, 1 life, which is an indie MMORPG where you live through generations on a persistent server, building civs and families with other players. Pretty challenging crafting survival game. Nice. Yeah, doesn't Wondable play is 1 hour, 1 life, right? And you came over from Wondable, I think. Correct? You came over from Wondable's raid yesterday, I believe. And Wondable does some... Does he do some tools for the game too or something? Does he develop some tool stuff for the game? Or am I incorrect on that? He does, yes, and yes I did. Yeah, no, I gotcha. All right. He has his own mod, and he also manages a pretty impressive map of the server. Oh, nice. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, I don't think I've looked too much into 1 Hour, One Life otherwise. So I will have to check it out some more. Here's an interesting one now. We've got a 48 milliseconds after our click. Yeah, this is all just kind of weird. Right around the time a click happens, we just seem to get some funky stuff. Not funky, but because it's like not incorrect, but it's just kind of weird. Here's another 48 millisecond one. Yeah. So really, to answer these questions, we really need to actually dump the data from the server and actually just look at it, or dump the data. Have the client also pipe up data to the server, and then we can look. We can look to rectify the situation here. I don't even know if we have a situation, to be honest. But I do want to, for example, let's just say I had a thing that said, okay, well, I know that the browser, for example here, let's say I had an anti-cheat thing that said, well, clients are always sending their messages, their mouse inputs at 1/60th of a second, or every 60 times a second, right? So that would be 16.7 milliseconds. That would be the time in between each of those if we divide 1 by 60. So that is 0.016667 seconds, right? Or times 1,000. 16.7, I always say 6. I always round up right away to 16.7 milliseconds. So when we look at this, we're looking at milliseconds here. That's kind of what we more or less see. Like we see these 15, 15, 15, 16, 16, 16, 16, 15, 16, 16. We're seeing all numbers for the most part around there. There's a 15, 15, 16. Here's a 0. Here's 2 zeros right in a row. So that's weird. Because in theory then, the difference between this one, and this difference between the 67, like here we had three events that happened all on 8951 milliseconds, happened all within the same millisecond. These two should have been 16 milliseconds apart. And these ones could technically be, this move and this click could technically be on the same tick of our 16.7 milliseconds. So a move and then a click of less than a millisecond is fine. But having this 2 in a row is kind of weird. Having this movement, because from this movement to this movement is 0.0134. These are the tens. This is 13 microseconds apart. So that's a little bizarre. That's happening. I'm sure there's a somewhat not crazy illogical solution for that, or answer for that, but and here what did we do? We did a 10. Yeah, here we almost maxed out our full 600 because we're sending 60 mouse updates a second. We've got one line here per thing plus the header, so 593. And the max we could technically send is 600. Because we're sending 60 per second times 10 seconds. I did a 10-second game, so. let me look at the client code real quick, because maybe, like, what are we doing on WebSockets wrapper here on the browser side? Okay, so cursor, move. We do so we have our send to server method. We do command, we out command fill 0. Out command 0 equals the command. Is out, wait, out command is a 16. Oh, you went 32 on that. Okay. Out buffer. And out mouse chords is a yes. Okay. Send to server command, mouse pose out fill out command, command if command is 3 or command is 4. There might be a better way to do that. Where are we doing send to server? Where are we calling that? Let's just do a quick look on that. So send to server. Just in WebSockets wrapper. That is nice. Okay. Send to server, send to server, send to server, send to server, send to server. We've got the actual declaration itself. I'm gonna make a little to-do here. To-do split function into two. One for mouse commands. One for mouse commands or input commands. I'll just say mouse commands, and I know what I'm talking about. One for mouse commands. Two. One for quit match. IPR Zach D just subscribed. IPR Zach D, what is going on? Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it, as always. You didn't have to. Weren't you already subscribed? Maybe I don't know. But IPR Zach D's dropping the deuce, the toilet there, the BRB. They pull you in with the need to re-up monthly, LOL. Oh. Gotcha. Gotcha. What's going on? All right, so deuce for due months. Nice. Rainey's got the idea, I think. All right. Yeah, the new emote Zach just went live yesterday. That's all I could think of was a toilet. It's the only emote I could think of. So, because I take a lot of bathroom breaks. I don't know. I like to stay hydrated. Sue me. You know, I don't know. Awesome. Hi. I haven't been on Twitch for a while. Yeah, I know. It's all that coffee. Yeah. Yeah, but, well, I always drink coffee and water simultaneously because if I take a sip of coffee and like talk, it's just like really, it's kind of like hard on the throat. It just feels like really dry. Like if I'm not streaming, I could probably just drink coffee and be fine. But if I'm streaming and like coffee and talking kind of dries you out. Heard you're moving on to the moving out, Zach. That's pretty sweet. Moving out to the big TX. That's awesome. Main L is now following. Main L, thank you very much for the follow. I readily appreciate it, as always. Thank you. I mean, as always, I say as always for the the other followers out there. I always appreciate it, but Main L, you just followed, so can't really be as always if that's your first follow, Yeah, time to get out of LA. Yeah, I hear you. Time to not be on fire or whatever. No, that's pretty sweet though. Congrats, I guess. I don't know. Congrats, is that what you say? Congrats? It's kind of weird to say, I guess. Maybe once you're all moved in, then I'll say congrats. Actually, I'm gonna refresh my water here real quick because I'm out. So we'll be right back. 1 second. Don't go anywhere. We're back. Yeah, snuck a little bathroom break in there. Yeah, the toilet, I'm not a huge fan of actually how it looks when it's down small. It looks kind of cool when it's like zoomed in. Fire up the old GIMP here. Like, it looks kind of cool like that. It's kind of pixel arty. I just drew my own toilet on a piece of paper, and then just shrunk it down to 32 by 32 pixels. So it basically already is pixel art right there. And then I just kind of overlaid that on top, added a little shadow. Oh, that's kind of weird. It looks a little better like that size maybe. I don't know. But then when it's down at its like 100% size. Oh, this is 32 by 32, so this is slightly bigger. I think the one that's in the chat is 28 by 28, which is tiny. And it could just be, I don't know. Yeah. All right. So, whoops. Any suggestion for a nice monitor setup? For a nice monitor that is under 18 inches wide. My 4K monitor is too wide to fit between the front of the 5.1 speaker setup. Under 18 inches. Well, your 4K, the one you've got is a 28 inch, right? Or something like that. That's pretty good size. Or 32 or 28 or something like that. I kind of remember you got like a 28 inch. Yeah, 28. It's too wide to fit between. 18. 18 is pretty stinking small. Like, I feel like 20, like 22 or maybe 21 these days is probably like, I mean, you could go like, there are like portable ones that are like 17 inches or something, or like 15 to 17, like more like a laptop monitor. Maybe 22. You definitely can get 22 inches for 22, 23 or whatever. The one I have got is like the 24-inch 1080p monitors. That was kind of a standard thing for a while. But you can definitely get like 22-inch ones. Back in the day, you could get like 19-inch ones that were like 900p. Like, so, you know, a little less, 1600 by 900 rather than 1920 by 1080. The idea is to keep the correct spacing between the speakers and not get too wide. Yeah. Right. I mean, you could probably find anything. I would say just anything on Amazon probably that's highly rated, because I'm sure once you hit like 22-inch or 23, there's like some weird sizes in that middle space there. It's like 22.998 or something like that. I don't know. Not that specific, but there's like 23.5. Some monitors are like 23.5 and some of them are 24. I don't know. But I'm sure you'll find anything pretty solid in that space. And it would still be 1080p, which is what you'd probably want at a minimum, I would say. Probably shouldn't be any reason these days to buy something less than 1080p, 1920 by 1080. And is the 28 inch you've got now, does that have pretty thin bezels? I'll find something. LOL, didn't mean to hijack the stream. How's the game build going? Oh, no worries. Monitors are my passion, as you know. Actually, yeah, Becca was looking maybe at getting one, kind of a smaller one too, for her desk. She wants something cute. I don't know what cute means. Cute monitor. What? Beck Kitty, there's a nice 20-inch on Amazon. Okay, that is Becca. Zach. Beck Kitty is Becca. So that she's listening, I guess. She heard my what is the one on Amazon you were looking at, Beck Kitty? Hee. 75 hertz. You don't even know what that means. Maybe Bex needs something in pink. Got him. Nice. 75 hertz, Beck Kitty. Actually, that is pretty cool. That's significant. Because most monitors are 60, so 75 hertz. What pink? Heck no. Yeah, I don't know. She wants like a white one or something. BenQ always makes some sweet white. BenQ always had made like Mac, more like Mac friendly monitors, so they always had a bunch of white ones too. I like thin border. Thin bezel. It's called bezel, Big Kitty. Come on. Like my Dell down here, that's a pretty sweet thin bezel. And my other one is super chonky. Oh, haha, okay. Yeah. My monitor is 96 kilohertz. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. IPR is ACD. Or 192, yeah. Yes. It's not that good, honestly. All right. But yes, what are we working on here? Well, the game itself's going pretty well. We're doing multiplayer now, and probably the last time you were hanging out, Zach, I was already doing multiplayer. Right now, I'm looking at doing. I'm trying to log the game data, so the mouse movements and stuff. So right now I just played a game, and then basically I have the server spitting out, whoops, that's not what I wanted. I have the server spitting out a bunch of data from that game. So like this is in a crappy format. This would be, I will open this up in like a spreadsheet or something, but for right now. Haha, JK, I don't know what that means. Can I have the green sword? Big idiot spamming the chat. Nice. Yeah, I've never actually, I don't have any moderators other than my, other than Nightbot right now. So, yeah, so I'm basically logging all of the mouse movement data. And my reason for this is so like we can see here, this is all the mouse movements from just player one. So which was just me. I didn't play with the other player in this last game. So player one did a mouse move, and this is like the time, this is the number of milliseconds that mouse move occurred since the game started. So like within 20 milliseconds, I had already moved the mouse once. And then that's what this is here. And then over here is the X and Y positions of the mouse cursor. So we don't really care about that right now, but I'm kind of looking at this data at these times. And this is, the times here are the difference, the number of milliseconds between this mouse movement and the last one. So basically this number here is always going to be this number minus this number. And we should technically, except for the first one will be something else, but we should see around 16 milliseconds for all these. Here, all of a sudden, we saw one that was 239, which a difference of 239, which means I probably stopped moving the mouse for like a second there, so it stopped sending mouse updates before I moved it again. Otherwise, whenever the mouse is like in continuous motion, for the most part, we should be seeing something around 15 or 16 milliseconds in between every mouse movement. And the reason why I'm doing all this is because you can't have the sword, but you can have this toilet. I've known you longer than Nightbot. IPR Sacti. Careful, just wait till I get that sword. I don't even know how to make a moderator anyway. At some point we'll do that. So the reason why I'm logging all of this information is because I want to be able to dump it into Excel and kind of chunk through it and maybe look at kind of what it's like to be a human player versus okay, so I want to just kind of be able to analyze the data and see like, okay, this is what it looks like when a human plays the game, right? Like, so maybe there's a bunch of mouse movements, a certain number of mouse movements before there's finally a click, right? So that way I can kind of get an idea of, you know, what it looks like for a human to actually play the game versus maybe what a bot would be doing or something. So I can kind of detect some cheating, more or less. Haha, following that sort when the time comes. You can make a moderator in the same place you can change the auto mod settings. Okay, Rainy Dash, which I will have to research then. Actually, I think I know where that is. Channel points. I was looking for this the other day. It's a thing for channel points. All right, I need to look at that more. I need to learn what Twitch is. That's what I need to do first. I get it though. I'm so lazy messing about with the stream setup. Would rather just get the stream in. Oh, get to the streaming part. Oh, I read that too fast. Stream. Yeah, streaming. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I hear you. I know. It's kind of like, why do I want to do what? I don't want to do all this setup stuff. I just want to kind of do stream, you know. Streaming development stuff, though, you kind of get a free pass on being crappy because nobody really cares. None of the viewers really care about all this fancy stuff. I feel like, I don't know, people would rather just see you like talking about whatever you're working on, not really like fancy stingers and stuff like that. That being said, I would like to have some more custom things. I'm totally gonna replace the follower jingle there, that the default follower jingle in Streamlabs. Totally gonna replace that with a ridiculous little guitar lick or something. I got a bunch of guitars back there, you know. I gotta put those to use. Okay, so I don't really need to be looking at this data too much more. I kind of was just peeking through it because I was curious, but what I really should do is just focus on getting more columns, more data here, more information that would be helpful. So the other thing I think we should look at is probably well, first off, okay, actually, no, before we do this, so we've got mouse event delta time, we've got the player, that's this number, the player, the mouse event, that's the move or click. We have move or click, right? So there's usually a bunch of moves and not so many clicks. Because as I'm moving the mouse right here, just like in a smooth thing, there's actually a bunch of different little mouse events happening over time, right? Because your mouse is updating your computer at a fixed interval. Much like your monitor is refreshing drawing pixels on the screen at a fixed interval. Your mouse does the same thing. So just because I stop moving my mouse at a certain point in time doesn't mean that there's some sort of different mouse, you know, it's just as I'm moving my mouse, it's just sending mouse movement events. So we got mouse event delta time. That is just the difference between the last two or the current mouse event and the past mouse event. Just kind of a little helper thing there for making things look nice. And I want to do the same for the position X and the position Y. I want to do also the movement X. We can call that MOVX maybe, and MOVY. MOV in assembly, in ASM. Not really. That's not what we're doing. Just the movement, basically the delta X and the delta Y. So like we have delta time here between the mouse events. You know, this one should really be called like mouse event timestamp, but whatever. This will be how far the mouse moved along the x-axis from the previous one. So basically just this number, this x number minus this number is what it'll be. So I want to see how I can do that really simply, because I believe we're already saving. We should already be saving the player match state here. We should be saving that cursor position. Where do I set it, though? Let's look at that. Cursor, pose. Okay, so we don't care about any of the client. That's a client file. This is a client file. This is a client file. Client file. Server file. Here we go. Server file. Okay. So we're using it here in the match. And we're using it here in player match state. Okay, so we're just using it in these. So this cursor pose, do I use it? Okay, let's look at. Let's look at where we do something here. Nzac, neat little game. Keep it up, man. Hey, thanks, Nzac. We got a couple Zacs in here now. Z-A-K, Z-A-C-K, though. No, so I don't know. You guys can duke it out over which spelling is better. I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, thanks for that nice comment there, Nzac. I appreciate that. I really do. This. Why do I have this again? I don't know. That's something else we'll look at in the future. Okay, so we need to do. We need to do. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. We need to look at cursor pose units, cursor pose units, cursor pose units. Let's do whole word. There we go. Okay, so we've got not that one. We don't want that one. No. Oh wait. Here we go. Player.match state. Oh yeah, let's do match state dot. Let's just filter all that out so I can match state dot. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so there we're calculating that. This is just, again, this whole cursor pose thing is just for debugging stuff anyway. So I want to see where we got player dot match state dot cursor pose equals. Yeah, wherever I'm doing equals, that's what I care about. Wherever I'm assigning something to it. Okay, so we only do that in cursor moved. Okay. So actually, yes. So that's perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. So I want to do, well, okay. Yeah, okay, so this is the cursor move where we're doing the logging, and what did we say? We were going to do delta, move X and move Y, or delta X, delta Y, whatever. Ooh, and I'd like to also do the distance as well. So we're going to do, whoops, not be right back. I'm here. Okay. We're going to do move X, move Y, and distance. Cursor distance, I don't know, moved distance. And that would be the distance of the mouse position from the previous position. So we can actually just use player.matchState.CursorPose right here for that calculation. So all I want to do, I can do move X, and that's going to equal pose.x minus player.matchState.cursor pose.x. And then same thing here, but this will be the y, move y, the y, player.match data cursor pose.y. And then distance, we want distance as well. And that's going to be the old math.hypot Pythagorean theorem. Math.hypot, we are going to do pose x. Wait. Yeah, pose.x minus player.matchState. We're going to do that whole shebang again. Player.matchState.cursor pose.x. And then we're going to do the same thing, basically this line. I'm just recalculating these things. It's okay. This is just for the logging stuff. I don't really care about being super efficient and nice here. Okay, so that gives us the distance between the current cursor position and the last cursor position, and we'll put that in our log file nicely. First, the other thing we need to do is actually write... Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. Let's do the same thing. Let's just write the same exact thing for the cursor click. And a cursor click doesn't move the mouse cursor because it's a click. It has a position when you clicked the mouse, but it doesn't, obviously, there's no delta. There's no movement X or movement Y. But nonetheless, so theoretically, this number should always be 0. But nonetheless, I want to keep it there just in case there's some little weird ordering of things. I don't want to explain what I mean by that right now, but there is a potential where that might not actually come out to be 0. But we don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, we need to actually now, we got move X, move Y, distance. We need to actually set that in here where we actually write the log file. So we got log, player, mouse event, blah, 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 timestamp, mouse delta event, pose X, pose Y. Oh, this one line is getting so long. $, we're going to do log dot move X. We need to do $, log dot move Y. You know what I should have done? No, I don't think I could do that. Then we're going to do $, log dot, what's the other thing we need? Distance. Log dot distance. Maybe we just call it dist. We're just going to call it dist. Dist. Okay, so then down here, we're going to call this dist just because I want it shorter. Okay, then up in the part where we do the header, we need to also do the same thing. We need to do move X, call that move X. Have move Y, call that move Y. We're gonna have distance, dist, equal dist, distance. I'll say the full word there. These are just the column headers for our log file, for our CSV file. So we'll close this. We'll rerun the whole thing. We'll see what's going on here. So we'll do another little 10-second game. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. All right, let's open that CSV file and see what we got. Whoa, bunch more data. Okay. Oh, okay. We already see what we got here, and this is good. We got the click. We can see we've got a click here with a 0, 0. So 0 delta, 0 movement X, 0 movement Y, and I know what this is. I know what this is now. That explains it, I think. I think I know why we have this little phenomena here now. Yes, so now we've got the 0. Now this is getting kind of wacko to look at, but we're losing our columns. See, I really need to put this in Excel or something. So for the most part, we can see we kind of have these columns here, which we've got the time that the mouse event occurred, which is the number of milliseconds since the match started. And then here is the difference in time from this event minus the last one. So how much time has passed since the previous event. This is the mouse position X coordinate, the mouse position Y coordinate, the amount of space, the amount of X that has changed since the previous mouse event. So we went from 369 to 260. So we did a negative 108X along the X axis basically. So it's basically this minus this is going to give you this. This minus this is also going to give you the Y. So that's, we changed 50. We went 50 units over in the Y. These are not pixels. So the positions that we're moving are not in pixels. These are in units. Because the clients, the game, the server doesn't know about pixels. There's basically a unit space that each client then has like a little multiplier that converts pixels, a current pixel, because the client moves a mouse along a pixel. You know, the cursor is always on a pixel, hard on a pixel on the integer, not on some decimal point number, some floating point number in there. They're right on a hard integer pixel. But basically, I have a little multiplier that converts it into this unit space that then gets sent to the server. So the server just gets the unit space values from the clients. So yeah, so that's basically that. And then here, okay, so this very back value is our distance. Lufa08 is now following. Lufa, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Lufa, I like it. I like the name. Well, yeah, I'll plug the game here for anyone maybe who's just hopped in or something like that, maybe for Lufa. I'm working on my game here. It's called Populus. It's a game where you pop bubbles. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of simple. It's not much to it. I'm probably spending way too much time. I don't know. For such a stupid game, I'm sure doing a lot of... I mean, look at all this. Look at this spread. What little stupid game. You look at this dumb game where you pop bubbles, and I'm looking at all these numbers that are just... What's become of my life? No, but seriously, my game's called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. Roiku, it's not a dumb game. It's cool. Well, thanks, Roiku. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, I don't know what else I was going to say about it. There's a little tutorial. You can try the tutorial out. But yeah, the game's right here. There's a tutorial. You can hit play. You can play the game. You can pop bubbles. So you're trying to pop bubbles as they appear here in this order. So you're always popping the bubble that's in this position. So to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over it, and you push space. You press the space bar, or you can click with the mouse, left click, and you just kind of keep going. You go as fast as you can. See how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds. There's a timer right here to the left side that's slowly ticking down. I need to have something that's a little more in your face about as far as timing goes, I think. But yeah, it's about all there is to it. I'm working on multiplayer right now, so that is what's going on. Oh, I'll plug the oh, sorry, I missed that comment, Lufa. I'm new into JS. I'm trying to animate my CSS when a button is clicked, but I gave up already. I will try tomorrow. Well, welcome into JS, Lufa. It's a crazy world. It's a crazy world. I'm trying to animate CSS when a button is clicked. I don't think you do that with JS. I think CSS can do it. I know you would love to start from the beginning. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about there. Yeah, I was as I was saying, I know with CSS there is a hover thing for when you, like, if you hover over a button. So my game doesn't do any CSS actually. These are all shapes that I'm drawing to the an HTML5 canvas. So the canvas fits to the whole window. So like I rescale everything with the window. The canvas fits to the window every time, and I rescale it. Basically, the only actual HTML elements in my site here are the links, the Discord and Twitch links. To experience it one more time. Start from the beginning of learning, you mean, is what you're saying, I guess. But yeah, I think with CSS, I believe, I got you. I believe with CSS, there is a, IPR Zach D throwing a, what, TK, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Did you do like the modify emote or something? I don't have no idea what that even meant, that modify the emote thing. Nice, I like it. TK. With a little hand. Is that a little hand pointing on the toilet there? Yeah. I mean, Lufa, you could like, you could change the style, like you could change the CSS of an element, of an HTML element when you do something with the JavaScript. But I think CSS has stuff built in for clicking and hovering. I know for hovering for a fact. There's like an ampersand hover thing that you do in CSS, and you can specify the properties that should happen when the mouse goes over the button or whatever, hovers over a button or some element or something. I think that's all built into CSS. As far as the click, it would do the same thing. You don't have to be setting like JS in your on click of the button and like have it do some stuff. You should be able to do all of that within just CSS, within the CSS file itself or whatever, if that makes sense. Too hard to see sunglasses on the potty. Nice. I haven't done that modify emote thing. I've always seen it and been like, what does that mean? Modify emote. I want the class.container to change to another class when the button is clicked. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I don't think that would animate. I think that would instantly change the class to the other class. So if you did that in pure JS, interacting with HTML elements is something don't have a super ton of experience with. But I do it actually, because I do it in, where's our WebSockets wrapper here? No, not WebSockets wrapper. Where is our Canvas wrapper? Well, you're changing the class, but I guess what I'm looking at is, yeah, like here I'm changing some style, right? So I have the canvas, which is an HTML canvas. I do document.create element canvas. I do canvas. I set the width of my canvas to my window, width and height. And then here I'm setting some style, some CSS, right? So canvas. I'm doing this all in JavaScript, right? I'm setting CSS through JavaScript, setting the style through JavaScript, whatever. So we got canvas.style.background color. I'm setting that to F1, F1, F1. So like if I was just to change this, like it wouldn't animate. If I had like some event that happened and I did canvas.style.background color equals this new color, it would just snap to that color right away. It wouldn't animate. So that's why I'm saying, like, I think you really do have to have some sort of, you do have to do it within CSS. If you wanted to get really crazy in some of the stuff that like I'm doing with animating stuff here, you're talking about having to do things like if you're talking about wanting to maybe animate this like a button like this. Again, this isn't CSS. This is all happening in JavaScript. You have to be doing something you have to be having some sort of frame timing thing going. Balauzas is raiding. Balauzas, thanks for the raid, man. I got to pay you back one day with a raid. You've raided me way too many times for me to have not raided you back. Balauzas, how are you doing, sir? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. How was the stream? Still doing you've been doing educational stuff, right? Educational teaching like a game for like teaching, right? Slow? Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I've spent all day trying to just log some data from the client on the server. That's all I've been doing all stream for the past 6 hours. But I've been hanging out, having a good time, so it's been worth it. But yeah, Lufa, yeah, to animate something, you'd have to do it in CSS unless you were going to start getting really funky with doing set timeouts, set intervals and stuff like that in JavaScript. Because if you just changed a class of an element, you would just, if you like did that on click of the element, it would just snap to that new class, and I would assume update the graphics just hard instantly. You wouldn't have something that animated over time. So you either have to get, the way to do that, you'd either have to get funky with set interval in JavaScript. You have to be doing this bad boy here. Interval. Something here, something that, something like that, something there. Do this. 50 milliseconds. I don't know. Whatever you want. You have to be doing something like that. Callback function must be a function received undefined. Yeah, get out of here. Stupid IntelliSense. What is my CPU clock speed running at right now? Okay, 4.8. 4.18. Not 4.8 gigahertz. That would be pretty killer. 4.12. Okay. My IntelliSense was lagging a bit there. In that another class, there is a transition. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is CSS transitions. Okay. I will tell you when I'm done with it. Gotcha. Yeah. I barely know CSS. I barely know web development. I'm a fraud. I know JavaScript, and that's pretty much mostly it. I know some web APIs, and I use them. I know HTML Canvas. I know the Canvas API pretty well. I use that. But CSS, I really don't know too much. I'm awful with it. Any CSS I've written has been very hacky. Allows us. Initially, platform is only for parents and children, but now teachers want to use it, so it's a bit difficult to upgrade it all. I gotcha. Oh, so you've already got some users and everything live and all of that. That's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I guess I didn't know what stage in development you are, if you're kind of... Now, did you do this, Balauzas, did you do this, is this kind of like something since COVID's come out that you're kind of like, oh, I could build some kind of cool tool that's online since everything's online now? School, kids, everybody's home. That kind of thing? Or has this been something you've been working on for a while? Excuse me. Get the tickle in my throat, you know? Not really. I'm creating it for my own kids. Oh, cool. Cool. Lufa, have a nice session. See you next time. No, thank you, Lufa. Thank you. We'll see you next time. I don't know why I said no. Yeah, thanks for the good wishes. Yeah, we'll see you next time. Thanks, Lufa. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I can't talk anymore after a while. Creating it for my own kids and then allowed others to use it. Nice. Well, that's cool. okay, we got a bunch of data here. A bunch of data here that I need to stop worrying about looking at, and we just need to keep crunching through. So we're building our CSV out here, and it's starting to look pretty good. Obviously, it's awful because we're just looking at the plain text CSV with some spaces here to kind of help see columns, but we're going to look at this in Excel or Google Sheets or something later, and really make use of it. Make use of the actual CSV itself. So we want to add a few more properties here. We want to add, we've added the player. That's the first column there. So 1, we've added the mouse event, whether it's a move or a click. So if we have a mouse click there, we've got the timestamp. That's the time in milliseconds that our match has been running when that mouse event happened. We've got the mouse event delta time, which is the time between the current mouse event and the past mouse event. We've got the position X, that's this here in units, not pixels of the cursor. Position Y in units, not in pixels. Movement X and movement Y, that's kind of the time, the distance that we've moved along the X-axis since the last mouse update. Same thing with move Y and distance. We're doing the old math.hypot, the old Pythagorean theorem, to calculate the distance between, well, basically we take move X, move Y, and we run that through math.hypot. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, if I remember correctly. That gives us our distance. And then mistake. This is what we want to add now. So if a mouse movement event resulted in a mistake, I want to flag it here. So depending on the type of mistake, we're going to append that. We're going to have a mistake thing, and it's either going to be a blank string, or we're going to put in a string that's like, if you moved out of bounds, then it'll say moved out of bounds. If you say pop dead space, then it'll say popped dead space or missed or something, or popped wrong bubble. So those are the 3 cases where we can have a mistake in Populus. Otherwise, if you pop the bubble correctly, we'll have something here. We'll have some more data here. But for right now, let's focus on this mistake property, mistake thing. Okay. So how do we do that? I have no idea. So we first, up here at the top, we're going to define that header for the thing. So we're going to say mistake. We're actually going to make this, or we're going to call this mistake, right? This is the column. This is the column header in our CSV file. So when we look, that's this first row. So we're just adding in that string. That'll be, that'll say comma mistake. And then we want to have, I actually just thought of something here. Let's see. I just thought of something. Oh no, we can't do that. Never mind. Oh yeah, we already are kind of doing that. All right. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we want to do on our first, okay, so here's our cursor down. This is where the cursor gets clicked. So we need to add basically going to add a mistake property here to the object. It's just going to be a blank string. Empty string. I always say blank string. Should be calling it empty string, technically. Because if there's not, and then we'll be setting it, if there was a mistake, then we hit that down in the conditions somewhere down in here, in this ridiculously nested if statement. So we just initialize it kind of to a blank string, an empty string, and then we'll do the same. We'll do the same down in our mouse move, our player cursor moved. So then we'll do a mistake is a empty string. Now, if the nice thing is we have this method called player made mistake. So basically, if we hit this part, this player made mistake happens in either the player cursor moved method or the player cursor down method, or the click method. So basically, just right before this line of player made mistake, I should just add in a little if we're config.logging. So if we're supposed to be logging all these events, then we're going to change this.logs length -1. So we're going to just get that last log that we just pushed into the log right here. So we push that into our logs array, and the logs array is each record. Each one of these rows is a record, or an object that we are treating as a record in our CSV file, a row, whatever your choice of terminology is. So if we're logging, then we've already put the mistake as a blank string. So now we just need to, we know we're about to make a mistake, so we need to just flag that mistake right here. So this case here is when the cursor moved out of bounds. So I can just say this.logs. We get the last log in the array because it would have been the log we just pushed on, and then we do dot mistake equals cursor moved out of bounds. And that should be all we need to do for that. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll do the same thing for the other two conditions where we have another player made mistake and we have another player made mistake. So basically, same exact thing. We do if config.logging. We say wrong bubble popped. And we have pop dead space. Whoops, popped dead space. And I use the phrase dead space. I don't know why. Just meaning you clicked the mouse cursor and you weren't on a bubble at all. Here you clicked the mouse cursor, but you were on the wrong bubble. Otherwise, you were on the right bubble, and then we don't care anymore. So that should be all we want. So now if we actually play a game, if we actually try a game out here, fire up a competitive game, we play. Time's up. 30 bubbles popped in 10 seconds. Not bad. I'll take it. So let's look at our CSV now. Okay, so we've got a bunch of extra columns. No, we don't. Not at all. I forgot the one. I forgot the part where we actually need to write it to disk. Facepalm. Okay. I've forgotten that part every time now. And we're getting this ridiculously long. So this is where we're looping over all of those log objects. And then, yeah, TK toilet. Exactly. IPR ZACD. Yes. So here we're actually writing all of the individual lines of the CSV file. We're looping over all the lines we have in this, which is called this.logs array. I don't know, it's kind of stupid. Kind of a stupid name, but who cares? And we have log.dist, and we should have $log dot, what is it called? Here, mistake, distance, mistake. Yeah, mistake. I'm calling this dist, so I should call it dist. Mistake. Log dot mistake. All right, so now I need to play, and I should make all the different types of mistakes. I didn't think about that before. I should have done that the first time. All right, so let's play and make all the different types of mistakes. So we'll go here, 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 here. Make a mistake, crash into the wall, crash into the wall. There we go. Pop the wrong bubble. Pop dead space, pop the wrong bubble. Okay. Beautiful. So now let's look at the CSV file and see what we got. So now do we have... Okay, so it should be blank, basically. unless we made a mistake of some kind. So we'll just go until we see some sort of string on the end here. I played for a while maybe before I made a mistake. Anything? Cursor move, there's something. Okay, so cursor moved out of bounds. Line 168 movement, okay. So that was when I moved the cursor out of bounds, obviously. So that's the other thing too. This cursor moved out of bounds, that's a mistake that happens on a cursor move event. The other events happen on clicks. So like you pop the wrong bubble, that had to be a click. And it's not a mouse click, it could be a spacebar press too, right? It's not directly tied to just the mouse click. It's just kind of this. Okay, so we moved out of bounds again there. We did, what else? Anything else here? We did something. I did a bunch of stuff at the end. Oh, the other stuff did not make it, so I did something wrong. Okay. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. Wrong bubble popped. Okay. It's just zoomed way in because these are all 0, 0, 0s. Okay. So we did a bunch right at the end there, didn't we? Wrong bubble popped. Wrong bubble popped. Wrong bubble popped. Pop dead space. Pop dead space. Yeah. So that should be all good. Okay. Man, this is a lot of data. But it should all be cool once we actually start looking at it. Dead space. Yes. Yes. I said that before, actually, when I mentioned Dead Space. I was like, great game, by the way. Yeah, man. I loved the first. I liked the second Dead Space, too. But the first one, I don't know. There's something about the first one that really just stressed you out. I've never, like, played a game where I was, like, more stressed out. All right. So if we have a valid click, if we have a, it's like here's a click that has to be valid because there's no error, there's no mistake attached to it right here. So if we have a valid click, I would like to say the bubble that was popped. The bubble that was popped and I guess, ooh. Actually, okay, let's try this. Maybe we should do, okay, so we've got the mistake, which is a string of the description of the mistake. And if we have popped bubble, maybe we should have popped, maybe we should call this popped bubble, and then it would be the integer of the bubble, the ID. And then, do we need to say the next target bubble ID? Sorry, deep in thought here. Oh, I was going to throw the Discord in there just in case anyone was interested. We got a Discord. It's small. There's not that many people there, but it's growing. And yeah, I'd like to get better at updating it. I'm pretty new to Discord myself personally. But I got a server set up for kind of just the stream and everything, not specifically for Populus, but kind of more for just me streaming and games. It's called Tyrannosaur's Game Dev Server or something like that. So if you're interested, you can join. I'd like to try to maybe be better at updating stuff and kind of making it a place for where Populus updates will happen and that sort of thing. Yeah, so you can check it out if you're interested. I meant to throw that down in the chat earlier. All right, so yeah, if we pop a bubble successfully, we should just log the ID of the popped bubble. So that would be only on a mouse click movement, right? Or mouse click event, not movement. Mouse click event. And then it would be nice to say the new target bubble ID, I think. Yeah, let's do this. We'd have target bubble. Next, new target bubble. New target bubble ID. Or maybe, actually, let's do this. Actually, I don't know what I want to do here. Where do we change? Let's look at where we actually change the target bubble ID. Where does that actually change? Let's look here. We're gonna go, whoops. Ah, man. This dot target bubble ID plus. Oh no, not just plus, but how do I do? I don't want to do regular expressions in here. I don't. Okay, now we're good. So I just want to look at where it's changing. We just want to look on the server. So this is client, 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 client. Okay, so close these. I don't care. So we've got server and server. So here, okay, so that's the player match state. Don't care about that one either. Actually, we kind of do. Well, that's for the other game mode. Match server. We got this target bubble ID equals 0. That's where we set it up. That's our constructor right here. We've got plus equals 1, and we've got, wow, client, client, client. Where do we decrement it? Decrement. Because the target bubble ID is supposed to go down when you make a mistake. Doesn't it? Wait, right. You're supposed to go back. You're supposed to go negative. So why? Where's player made mistake? Player made mistake. If we're not in shared bubble mode. Oh, no. I am looking at the wrong thing. Okay, it is per player. That's right. It's per player. Oh. It's been a long stream, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say here. I guess we just look at match state dot target bubble ID. All right, there's a million of those. So we do space, maybe? That's a better idea. Power Skills is now following. Power Skills, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Hi, guys. Power Skills. What is going on? Thanks for hanging out. Trying to get into JavaScript. Nice, nice. Good deal, Power Skills. Yeah, let me know if you got any questions or anything, or if you're interested about what I'm doing, any of the stuff I'm working on, because it seems like the place to be. Oh, thanks. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm pretty good with JavaScript. I'm also kind of an idiot, though, so you never know. I could be doing everything completely wrong. But, yeah. Yes. So what are we even trying to do right now? I'm just trying to look at where we're changing this target bubble ID. And I see a couple spots here. I see a minus equals where we're reassigning it. Here we're reassigning. Here we're doing a comparison, so I don't care about that. Here we're doing a comparison, don't care about that. Oh, look at that. Here we are doing a reassignment down to 0. So what I want to do is maybe we'll just attach. Okay, so what I was thinking here is we want to know. We want to know what the target bubble ID is from our point. I'll give you a quick demo of what I'm doing here, Power Skills. Give you a little more context. I'm working on my game here. It's a crappy game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, actually. Populus.gg, the website. I just plugged the link down in the chat there. Or I should say Nightbot did graciously for me. Thank you, Nightbot. Yeah, it's a little game where you just pop these bubbles, and that's basically it. You kind of just see how fast you can pop them. I'm working on multiplayer right now, and I'm working right now on just kind of logging some data. Just trying to grab basically all of my. Because when you play a multiplayer game, basically the browsers are sending the data up to a server so that the two players can kind of play together. So like if I fire up a multiplayer game here with two browsers, I'm just running a server here on my local computer. So then the two players get the same bubbles. So then you're just you're popping the same bubbles but at your own pace, basically. And it's kind of a race, right? And I'm basically just logging all the data that the browsers are sending up to the server. So the browsers actually send all the mouse movements and everything, and then the server kind of plays the game out on its own, just to make sure everything is capiche. And what I'll be doing what my point of kind of, I'm trying to just dump all of like the mouse movement data and the times that it happened and the positions of the mouse cursor and all that stuff. I'm trying to just dump that all into a single file that I can then like throw into Excel or something, or PowerPoint. PowerPoint. Oh my goodness. All right, that was a faux pas there. Faux pas, is that the right thing? Not PowerPoint. No, we're not using PowerPoint for anything. I want to throw this. So basically, I'm dumping all that data, I'm logging all that data into like a spreadsheet, into a CSV file. So like my back end, my server is all written in JavaScript as well. I'm using Node.js, so that's JavaScript, but kind of for web servers kind of thing, app servers, whatever. That's kind of a bad description of Node.js, but you say you're getting into JS power skills, so I don't know if you've come across Node.js at all, or if you're mainly focused on kind of browser stuff, front end, whatever, that kind of thing. But basically, I'm dumping all the data here, all the mouse movements and all this timing stuff. And basically, you can kind of see I got some columns kind of going here. Obviously, they're all misaligned and look awful. But this is my CSV file, which I will be able to open up nicely in Excel or something once I get to the point. I don't have Excel on my computer, actually, on this computer. But I might open it up into Google Sheets later once I'm ready to actually kind of get started at the analytics. I just started, but I've already come across Node.js. Nice. Cool. So yeah, I guess you're looking kind of into doing some website development kind of stuff is what you're looking to get into, or are you just kind of looking to get into programming kind of generally? That's what I consider myself more of. I consider myself more of like a programmer, not so much a web developer. I mean, I kind of do it. Obviously, I'm making a stupid web game, browser game, so I kind of have to know something about it, but I don't know. I like to think of myself as more of like a programmer. I feel like the web development world likes to, like when you become a web developer, I feel like that's all you are, is a web developer for the most part. Or like that's all you're concerned about is web development, which is kind of weird. Because there's like whole YouTube channels or whole sites that talk about development and programming, but all they're talking about is web development. Like, but they say development like as if like, oh, any computer programmer could come in and look at this stuff. But no, it's like all specific development stuff, like web development stuff. You know, I feel like a lot of web developers are kind of in their own world of like, I'm a web developer and that's the only kind of programming there is. That's just the vibe I get sometimes with web developers, with web development. Power skills. Yeah, I guess I'm looking to get into programming. I want to start with JS as a base, and the goal is to become a blockchain dev. Ooh, nice. Cool. Yeah, I know very little about blockchain other than kind of the bare minimum with cryptocurrency and whatnot, or at least with Bitcoin. Nice. Yeah, I mean, JavaScript is I mean, there's a lot of bad things about it, but you're kind of limited into kind of what you're doing with it, because JavaScript is a scripting language. So it's not really a language, general purpose language, if that makes sense. It's not really a general purpose programming language. It can be, not unlike like C or C++ or Python even, or something where those are a little more like general purpose. Yeah, Python's kind of general purpose, right? Where you could build any sort of type of application with those languages. You're doing, but whereas JavaScript, you're kind of in the domain of you're using it in a web browser, because it's the language that decided to use to automate a web browser. Or you can have now there's Node.js, which actually lets you do kind of some actual more typical programming language, standalone programming language things where you interact with the file system, interact with your computer in some other way. I'm pretty good with PowerShell. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, that's a good... So I hope that's a plus. Well, I would say any command line stuff is really good to know getting into if you already know your way around command prompt, any sort of command line based stuff. That's a really good start. I kind of came from a little more of that background as well. I actually was kind of more on the IT side of things, the IT administration side of things coming into development. So maybe a similar background to you. And I kind of like doing command line stuff was kind of my first foray into programming of any kind. And then, I started doing like batch files. I started looking more at scripting kind of stuff. And I really fell in love with programming through that. So, yeah, me too. Nice. Very cool. JavaScript definitely has like I just realized I had so much more fun with programming. Yeah, exactly the same with me. Exactly the same. Yeah, programming it's pretty awesome once you start doing it. I always loved computers, and I was, working IT, and I was like, I love computers, and I started programming. I'm like, I love computers even more and programming, so I kind of want to do that more than just working with, managing users' passwords and resetting passwords and stuff. Oblivioner. I think the problem is most jobs are web dev, and then people feel limited to that, including myself. Gotcha. Thanks for that, Oblivioner. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yes, yeah, okay. So, and we were having a really good conversation about this before with now I forget who it was, and I can't scroll up in the chat. It was, I don't know if he's still hanging out. Did he follow me? I don't know. What was his name? I was just trying to call him out, give him a shout out. But I was having a good conversation with somebody before about web development being so, like, doing things from scratch in the web dev world are it's kind of frowned upon. It's always like, oh, you should be using this framework for that, or using this or that or that or that. Never write your own code, basically. I mean, I'm exaggerating greatly there, but it's very much, again, like a lot of people, I'm doing all of my game here in vanilla JavaScript, and a lot of people come here, web developers, and they say, oh, you're doing this in vanilla JS? That's kind of weird, like as if that's some kind of crazy thing. I mean, not weird, but a lot of them think it's kind of cool, but it's just like who, it's kind of like, who does that these days? Who does vanilla JS these days? And I think that's kind of a sad thing that people aren't really doing kind of their own thing so much. They're so, the web dev world is pressuring you to use all these the latest and flavor of the day tools that change every day, But power skills, but yeah, I get what you mean. You need your challenge. Yeah, and I like solving my own problems and kind of being in control of that solution that I'm finding for that problem. So I really like the, especially with game development, there's a lot of like just fun, little tiny fundamental problems you need to solve, and they've been solved years ago. Like, and there's just common algorithms and all sorts of things for that. But I kind of want to not like investigate that too much. I'd like to kind of, try to figure it out on myself. Oblivioner, yep, npm install React Angular Vue, then do your thing. Exactly. Yeah. Power skills, testing the limits of your idea. And I like understanding. So the one thing I really like is understanding my limitations as a programmer, and then just kind of pushing up against that as much as I can, rather than saying, let's just say, I downloaded, I installed some framework for or 3JS. That's a great 3D JavaScript framework or library, whatever you want to call it, kind of both. More of a library, but that's a really cool tool for getting into doing 3D, and I've used it before, and it's pretty cool. And it's basically like a wrapper around WebGL, so it makes a really nice interface, a really simple to use interface for actually doing some 3D stuff in the browser. And I could like build a game with that, but a lot of the time, I would end up, and again, that's 3D. I'm doing 2D stuff. At some point, I'd like to get into doing 3D certain things, but there's just a lot of stuff. You use a huge library like that. There's just a lot of things that happen that you just don't know what's going on, right? And you end up, you're just end up Googling a lot of stuff or just kind of searching around for whatever. So rather than me, like, and I know very little about 3D graphics programming. I mean, I know enough to understand kind of the GPU pipeline and certain things like that. And I understand a little bit about how 3D APIs work, and kind of the idea of rendering and what that means, and kind of having your own video game run its state, and then you kind of push that down to the down whatever to get pixels on the screen kind of thing, right? I kind of understand it in a high level, but I wouldn't really feel like I'd want to get into a game with using 3JS. I'd rather like do something that kind of pushes where I kind of own every aspect of it for the most part. And I'm kind of pushing up against that as kind of being my limit, like just my own knowledge being my own limiting factor, if that makes sense. I mean, I say that it's kind of hypocritical to say because, I'm using a browser, I'm using the JavaScript Canvas API, so I'm already doing 2D graphics, which are very simple, and there's a very simple API to actually draw those 2D graphics on the screen. But yes, anyway. But yeah, Oblivioner. Right, npm install that thing and then done, and then you basically have an app that's running. Create React app or whatever is just like one command, and you literally just have an app running on your computer, and you just type a few things, and I mean it's cool that stuff's there, but it's like if you just teach someone that and they can do that, what happens when, that something goes away or something changes or something, maybe React all of a sudden isn't cool anymore to use and like nobody uses it, and I don't know. There's just a lot of like, yeah, I don't know. I'm ranting now, rambling, and not working on my stuff. Think. What were we just looking at last? We were looking at writing our target bubble ID, weren't we? Yes. Nenny House. Hi everyone. Nenny House is now following. Nenny, I'll just say Nenny from now on if that's all right. Nenny, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Man, you guys have been very gracious with the follows today, I will say. Very gracious. Thank you. Nenny, thanks. I'm new to JS. All right, Nenny. Well, you just maybe heard the tail end of my rant about how web developers are often told to just download some tool and use it and then not really do any programming themselves. Something like that. Nice. Well, yeah, new to JS. Power Skills is also new to JS. Just getting started. So yeah, if you guys got any questions, let me know. I've been doing JS for a few years. I don't really consider myself much of a web developer. I can get around JavaScript and do some web browser kind of stuff. I can do enough to actually have an actual website, I guess. But I'm kind of an idiot, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But yeah, Oblivioner. Yeah, what you were saying before about the we got a couple of new ones here. Let's see here. A couple new chats here. Well, Oblivioner, you have any cool C projects? Actually, I would like my next game. I would like to do it in C, just C. I'd really like to. I've been doing 89 or 99. Well, actually, I should say kind of technically C++, but I've been trying to do C. In C-styled C++. That's kind of a thing, I think. Because I'd like to do the game, my next game, that I've actually already built in JavaScript, partially, but I'd like to kind of redo it nicely with software rendering. That's going to be the cool thing, because I want to really hone in on that. I've been a fan of Handmade Hero, if you're familiar with that. Casey Muratori, who does a stream of a whole game from scratch in C. I don't really follow it too much because literally it's like hundreds, thousands of hours of tutorial on making a game. So I've kind of just been looking at some of the earlier videos on setting stuff up and everything. But I'd like to just do like a game in C with software rendering kind of thing, just to like a Win32 window, kind of like the way Handmade Hero starts off. I think I'm gonna kind of figure out a little more of that. I've been doing. I'll show you one of my C projects since we're on the subject here. What did we? Yeah, technically C++, but I was working on image. So I built a little library to read bitmap BMP files. So I did that. And I was doing that just so I could like read a bunch of data in. And so I've got some, this is all the code is just awful in here. Probably like most of my JavaScript. And VS Code, for whatever reason, can't keep up with the IntelliSense in C and in C++, and it just doesn't, it's like highlighting things wrong because like for some reason this int is blue, but this int, oh, there it goes. That didn't work the other day. It like was frozen on white. Again, gotta love VS Code. Yeah, so I just have a little thing to like read, just using some of the C standard libraries, fopen, I was reading a BMP file into memory, and then I was doing some manipulations on it, and I was doing something to do like some upscaling. I was doing like nearest neighbor upscaling. So I believe, yeah, I was doing, yeah, there we go. We got some upscaling working there. These stupid, yeah, you can see I have, oh, that doesn't work. Little image there. It's like a 16 by 16 image. We just zoomed in. But then I was like upscaling it with nearest neighbor to like 128 by 128. I don't know. Not very cool. But just dipping my toes into the software rendering side of things. Working with pixels and memory and buffers and all that sort of thing. Anyway, I don't want to dive too far into that right now. But Power Skills, you said, where can I start working on code? Do you know any newbie-friendly projects or sites? I mean, there's tons of good tutorials out there. I know, like, that would probably be the first place you really want to look. I mean, you have some PowerShell experience. So there's going to be some things that are very similar. You know, you're going to, I assume if you're, you know, you've got quite a bit of PowerShell. You say you're pretty good with PowerShell. So I assume, you know, you're kind of been doing variables and maybe you kind of got into like doing object kind of stuff. You can learn JS on Free Code Camp. There you go. Thanks, Oblivioner. Yeah, I would say there's probably there's probably plenty of good from the beginning tutorials on YouTube and stuff. The thing is you're talking about JS. JS is because it's not really a general purpose programming language. So like if you're gonna be learning something about JavaScript, you're probably gonna be learning about it browser side, web develop, front end browser side. So you're gonna be learning about it in conjunction with HTML and CSS, and you're gonna be learning about all those things and doing all of that. Or if you're doing more of like back-end server stuff, you might look at Node.js, which is also not really a general purpose programming language either. I mean, not platform or whatever you want to call it. I don't like the word platform, but with Node.js, you can do some kind of interesting Node.js, and this might be more interesting for you, Power Skills, but you can kind of do like some more command line application stuff with Node.js, which would be kind of cool maybe. It's pretty easy to kind of spin up a little command line script thing. I really like using Node vanilla, just plain Node.js by itself, like pulling stuff from databases and pulling data from databases and then manipulating it or whatever, doing some like really scratchy reporting kind of stuff. But otherwise, you don't end up really using Node.js a lot on its own unless you're using it as a server. What do you think about P5? P5. Not sure what P5 is, Nenny. JavaScript library for creative coding with focus on making coding accessible for artists, designers, educators, beginners, and anyone else. P5. Interesting. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't have anything really to say about it. I would say that sounds like a pretty good Oblivioner. How come you're using JS here? You should use C and WASM. Yeah. I've been kind of learning C very much more recently, and I've been kind of doing JavaScript for a while, and I basically kind of built the game. I kind of thought about what would be the best way for me to kind of move forward at the time. So I ended up with just doing the game that way. I would like to not do a web game at all next. Just do a complete native game. But that is kind of interesting, and I have not actually looked too much into WASM yet. In fact, I didn't even realize WASM was something. In this stream, someone earlier in this stream told me that WASM was you write in another language, and then you compile to WASM. I didn't even know that until just now. I thought WASM was just like some sort of interface for was like some sort of like maybe kind of like writing a shader or something, a WebGL shader. Like you basically have you'd have your assembly in a string or something, and then that kind of gets whatever. I honestly had no idea actually that's what WASM was. But yeah, that's a good question, Oblivioner. But yeah, you even have front end frameworks for that, like Rust or C#. Yes, yeah, it does. It sounds pretty cool. I really need to actually check it out some more. But yes, I'd like to not do a multiplayer or web game next time for the next game. That's kind of my thing. I'd rather focus a little more on like some low level programming kind of stuff, and doing the rendering part. I'm kind of excited about doing that. But yeah. Yeah, but in any house, P5, that looks kind of cool. I don't know anything about it, but that looks kind of like a cool way to start just easily drawing stuff up on a canvas kind of thing. Next stream, Nintendo Game Boy game in C. Nice. Nice. Yeah, there you go. All right. So what have we, where did we leave off here? What have I want to write the target bubble ID. We got to dump that into our file here somehow. We have to dump that into our log. And so we can always get the current target bubble in our match. So inside of, so we've got our two event handlers, cursor move and cursor down, which is a click. So either the mouse moves or the mouse clicks. So what we could do is simply take the target bubble ID at the time, and we could just assume, we could just take player.match state dot target bubble ID. Whoa. Comma there. Okay, so we could just set that initially there, kind of like we've been doing with the mistake, where we set the mistake to just a blank string or an empty string. So that kind of seems okay. And then whenever we change the target bubble ID, we could I guess we could just that's kind of annoying. Well, okay. So when the cursor moves, we create a record here, a line item in our log. That's what we're doing. And then if we make a mistake, we go down, we trickle down, we eventually hit this player made mistake method where we do something about the player making a mistake. And I guess what we could technically do is now just update, just at the bottom of this, if config.logging. So if we're supposed to be logging all the data here, all of our events, then we could just say this.logs, and we get the last log, this.log this.logs.length -1. So we get the last log. And then we change the target bubble ID to this, whoops, player dot match state dot target bubble ID. So assuming we made it in here, maybe the target bubble ID changed or didn't, depending upon, you know, whether there's some cases here where the target bubble ID might change. So in that case, we might as well just do this one line down here to actually reset it, just in case it did change. Yes. So, but yeah, I think that's the thing to do. So we might as well also do this up. So we do that in the case of a mistake. So this will catch any time we make a mistake. And we want to also catch any time because when you play the game right now, just do a single player game. And this is different from what Populus.gg, the live site, will have right now. But if you make a mistake, you'll always have to go back and pop the previous bubble. So now I have this 10-second timer on, which is kind of annoying for demonstrating things. But you always have to go back, so I'm going to have to go back and repop. You always have to go back and repop the last bubble, basically. So your target bubble, which is always the bubble you're trying to pop, will go -1, basically, when you make a mistake. Always go -1, unless you're already at 0. If you're on the first bubble, you can make all the mistakes you want and nothing's going to change. The target bubble is still always 0. In fact, we are logging that on the client there. Target is now 0, target is now 0, target is now 0. And it was 0. Because we can't go negative bubbles. I mean, the first bubble is 0, and then from there on it goes up. There's no negative bubbles. So, wow, we're at 7 hours already. Holy cow. I'm kind of losing my voice. I need more water, but I don't want to leave yet. I don't want to get more water. Not yet, anyway. Okay, so we're good on the mistake thing now. The other case, the only other case, we were doing a search here before. We were doing a search on any time the target bubble ID changes. So here we got to change plus equals 1. Here we got to change minus equals something. Here we got to change where we're setting it to 0. I believe that's in the mistake. Yeah, so all of these are in the mistake chunk here, which we now have covered. And there is we're not assigning anything there. We're not assigning anything here. We're just using that as an index. Okay, so here is where here's where our valid click happens. And we need to log that. So I guess what we can do here is just do if, we'll just do an if statement, if config.logging. So if we turn logging on in our config file, then we'll update we'll take that last log, which is up here, which we set that log up. We push that log onto the array right here, so we know we can grab that last log if we're at this point in the code, in the function, whatever. So we can say, okay, if config.logging, this.logs, man, it's been a long stream. It's been a long stream. This.logs, dot length, -1. Getting that last log in the logs array. Dot, what was it called? Target bubble ID. Target bubble ID equals this. Oh, no. Player dot match state dot target bubble ID. This thing right here. So basically now we've captured whenever the target bubble ID changes, we can do this. We can do this logging thing. Excellent. Excellent. So I believe now did we do that up here? No, we didn't. Okay. So we need to have target bubble ID equals, we'll just call this target bubble ID. So this is our column header for our CSV file. We need to do what else? target bubble ID get to, okay. Where is our, we should be setting those, the objects that are getting added should be all set up now. We just need to add it here in our nice, ridiculously long. Whoops. I always fat finger typing a $. Log dot target bubble ID. There we go. Okay. So this should work. Let's see what happens. Let's play a game and see if everything looks correct. So we will start up a game. We're going to play. I made a couple mistakes. I should have made more mistakes for testing this stuff, but that's all right. Okay, so let's open the CSV file we've got. Let's see what happens here. We are running out of screen real estate here. Well, I'm zoomed in. I'm zoomed in a bunch. I guess I could zoom out to here, and that would be better. All right, so now, this is so out of alignment. Maybe I should let's move the target bubble ID to like here. Let's move it to right in here. So that way I can at least, because here, like some of these events are all different sizes, so all the zeros are all changed and blah, 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 blah. It's kind of annoying. So let's just change the format of that. So we're gonna go back. All we have to do that is actually just, let's go up to the top. First, reorder this thing. So we're gonna say, oh no, we can do it like this. Well, actually, I do want to keep, I'm going to keep everything like this, but I'm just going to shift the column over right now because, yeah, we're going to move the column to right after the mouse event. So that will be our target bubble ID. All right, so let's play. Go, Nelly. Made a bunch of mistakes. Keep going. Okay, there we go. I wanted to make some mistakes because I did it on purpose. I made the mistakes on purpose. I'm not really that bad. No, actually, I'm pretty sure I didn't make any of those mistakes on purpose. Okay, now this looks great because now we've got our target bubble ID just right here in this nice column, so we can see all these zeros, right, as we move. So now we're just writing the target bubble ID for every mouse event, which is kind of stupid, right? Because every mouse movement, I'm seeing the target bubble ID is 0. I'm still trying to get to bubble 0, still trying to get to bubble 0, moving closer to bubble 0, probably moving closer to bubble 0, closer, closer, closer. Right, we're moving closer to bubble 0 until finally we click, and now our target bubble ID is 1. And it was a valid click. We don't have any mistake data here on the end, so that's great. So we're going, our target bubble is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, we're moving all the way to bubble 1. Finally, we clicked bubble 2. You know what would be nice is to maybe log even some bubble, like if you're hovering over the bubble, we'll log some stuff on there. I think that would be cool. Power Skills, I got to go, guys. Hey, Power Skills. Have a great stream. Oh, thank you very much, Power Skills. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with learning some JS and stuff. Nice meeting you. Oh, nice meeting you too. Really appreciate it. I think we kind of come from similar backgrounds with IT administration kind of stuff. So, yeah, good luck. Good luck with learning JavaScript. And yeah, as always, I'll be here. I'm here Mondays and Tuesdays. Before you head off, my stream schedule. Mondays and Tuesdays, I start at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I like to try to do a Thursday night stream every so often. Try to do that this week. Thursday night stream starting 6, maybe more like 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time on Thursday. So, yes. But, yeah, Power Skills. We'll see you around, hopefully, for sure. All right. So, see your power skills. I'm getting warm. You know what? I guess I still have my space heater on. Actually, now I'm a little chilly. Just taking that fleece off. All right. And we've been going 7 hours. We'll see how much longer we go here. I got to... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Probably be shutting things down soon. It's already 5 p.m. my time, so I'm getting hungry. I need a snack. Need some dinner. Something like that. So... Yeah, let's just I think I really should probably wrap the stream up in a bit here. I want to just, what was I going to say? Just want to double check that we're looking at some correct data here. So as we do a mouse click, this is a click. It was a successful click because otherwise we would see like a little error. We would see the mistake message here, what type of mistake we made. And then we would see, obviously, this target bubble ID would stay the same. So we should see some cases of that. So here, but otherwise, if the click was successful, we should see that the target bubble ID is now changed, right? So we clicked, target bubble ID is now 1. So we click, target bubble ID is now 2. We move. We click. We made a mistake here. This is good. So we click and we went back to 1. So we popped dead space. That was our message right there. So this thing seems to be working as it should. So then we move. We click. We pop the wrong bubble. Yeah, I think I remember I made a bunch of mistakes in this when I was doing this game. I was clicking all over the place, making a bunch of mistakes. So, and then in this case, so here you go back 1. If that makes sense. When you're on 2, you make a mistake and you go back 1 bubble. If you make any more subsequent mistakes after that, consecutive mistakes, you don't go back further. You don't just like keep going back bubbles. It doesn't just keep going -1, -1, -1, -1. You make a mistake, you have to repop that 1 bubble. If you make another mistake before popping that bubble again, you still have to just pop that same bubble. So to kind of explain, to kind of show that, if I pop orange and then I make a mistake, I still have to pop orange. Well, I pop green. I don't like keep going backwards, having to pop bubbles every consecutive mistake I make. Just that 1 bubble comes back on that first mistake, kind of like upsets your streak. Oh, I got to go back. But if I like keep making mistakes, nothing's going to change. So it's just kind of a little bit of punishment for making a mistake, but any subsequent mistakes after that, there's not really going to be punishment in that way. Okay, so we want to keep looking at this. We got click, and we're still at 1. Wrong bubble popped. We got click. We're finally on 2. We made a valid click. We're moving. We made a click, a valid click. We're on 3 now. We made a valid click. We're on 4. We're moving. We made a click. We're on 5. We're moving. Made a click. We're on 6. Moving, made a click. We're on 7, 8. And by the way, all this time that's passing is like barely... not very much time is passing here. We're talking about hundreds of milliseconds only. Actually, the time between these two is pretty long. That's a 48555 milliseconds to 5336. That's a pretty long time. That's almost 500 milliseconds in between those two. That's almost half a second. But you can see how many mouse inputs we get in that 1/2 second. So here we're on bubble 8. We're still going. Click, we went up to 9. Click, we went up to 10. Any mistakes? We ever make any mistakes here? Click, we went to 11. Click, we went to 12. We should see a move at some point that reverts us back. Click to 13. Click to 14. Click to 15. Click to 16. Click to 17. Click to 16. So we pop dead space. Click to 16. Come on, where is the click to 16. Okay, we didn't do any movement ones. All right, I gotta do another little test with that. All right. Okay, so let's just play. Let's go out of bounds. We went back. We went out of bounds again. Let's pop the wrong bubble. There we go. Okay. So we made some good mistakes. Let's pull open our CSV here now. Oh, it was already open. Only 372. Huh. I guess that was just... because I kind of maybe didn't move the mouse so much that time. I bet you if we look at these deltas, we'll see. Yeah, here's a whole 2-second delta where I was just sitting around. Okay, so let's look at these mouse. So we got a click, we moved to 1. That was a valid click. We got a click, we moved to 2. We got a click, we moved to 3. Here's a click, we moved to 4. Ooh, that's some fast time in between there. Look at that. What are the times between those clicks? 3972 and 3732. 230 milliseconds. I can do faster than that. Come on. Click, move to 4. Oh, we made the crash. We went back down to 3. So here's a move. We went from moving to 4. Our target bubble was 4. Now our target bubble is 3. And if we look at this line, we will then, in fact, see cursor moved out of bounds. That is our mistake message right there. So when we went out of bounds, that one bubble had to come back. We had to pop it over again. That is exactly what we wanted to see. Okay, so that's that. And there's a couple more of those, maybe. Here we made a valid click to bubble 4. I should say this is like new target. IPR exactly perfect. Couldn't say so. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't say so better. Okay. Moving on. Click. We went to 5. That's valid. Click. We went to move. We went to 4. We made a mistake. Cursor moved out of bounds. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Let's keep going here. Moving. We're moving to 4. We click. We went to bubble 5. That is brilliant. 5. Click. We went to 6. Click 6. Oh, click. We popped dead space. There it is. So we went back to bubble 5. We moved on bubble 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Clicked. We went to 6. That looks good. We went to, then we clicked. We went to 7. 7, then 6, then time ran out. Oh, we made a mistake right at that last second there before the game ended. At 9,909 milliseconds, we only had barely 100 milliseconds left. Squeezed in one more mouse movement there right at the very end, right before the timer ran out. Because again, I was playing a 10-second match, so that would be 10,000 milliseconds in a 10-second match. And then there's that thing there. Is this the source code of a voting machine? Nice. Nice. I gotcha. Some valid mistakes. Yeah, some duplications, some redos. We got it all. All right. Some no addresses, some no return addresses. All right. So I'm liking this so far. I can't believe I spent 7 hours creating a stupid CSV file, but it feels good. Feels good. Some dead people playing this game. Yeah, exactly. Some people born 1900. January 1st, 1970 for sure, because that's our first Unix timestamp that we've seen a lot of now. Nenny House, are you going to be here tomorrow at Tyrannosaur? Unfortunately not, Nenny House. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. Mondays and Tuesdays, I start at around 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So today's Tuesday, right? That's a Tuesday, okay. December 8th. Wow, December 8th? Christmas is in barely 2 weeks? What? I haven't even bought any gifts yet. Gifts for myself, I mean. Yeah, Nenny, I'll be here 3 on Thursday, potentially. I'd like to do... I don't have Thursday nights on my stream schedule officially. But I've been trying to do some Thursday night streams. Usually Thursday night for me, in America. So usually getting started at 6 or 7 or 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're IPR ZACD, that is like at 6 a.m. That's like 6 a.m. California time. If you give him a huge donation, he will stream anytime. Nice. I don't know about... Well, yeah, I guess... Yeah. Yeah, if somebody chucks me $50, you might see me back here tomorrow. I'm just kidding. Soon to be Texas time. Yeah, you're going to be back in the old Central Standard Time then. Or does Texas have its own time zone? I think there is just a Texas time zone, right? Texas Standard Time. Nice. But yeah, Nenny House might be back Thursday night. I don't know where your night is relative, but wherever you're located, it's a thing. Nice. For the longest time, I didn't realize Texas was Central Standard Time. I thought it was like Mountain Time or something because it feels like it's more west, but I mean it is west. It's west of where I am. Whoops. All right. Late night coding sesh. Yeah, the Thursday nights are a little because I didn't do the last 2 Thursdays, but the Thursday before, one of the Thursdays was Thanksgiving. One of those last Thursdays. But the 2 before that, yeah, I kind of got a little crazy. I went to like midnight, I think, in those times, and it's like streaming like this, at least with my normal sleep schedule and programming and doing this is kind of complicated. But yeah, but it's fun. So yeah, we'll see if we're back on Thursday. I'd like to do more of this logging stuff off stream, and eventually doing the analytics and stuff off stream. But yeah, actually, I think I am going to wrap up the stream for now. We've almost been going for 7.5 hours. A little shy of 7.5 hours. But we got some good stuff done today, for the most part. Well, we got our logging stuff done. Some logging stuff done. Actually, now that I think about it, we really didn't get a whole lot done. But this stuff will be really good to look at and kind of parse and make sure that data and everything is coming out correctly. And again, all this data that we logged is what the server is getting from the clients. So what the server, these are all the times of the mouse movements and everything that the server has. So we might want to actually, I might want to kind of generate this same data, but just on the browser side, on the client side, and then pipe all that data to the server right at the end of the match. Quality over quantity, yeah. Nenny here in London, getting late. See you on Monday then. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thursday. My Thursday night will be early in the crack of dawn there for you there, over in Big Ben land. But yeah. Back on Monday then. Otherwise, all right. I'm really kind of losing it here. So we got some good stuff done today with the logging. Not really going to be doing a ton with this, but I think this will also be kind of useful for maybe tracking down some more bugs, that sort of thing, because it'll be nice to kind of just turn on some logging. We'll be able to zoom into the exact point and see why something didn't match up. So that will also be kind of a nice thing. The top of the morning. Yes. All right. Well, we got quite a few people here, so we probably want to go and raid somebody. But for anyone else there who didn't catch it before, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays. I got to do my little proper, typical outro here. I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And we stream for 6 or 7 or 8 hours. Here we got 7 hours, 22 minutes, 13 seconds currently. So probably be doing a Thursday night stream. Yeah, probably be doing a Thursday night stream this week. We'll see. I'll throw a message down in Discord for that. Again, I'll pound the Discord there real quick in case anyone's interested. Royku, thanks for the stream. Keep being awesome. Oh, thanks, Royku. No, you keep being awesome. Want to see a screenshot? Yeah, throw that screenshot over here real quick. Let's check it out. Take her easy. I made monster sprites in MS Paint, I hope, Royku. Nice. That's pretty sick, actually. I like it. I like the gorilla looking one, that big one that you've got there. That's pretty sweet. For the mini RPG. Nice. Nice. Cool stuff. All right, I'm going to take a look for somebody to raid here. We got like 10 people watching right now. 11 people, something like that. Let's see what we got. Let's see who's online here. Mrs. is online. I watch that guy on YouTube from time to time. I don't think he does stuff from scratch, but there's Gen 2, who we raided the other day, and he was like hosting someone else, so I better actually check to see if these people are online. None of my followers or none of the people I follow are online. Let's just do a quick browse of the science and technology category here real quick. Why is it so hard to just find science and technology? Okay, there we go. Let's... Let's see here. Wow, there are some good game dev ones. Let's see if I can find somebody that's kind of... I don't have the chat up. There we go. Okay. Looking. Come on. Audio repair DIY. Mixer fader. There you go. This is PreSonus and Focusrite audio interface troubleshooting. That's pretty sick. IPR Zach D. Check out that guy. Mixer fader removal. That's pretty cool. Guy doing actual electronics repair. Yeah. Yeah, let me that guy there. We won't rate him, but we'll try to find somebody doing game dev, but there you go. That seems kind of cool. Let's see here. Come on. There's nobody ever doing game development that's not like very few people. They're doing game development that are like actually looking at like some code on their screen currently. It's like mostly people with like Unreal or something. Let's see here. And there's a lot of web developers doing stuff here, but you know, they're not really doing games. So I'm trying to find somebody kind of in the web and game, or just doing games and like actually looking at actually like programming games rather than just in general, there's not a lot of people streaming science and technology. Like, oh, that's okay. That guy's in German. Gotta find somebody in English here. Can never find anybody to raid. It's kind of like, I don't know. Stream will continue for another 2 hours at this rate. Yes. The other day it was way worse. There was one time I was probably spent like 10 minutes just trying to find somebody to raid. I mean, there's Mrs. Is, and I watched that guy on YouTube. He's kind of cool. He's kind of, but I mean, he uses like Godot or something like that. I mean, I'd like to find somebody who's not using an engine if I can. And I found some people at some point, but yeah, there's this German guy, but it's in German. I would raid his channel and not know how to talk to him. He probably speaks English, but he looks like he's doing something. He says solo game. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's probably using 3D modeling. I don't know. That's what he's got tagged there. I don't know what he does. Somebody's doing a Node.js bot in Italian. What is this guy doing?
You've got the gaming chair, the gaming membership, the gaming headset. Now all you need is the gaming battery. Upgrade your Xbox controller with Duracell Optimum.
Let's see if it supports the tuple syntax properly. should do. Okay.
Unity. Everybody's doing Unity. Full stack web. Advent of code. Everybody's doing advent of code. Sounds kind of cool though. I'd have to check that out. Check that out. Where's Retro MMO? How is, I have like a million, I follow like a million channels on Twitch. How is like, there's only one person on Twitch that I follow who's playing Quake Champions right now. Come on. All right. All right. That dude is servicing the mixer at the PCB level. LOL. I would have purchased a new unit. Is he like is that what he does? Like electronics repair for like his job or something? Or is he just screwing around for fun? Just thought that was interesting. If he's just trying to save a buck, I don't know. It seems kind of... Giraffes are live. The Toronto Zoo Life is streaming. Giraffes are pretty cool. Come on. I'm just trying to look a little closer here at stuff. Okay. Can never find anything here. Maybe we should just keep working, keep pounding out the CSV file here. Some people are actually doing PC building kind of stuff on here. I haven't seen that too much. Couple people are doing PC builds. Physically assembling a computer, that is. All right, maybe I should scroll down a little more into the... I can maybe find somebody doing something down further here. Refactoring physics engine for the 47th time. Looks like this guy's in Visual Studio here. What is... Let's see what this guy's doing here.
Minus this distance. So this is. Oh, that part.
3D
is
engine
down to
programmer
1,
C and
so it's
OpenGL.
not divided by 2. Divided by 2 will give me the middle though.
Sweet. All right. Dandy McGee. Let's raid this guy because this is right up my alley. I'm gonna ask him for some tips. C and OpenGL sounds like what I want to do. All right, so we're gonna raid this guy. If I can remember how to raid, we got to go here. IPRZACT is Beckity Live.
Minus half of D.
Nice. All right, Dandy McGee. We're gonna drop the raid here.
0.5 times D.
We still have some viewers, right?
This
Oblivioner, have fun. Hey, thanks Oblivioner. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for offering tips and everything to the people who are interested in JS. We had some good discussion going there, so appreciate it. All right. Again, took us like 20 minutes to figure out what we were gonna do for raiding, but we found someone, I think. So I'm gonna do start raid. We're raiding right now. We got 10 seconds before it starts. Or I gotta click a button or something. I still don't know exactly how raiding works. I just push this button that says raid and then I end the stream and then whatever. All right. We're raiding. See you guys later.
DP length.
Thursday night maybe. Otherwise Monday. Monday sometime. All right. Catch you guys later. Thanks again. Adios.